Chapter 592. Above the 33rd heaven, a figure covered in raging flames stood proudly. His gaze was lowered as he looked left and right, as if he was searching for something. His face was also covered in flames. His crimson armor gave off a violent aura, making him look like a god of fire. What's going on? Why can't I sense the aura of the heavenly law violet chi? He mumbled to himself with a frown. He immediately swooped down and was prepared to check on Wanshan Great Thousand personally. Not long after he descended, another 3 people with horrifying auras descended. Zhou Xuanji is here. Humph! He dares to possess 2 heavenly law violet chi. That brat must be tired of living. Move faster, or someone else will get to him before us. The 3 silhouettes flew into the sea of clouds and disappeared. After a period of time, many powerful cultivators came to Wanshan Great Thousand. The heavenly law violet chi was too attractive. Who did not want to become a saint? Especially for those who stood at the pinnacle below the heavenly saints. The heavenly law violet chi was their biggest goal. An operation to capture Zhou Xuanji began in all heavens. In front of the temple, the old immortal got up slowly and said, "This is not a good place to stay." After that, he waved his sleeves and teleported Qiuhu, the Black Cauldron, and the temple away. Qiuhu opened his eyes again and found himself in the dark void. The old immortal and his temple were just beside him. The Black Cauldron, which was scorched red, was spinning in the void like a pendulum. The old immortal continued to meditate before the Black Cauldron and waited quietly. Qiuhu wanted to say something but stopped himself. He wanted to help, but he realized that he did not even know how to say it. Don't be impatient. Calm your heart. This is his tribulation, not yours, the old immortal said with a calm tone. Qiuhu could only try his best to calm himself down. In the Lotus World, on a cliff, Daoya Old Man sat facing the south. His hands were crossed over his legs. Jiang Shui and Zhou Xiaoxian stood behind him and waited curiously. "Mother, do you think Grand Teacher can do it?" Zhou Xiaoxian mumbled with a doubtful look. Daoya Old Man said that he wanted to change Zhou Xuanji's fate. He had been sitting here for a year, but he still could not change it. Jiang Shui said softly, "This is a token of his goodwill." Both mother and daughter addressed Daoya Old Man as Grandmaster, which was an order from him. At this moment, Daoya Old Man suddenly opened his eyes and sighed. "I overestimated myself. The current Zhou Xuanji was not someone he could change." Zhou Xiaoxian comforted him. "It's okay. Haven't you always overestimated yourself?" Daoya Old Man's mouth twitched as he felt his liver ache. Jiang Shui glared at Zhou Xiaoxian and smiled at Daoya Old Man. "Grandmaster, you should start cultivating now. You don't have to be afraid of the heavenly tribulation. After all, we are no longer in the northern wilderness region." "Cultivate?" Daoya Old Man fell into a trance. Zhou Xiaoxian curled her lips and sighed. "I wonder how father is doing and how the outside world is doing." Every time she thought of how her father was still suffering, she felt terrible. Jiang Shui became worried when she heard this. She didn't notice that Zhou Xiaoxuan's eyes were glowing with a purple light. Zhou Xiaoxian suddenly heard a voice. She frowned slightly but remained calm. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years passed. In the dark void, the old immortal opened his eyes, which were filled with vigor. He smiled and said, "It's finally done." Qiuhu heard him and opened his eyes as well. The charred black cauldron shook violently, and a horrifying aura emanated from it. Boom! The black cauldron exploded suddenly, and a silhouette leaped out. His body was burning with flames, and his eyes were glowing with a purple light. Battle Path Flame Soul. It was Zhou Xuanji. The 4 demon god bodies had already fused with his body, which boosted his aura to the extreme. At this moment he was like a peerless devil that charged out from the abyss. He quickly retracted the flames on the surface of his body and put on a white shirt. His black hair danced wildly, and one could vaguely see streaks of fire. Qiuhu opened his eyes wide and cried out in shock. "Master, how powerful are you now?" He felt that Zhou Xuanji had completely transformed. Just his aura alone was enough to make him shudder. Zhou Xuanji looked calm. His figure and face did not look any different from before, but his eyes were emanating a dangerous aura. "I'm not sure. but I feel that my physical strength is enough to destroy everything. Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile. The old immortal frowned slightly and said, "The difference between becoming a saint and a demon is just a thought." Zhou Xuanji bowed to him and said, "Senior, can I go out now?" The old immortal narrowed his eyes and nodded lightly. Zhou Xuanji immediately disappeared. Qiu Hu was stunned and asked, "What is he trying to do?" The old immortal replied, "What will happen if you suffer endless pain in the cauldron?" Qiu Hu opened his eyes wide and shuddered in fear. He hurriedly bowed and left as well. The old immortal shook his head and sighed. What a great destiny! On a mountain peak in Wanshan Great Thousand, Zhou Xuanji appeared out of nowhere and stood by the cliff, facing the wind. He was expressionless, and numerous legendary swords appeared around him. Qiu Hu appeared beside him and asked with gritted teeth, "Master, what are you trying to do?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Just wait and see." The 4 demon god bodies flew out from his body and stood around him. He exploded with his horrifying aura, shaking the heavens and earth. "As Zhou Xuanji am here. Whoever wants the heavenly law violet qi, come forth." Zhou Xuanji cried out. His voice resounded across the entire Wanshan Great Thousand. With the thunderclap sword in his right hand and the history asunder sword in his left, he maintained his explosive aura. "Master, are you crazy?" Qiu Hu said anxiously. "Your enemies are not just the living beings of Wanshan Great Thousand." Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "So what?" Boom! The mountain under his feet trembled continuously as though it would crumble at any moment. Zhou Xuanji said coldly, "Since destiny wants to banish me, no matter who the enemy is, be it the heavenly saints or living beings, come and die." When he was tempering his body in the cauldron, he had already thought it through. He did not need to care about the so-called justice. If living beings wanted to destroy him, then he would destroy them. If the heavens wanted to destroy him, then he would destroy the heavens. So what if it was destiny? He would face it head-on. "All worlds, if you dare to harbor any malicious thoughts, die by my sword." His voice was filled with bone-chilling murderous intent, which sent chills down Qiu Hu's spine. Not only did Zhou Xuanji's body change, but even his mentality changed drastically. At this time, 2 peerlessly powerful auras flew over from the front. Without even looking, Zhou Xuanji slashed with the thunderclap sword. Billions of heavenly lightning weaved into a lightning net that connected the heavens and earth. It swept out and destroyed everything in its path. Before the 2 powerful cultivators could react, they were killed by the heavenly lightning. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. They would never be able to reincarnate. A massive amount of magic energy entered Zhou Xuanji's body, causing his white robe to flutter violently. His purple eyes were extremely cold, like the eyes of the abyss behind the light. They contained boundless murderous intent. Chapter 593. Looking at Zhou Xuanji's back, Qiu Hu knew that he could not dissuade him. "Forget it. Let's go crazy with him." Qiu Hu gritted his teeth and sat down on the ground to cultivate. He wanted to see what Zhou Xuanji could do to this world. Zhou Xuanji began suppressing the magic energy in his body. He did not use the 9-soul fusion technique, but his body had already transformed, which was enough to suppress the violent magic energy that surged into his body. Since he was going to fight against destiny, he must try his best to become more powerful. Enemies were just perfect for him. Demon God Tianwu, Demon Ancestor, Demon God Nanming, and Demon God Jihuang stood around him like 4 iron towers. Each of them faced one direction and looked domineering. A while later, as the dust settled, countless silhouettes appeared. They were all demons and monsters with ferocious faces. They were scattered in every corner of the world and surrounded Zhou Xuanji and the others. "Zhou Xuanji, hand over 1 heavenly law violet qi, and we will let you go." A cold voice came. The demon emperor, who was wearing an emperor's robe, descended from the sky. 36 demon lords followed behind him, including Snake Lord Qingshi. All of them were above connecting heaven level 2. Together with the countless demon soldiers and demon generals, it was enough to scare anyone out of their wits. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. His purple pupils locked onto the demon emperor and said softly, "Do you want to die?" Hearing him, the demon emperor's face darkened immediately. He did not attack Zhou Xuanji directly because he had worked with him before. But he did not expect Zhou Xuanji to ignore their friendship. Don't waste your breath on him. Snatch it. Humph. Holding 2 heavenly law violet qi alone. Aren't you afraid of bursting to death? This guy is too greedy. He almost brought destruction to the Wanshan Great Thousand. Kill him. Attack together. This guy is very powerful. The 36 demon lords spoke together. All of them held onto their enchanted artifacts and prepared for battle. The demon emperor raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at Zhou Xuanji. If so, Zhou Xuanji, he said coldly, don't blame us for not showing mercy. Boom! A horrifying bolt of purple lightning tore apart the thunderclouds and struck toward Zhou Xuanji. The lightning was imbued with destructive power. Zhou Xuanji quickly raised the thunderclap sword, and the 9 extreme legendary sword gave off a berserk suction force, directly absorbing the purple lightning. The demon Thearcha's eyes widened, the 36 demon lords were also shocked, and the demon soldiers and demon generals in the distance were in an uproar. Impossible! That's the god-punishing thunder technique, created by His Majesty the demon god. Where did that sword come from? What a great sword emperor! No wonder he is so arrogant. Why do I have an ominous feeling? The demon army was a little flustered. Zhou Xuanji laughed condescendingly and said, a divine ability that descends from the sky. I have it too. He shook his right arm and used heavenly sword descent. Countless bolts of heavenly lightning erupted from the thunderclap sword and rose into the sky, condensing into many heavenly swords that fell down crazily. He had fused the primordial chaos sword shadow with the heavenly sword descent. Coupled with the terrifying power of the thunderclap sword, it was definitely a nightmarish killing power. The expressions of the beast the Arch and the 36 beast lords changed drastically as they gathered their magic power to create a light barrier to block the heaven sword. Boom! 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 The beast lords were destroyed in both body and soul by the heaven sword. It was a pitiful sight, and the demon soldiers and generals could not resist at all. The beast Thearcha's magic barrier was also penetrated, but he reacted quickly and dodged quickly. After dodging one sword, there was still another. No! I must escape. The beast the Arch quickly made a decision to abandon the demon army and escape. Swish! An ear-piercing sound came from behind him. Before the beast the Arch could turn around, his chest was pierced by the thunderclap sword, and heavenly lightning surrounded his body. Void instant kill. How is this possible? The beast Thearcha's expression changed drastically. He could not believe his fate. What kind of divine ability was this? Wasn't it too fast? Following this, his magic energy was drained by the thunderclap sword, and his body turned into dust. His soul was locked in place by the thunderclap sword, and he could not break free at all. He looked back at Zhou Xuanji and cursed, Zhou Xuanji, are you really going to kill me? Zhou Xuanji's gaze was cold, and a mocking look appeared in his eyes. You want to kill me, but I'm not allowed to kill you? He raised his left hand and pointed his middle finger at the beast the Arch. The beast the Arch did not understand this gesture, and his soul dissipated. The 36 beast lords died as well. The demon soldiers and generals either died or escaped. Zhou Xuanji did not kill them all because there was no need to. The heavenly sword descent blasted the heavens and earth into chaos again. Dust billowed and the light dimmed. It was like the beginning of the world before the sun rose. Zhou Xuanji sat down and prepared to break through. Hundreds of legendary swords levitated above his head and circled around recklessly as though they were alive. Qiuhu's face was filled with shock. Too powerful. Exterminating an entire race with one slash. Even someone as powerful as the beast the Arch could be destroyed with a flip of his hand. Not only that, but the 4 demon god clones had yet to act. Just how powerful is he? Qiuhu thought to himself in a daze. He suddenly felt that Zhou Xuanji was not really crazy. When one was powerful to a certain extent, one could look down on everything. Far away, many cultivators were watching. When they saw what happened to the demons, they all retreated in fear. News of the beast the Arch and the 36 beast lords' death spread like wildfire across the Wanshan Great Thousand. Zhou Xuanji began to break through with the massive magic energy gathered by the demons, connecting heaven level 4. His cultivation did not stop growing and continued to grow wildly. His body had already transformed and could withstand the unbridled growth of magic energy. Boom! A fiery fist that was tens of thousands of zhang in size struck from the front, as if the sun was crashing into them. Almost in an instant, massive fiery fists came from 7 other directions, including the top of his head. The 8 massive fiery fists pressed forward, which frightened Xiaohu so much that he got up immediately. The thunderclap sword trembled violently and exploded with countless bolts of heavenly lightning, which turned into a massive lightning net that engulfed the 8 fiery fists. The lightning net stirred the clouds in the sky, and the cities far away were all shocked. What's this? Lightning that covers the sky. Is the Sword Emperor fighting? Sword Emperor. Goddamn it, it's the Lightning Emperor. It's all heavenly lightning. It's 10,000 times more terrifying than the heavenly lightning I faced during my tribulation. The Sword Emperor is really enraged. Everyone was shocked. Just looking at the writhing lightning net in the sky made their scalps numb. A fiery silhouette pierced through the lightning net and charged toward Zhou Xuanji with unstoppable force. Humph! No wonder you are so arrogant. You have a saint's body and a heavenly saint's enchanted artifact. A voice filled with murderous intent resounded across the heavens and earth, revealing Zhou Xuanji's power to the world. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and looked over. In the dark sky, dust billowed like 10,000 dragons. A massive fireball appeared on the horizon like the approaching sun. It was majestic and majestic. He got up immediately. Even though the magic energy in his body was boiling and was not suitable for battle, he was not afraid. In the billowing flames, a godlike figure could be vaguely seen. My name is Divine Lord Blazing Sunday. It will be your greatest honor to die in my hands. The other party spoke again, and the massive fireball exploded. Countless fiery lines spread rapidly to both sides, trying to surround the mountain where Zhou Xuanji was. I have countless legendary swords. I have countless legendary swords. Chapter 594. Blazing Sun Immortal? Zhou Xuanji laughed disdainfully. He had heard such words countless times. The people who talked to him like that were all dead. Qiuhu clicked his tongue in wonder. Blazing Sun Divine Lord, you are courting death. Do you understand? As the first tiger since the birth of the Heavenly Tao, he naturally knew the top powerhouses under the Heavenly Tao. Blazing Sun Monarch was one of the first living beings in the world. Inside the vast sea of fire, Celestial Lord Blazing Sun did not respond. The billowing sea of flames engulfed the heavens and the earth, surrounding Zhou Xuanji and the others, making them feel as if they were in a sea of flames. Zhou Xuanji's eyes focused, and countless illusory swords appeared out of nowhere. The tips of the swords pointed outwards and surrounded the mountain he was on. Great Chaos Sword Shadow. 10 billion sword projections appeared out of thin air, each less than half a meter away from the other. Before Sir God Blazing Sun could make a move, the primordial sword shadow moved first. Billions of sword shadows moved at the same time, so loud that even the deaf could hear, causing the surrounding space to shatter. The sea of flames was devoured by the void, and darkness spread from all directions. Zhou Xuanji raised the thunderclap sword and used ranged sword propelling. Whoosh! Celestial Lord Blazing Sun, who was hiding in the sea of fire, dodged subconsciously, but his body was still pierced by the thunderclap sword. This speed! When the flames dissipated, Blazing Sun Divine Lord looked horrified. He didn't panic and immediately used his divine ability. His body turned into flames and quickly exploded. He condensed his body again and came behind Zhou Xuanji. Dozens of red wings appeared on his back and pierced towards Zhou Xuanji like sharp blades. The 4 demon gods beside Zhou Xuanji simultaneously punched out. The fist wind gathered together and shattered the red wings. Boom! Zhou Xuanji broke through again and reached connecting heaven level 5. The demon race had so much magic power fused with his body. Even if a lot of it was consumed during the fusion process, it was still enough for him to continue breaking through. Zhou Xuanji turned around and looked at Divine Lord Blazing Sunday. His purple eyes were filled with murderous intent. Blazing Sun Immortal, right? Although I don't know your background, it's no longer important. After saying that, he used Sword Sect Immortal Go Sweep. Hundreds of divine swords shone with white light and spun at high speed. He walked toward Blazing Sun Immortal step by step, holding his sword with both hands. With a single sentence, he had changed from a defender to an aggressor. Divine Lord Blazing Sun was unhappy with his tone. With a furious roar, He transformed into a phoenix and charged toward Zhou Xuanji with an unstoppable force. Weak. Zhou Xuanji disdainfully laughed and directly unleashed Sword Dao rules. With a flash of the sword light, the phoenix was torn apart. It was as if the sun had exploded, and the impact was visible to the naked eye, causing waves to appear in the void. Celestial Lord Blazing Sun was sent flying while vomiting blood. Zhou Xuanji came up to him in one step, and the two of them were less than a meter apart. Their eyes met. Immortal Blazing Sun saw a pair of eyes full of anger. This fellow isn't conceited. He's angry. Emperor Blazing Sun was shocked and felt incredible. He finally understood Zhou Xuanji's intentions. This kid wanted to take revenge on the common people. Before he could even speak, the Sword Dao rules erupted once again, destroying his body and soul. A mighty figure of a generation had fallen here. In the vast thousand worlds, Blazing Sun Immortal had the same status as the Sun God. He was formed from a sun, and his cultivation was exceedingly high. From ancient times until now, he had rarely been defeated. Facing Zhou Xuanji this time, he was not a threat at all. Zhou Xuanji did not care about what Divine Lord Blazing Sun was thinking before he died. He turned and flew in a certain direction. Qiu Hu and the demon god clones hurriedly followed. This area had turned into a void and was isolated by Wanshan Great Thousand's power of heaven and earth. He did not intend to hide but continued to accept challenges openly. Qiu Hu flew to his side and sighed in amazement. "You're too powerful. I feel that you are the heavenly law's great tribulation, purposely purging the common people." Zhou Xuanji glanced at him with a faint smile. Qiu Hu thought that he did not understand and explained, "Each time a great tribulation comes, countless living beings die tragically. It seems to be because of the sins of some beings, but it's not. It's an inevitable rule of the heavenly law. Fate blinds people, giving birth to thoughts of revenge or abnormal ambitions." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him and said, "Who do you think I want to take revenge on? I didn't attack first." Qiu Hu heard him and felt that it made sense. But no matter how he looked at it, the current situation was a scene of a great tribulation. And Zhou Xuanji was the main character of the Great Tribulation. For the rest of their journey, they were attacked continuously. Zhou Xuanji crushed everything with his absolute power. Although his cultivation was growing, he did not break through. He was stuck at connecting Heaven Level 5. He was still waiting for Heavenly Lord Xuantia's arrival. But it was a pity that Heavenly Lord Xiantai had already left Wanshan Great Thousand. This day, they landed beside a surging river. The two sat down cross-legged while the four demon gods stood behind them. Qiu Hu could not stop laughing. He was still talking about a pitiful person who died under Zhou Xuanji's sword. "So funny?" Zhou Xuanji asked casually. He could not understand what this guy was laughing about. Qiu Hu burst out laughing. "Yeah. Didn't you see how he died? Ha 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 ha." He laughed louder and louder, as though his laughing acupoint was sealed. Zhou Xuanji suddenly looked in another direction. He saw three people walking toward him side by side. They were Ren Niming, Xian Daoya, and Si Mingyan. Xian Daoya was sweating nervously. Facing Zhou Xuanji's peripheral vision, he quickly dodged. Qiu Hu also noticed the three of them coming. "It's you." Qiu Hu's expression changed drastically. He got up immediately and locked his gaze on Ren Niming, as though he wanted to devour him. Ren Niming had a smile on his face, giving off a very sinister and evil feeling. "Qiu Hu, long time no see. This time I'm going to give you a serendipity," Ren Niming said with a smile. Ren Niming smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge fist stopped in front of him, less than 3 centimeters away from the bridge of his nose. The gust from the fist blew his hair backward. His expression did not change but continued to look at Qiu Hu with a smile. "I don't care what you are planning. Get lost." Qiu Hu said word by word. His voice was like thunder, and his fury soared to the sky. "Who is he?" Zhou Xuanji's voice came. Qiu Hu took a deep breath and stared at Ren Niming. "He's Ren Niming," he said with gritted teeth. "He's extremely cunning. He's always scheming to steal fate." Ren Niming avoided his fist and brushed past him as he walked towards Zhou Xuanji. "Sword Emperor, I admire you the most. Do you want to fight Heavenly Lord Xiantai together? Don't worry, I'm not interested in the Heavenly Law Violet Qi." Ren Niming asked Zhou Xuanji with a smile. He knew his place and stopped 15 meters away from Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji sized him up and realized that this guy was so profound that he could not see through his cultivation. What do you want? Zhou Xuanji asked indifferently. He wanted to deal with Heavenly Lord Xiantai, and did not need anyone's help. Ren Niming smiled and said, I just want to see if you can defeat destiny and change the heavenly law's rules. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a trace of fanaticism in his eyes, as though he was looking at a rare treasure. He continued to speak. I know why you were banished by destiny. So, do you want to work together? Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 595. I have a way to make you tell me directly. Why should I work with you? Zhou Xuanji looked askance at Ren Niming and said with a smile. His tone was relaxed and did not contain any murderous intent. Ren Niming was not nervous. He shook his head and said with a smile, You have your principles. I have no ill intentions toward you, so you will not attack me. Or else, what's the difference between you and those pitiful worms who died in the Great Tribulation? Principles could be laughable sometimes, could even be said to be pathetic. But principles could keep one's heart firm and one's Tao more stable. Zhou Xuanji got up slowly and said, People who think they're smart die easily. He did not like it when people played tricks with him. It was as though he was a chess piece that could be manipulated. It was fine if it was a heavenly saint. At least he was powerful enough. Could this Ren Niming be a heavenly saint too? Zhou Xuanji walked toward him. His aura exploded and froze the river. Xian Daoya trembled in fear. Si Mingyan sized up Zhou Xuanji with interest. No wonder the old ancestor said that he's the most talented. Si Mingyan sighed in his heart. Zhou Xuanji gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. This meant that Zhou Xuanji had already surpassed him. How long had it been? This was terrifying. Any powerful cultivator in the same era as Zhou Xuanji would be a tragedy. So many geniuses had died in Zhou Xuanji's hands. Who would mention them now? If you kill me now, how will you face destiny? You don't even know where destiny is and who is the executor of destiny. I can erase this memory before you attack, Ren Niming said with a smile. Ren Niming said with a smile. He was not angered by Zhou Xuanji, nor was he afraid. Zhou Xuanji smiled and stopped walking. Tell me, what do you want? I'm not very patient, he said. He wanted to see if he could defeat destiny? Could it be any more fake? Did he think that he was the heavenly law that came down to watch a show? Ren Niming stopped smiling and said seriously, My name has already told you the answer. If you are willing to work with me, then follow me to the netherworld now. Zhou Xuanji understood the look in his eyes. It seemed that this guy had been played by destiny before. After some thought, he nodded in agreement. He looked at Xian Daoya and said, This guy is already your subordinate? Ren Niming smiled and said, Don't worry. He can answer whatever you want to ask. Of course you better not kill him. He's still very useful. Xian Daoya sensed Zhou Xuanji's gaze and gave an awkward but polite smile. Qiu Hu coldly snorted and said, Lord, be careful. This fellow loves to scheme against others. Ren Niming glanced at him and asked with a smile, Qiu Hu, what did I plot against you? Back then, I helped you obtain so many treasures and even helped you join the great Emperor Dao court, but what have you ever repaid me for? I just left suddenly and didn't let you find me. Is that a scheme? Have you ever truly looked for me? Do you know if I ran away from you or if I ran into trouble? Have you ever sincerely helped me? Qiu Hu was rendered speechless by his question. Thinking about it, Qiu Hu's ears turned red. Let's go to the netherworld. On the way there, tell me why you want to go there. Zhou Xuanji said, interrupting their conversation. This helped Qiu Hu walk out of his embarrassment. Ren Niming nodded and waved his right hand. A space crack appeared in front of him, and he stepped into it first. Zhou Xuanji stored all the demon god bodies into the Tianxia map, and followed closely behind with Qiu Hu. Xian Daoya and Si Mingyan followed at the back. They began passing through the yin-yang boundary. Your birth mother must have looked for you. Your banishment must have something to do with her. Let's go and find her first. The one who started the trouble should be the one who started it, Ren Niming said casually as he looked down. Why do you know so much about me? Zhou Xuanji asked. Ren Niming looked at him and said with a smile, Since you were born, I have been observing you. You have been hunted since you were young. If not for me, you would not have had it so easy. Think about it. How many times have you been ambushed by Great Zhou's pursuers in Great Zhou? Zhou Xuanji frowned and immediately understood. You are the one who altered the Northern Wilderness people's bloodline? Why did you do that? Ever since the Northern Wilderness people altered the bloodline, there were fewer and fewer great emperors in the world. Even the number of ascenders decreased. To deal with the demonic emperor, of course. If not for what I did, you would have been controlled by the demonic emperor, including your family. If that was the case, the demonic emperor did not even need to do it himself. With just a thought, he could make you all walk up to him and be at his mercy. Ren Niming shrugged his shoulders and replied, I don't like this guy. He was a pitiful worm, weak and petty. If not for him giving up his heart and submitting to fate, how could he have become who he is today? His tone was filled with disdain when he mentioned the demonic emperor. I purposely left behind a rumor to let people know that the person who altered the Northern Wilderness bloodline was surnamed Ran. This was to warn the demonic emperor. This was also the reason why the demonic emperor did not dare to enter the Northern Wilderness again. At this point, Ran Niming burst out in laughter, feeling very carefree. Zhou Xuanji was even more curious about him. This person could play the demonic emperor in the palm of his hand. Could he be a saint? Or could he be like the old immortal and the old beggar, who came from a higher realm? Ren Niming looked at Xian Daoya and said with a smile, This guy is trying to imitate me, which is why there is Daoya old man. But it's a pity that he is not capable enough to control the situation. The biggest difference between me and him is that I will not interfere with you. I give you space to grow while he wants to use you too early. Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly. Too early? You mean you want to use me too? Ran Niming shook his head again and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a passionate gaze. You came from outside the heavenly law. Back then I saw that light clearly. It was I who guided you to be born in the Northern Wilderness region, hoping that you could live a better life and avoid the suffering of the world. But it's a pity that people's hearts are unpredictable. The women in the mortal realm are really cruel. After that, you were thrown into the river, and it was me who moved you to your wife. Your wife's background is not simple. I seized a great serendipity for you in advance, and one day, this serendipity will save your life. Zhou Xuanji frowned and became wary of Ran Niming. This guy had done so many things for him. From the looks of it, wasn't he Ran Niming's chess piece? And that light should be the supreme legendary sword system. Qiu Hu, Si Mingyan and Xian Daoya were silent. They were not surprised because Ran Niming could do it. Qiu Hu and Xian Daoya were supported by him. Back then, the demonic emperor wanted to do it too, but Ran Niming looked down on him. Don't think too much. I don't want you to repay me. I know that as long as you don't die, you will go to a wider world sooner or later. The heavenly law is not your goal. Back then, I helped you because I wanted you to help me defeat destiny. But I did not expect destiny to find you first. This is really interesting. Ran Niming laughed sinisterly. His eyes were filled with extreme murderous intent. Qiu Hu could not help but ask, What did destiny do to you? Chapter 596. Xian Daoya and Si Mingyan also looked at Ran Niming curiously. Si Mingyan didn't know much about Ran Niming, and only felt that he was unfathomable. However, from the conversation just now, this fellow was far more than that. Ran Niming took a deep breath and said, Destiny controls all living beings and everything. The way of heaven is the same. One is in the dark and the other is in the light. Don't you think that the two rules have the same goal? Everyone frowned. This sentence was extremely terrifying. Fate is the heavenly Tao. The supreme, emotionless heavenly Tao had always wanted to control and manipulate all living beings. It nurtured all living beings and decided the life and ending of every living being. The heavenly Tao will subconsciously eliminate existences that pose a threat to itself, but it is unable to eliminate destiny. It even allows destiny to grow. This is the reason why great tribulations occur regularly. It's not that the heavenly Tao is protecting itself, but destiny is weakening the heavenly Tao. As for you, the heavenly laws approve of you and are even willing to let you become a heavenly saint. However, you make destiny feel threatened. So destiny wants to control all life to eliminate you. Destiny is not as honorable as the heavenly laws. It will continuously change the will of all life until it kills you. Speaking of this, Ren Niming sighed. Zhou Xuanji and the others listened in silence. Xian Daoya and Qiu Hu were dumbfounded. All along, they had thought that the heavenly Tao and destiny coexisted. The heavenly Tao was like the main rule, and fate was just a product of karma. I was originally fate, but it's a pity that I wanted to surpass the heavenly Tao and was suppressed by the heavenly Tao. My consciousness was lucky enough to be reincarnated. I originally wanted to regain control of fate, but I didn't expect fate to reject me. From now on, I'm no longer fate, just a mortal wandering the heavens. Ren Niming said something shocking again, and this time, even Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. This kind of rule that was above all living beings could produce a consciousness? Their blood ran cold. Didn't that mean that the heavenly Tao could also have a consciousness? At the same time, they also understood why Ren Niming hated fate so much. This was equivalent to a cultivator being forced to leave his body. When he tried to return to his body, he discovered that his body had given birth to another consciousness that rejected him. What would he think? This feeling was like being possessed. It was even scarier than possession. Possession was at least an enemy, and this kind of situation was similar to schizophrenia. Just as everyone was deep in thought, they entered the netherworld. Ren Niming smiled and said, "You'd better not spread what we just said. Otherwise, all of us will be in trouble." Xian Daoya and Qiu Hu nodded in agreement. They looked at Ren Niming with awe. The person in front of him was an existence of laws that competed against the heavenly Tao. With Niming leading the way, everyone quickly disappeared into the dark horizon. Lady Zhaoxian, dressed in black, sat by the yellow springs. She gazed at the yellow springs, lost in thought. It was like Chang'an the Moon Palace, looking at the mortal world. After a while, 5 figures landed behind her. It was Zhou Xuanji, Qiu Hu, Ren Niming, Xian Daoya, and Si Mingyan. Looking at Lady Zhaoxian's back, Zhou Xuanji's gaze was complicated. He could not forget the look in Lady Zhaoxian's eyes when she threw him into the river. They were filled with reluctance, pain, and deep love. Hundreds of years later, they met again in the netherworld, but the mother and son were estranged by fate. Zhou Xuanji had many questions he wanted to ask, but they were all stuck at the tip of his tongue. He didn't know what to ask. Lady Zhaoxian sensed something and looked back in confusion. Seeing Zhou Xuanji and the others, she was given a big fright and hurriedly got up. She placed her right hand in front of her chest and asked warily, "Who are you?" In her eyes, the aura of a living person was like a sun, giving off light. Zhou Xuanji frowned. She didn't recognize him? Qiu Hu said grumpily, "Your son is right in front of you and you don't recognize him?" They all knew that Lady Zhaoxian had sent a message to Zhou Xuanji's daughter, which meant that she had been secretly observing Zhou Xuanji. Lady Zhaoxian looked at Zhou Xuanji and said in shock, "You're Xuanji." Her eyes widened and she hurriedly walked over to Zhou Xuanji and grabbed his arm as she cried out, "Aya, how did you die so quickly? And you're so big? Could it be that the time between the Yin and Yang realms is really different?" Her words caused everyone to feel quite confused. Ren Niming frowned and looked around. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Mother, do you really not remember? You even went to find my daughter." Lady Zhaoxian cried out in delight. "You have a daughter? Is she pretty? Is your wife pretty? How many women do you have? Are they true to you? Are there any conflicts between the first and second branches? Does the youngest wife often act coquettishly towards you?" Zhou Xuanji felt speechless and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Lady Zhaoxian was exactly the same as in his memories. Apart from that disaster when she was alive, she had always been this carefree and careless in the palace. It was because of this that Emperor Yin of Zhou liked her so much. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji understood. Lady Zhaoxian had always been here, and her memories were most likely only a few years old or even less. She had never thought that Zhou Xuanji would have already grown up. In that case, who was the person who had gone to find Zhou Xiaoxian? As he replied to Lady Zhaoxian, he thought to himself. After hearing about Zhang Shui, Lady Zhaoxian was so moved that her eyes became red. Knowing that there was a girl like her taking care of Zhou Xuanji, she felt much more pleased. When she heard about Xian Xianghua, she had been very worried. But after hearing that Xian Xianghua was willing to risk everything for him, she had smiled. Too few. Find a few more women. Find some ordinary ones as long as they're pretty. They can satisfy you and won't threaten you, Lady Zhaoxian said. Lady Zhaoxian warned, not noticing the strange gazes of the others. Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, Mother, we can talk about these things in the future. I'm in trouble now. Someone is pretending to be you and plotting against me. Hearing this, Lady Zhaoxian's eyes widened and she cried out in shock. Who? At that moment, Ren Niming walked over and said, This is a trap. Prepare to fight. His expression was a bit cold. It had always been him plotting against others, and he hated it the most when others plotted against him. A trap? Everyone was greatly shocked, and even Lady Zhaoxian was given a big fright. Ren Niming, you're as sharp as ever. A voice suddenly sounded out, causing them to look left and right, but they could not find the owner of the voice. The yellow springs started to roil as a majestic figure slowly rose up. It was a Buddha statue that looked like it was made of black iron. It sat on a lotus throne and was 300 meters tall. He floated in the air and opened his eyes, looking incredibly shocked. Ninth Nether Buddha, Qiu Hu said as he gritted his teeth, looking incredibly wary. Ninth Nether Buddha, the master of the netherworld. His status was equivalent to the heavenly saint. As long as the netherworld was not destroyed, he would not die. Of course, his strength was still inferior to the heavenly saint. Did you arrange all of this? Ren Niming asked, his gaze cold. Ninth Nether Buddha first looked at Zhou Xuanji before looking at him and saying, That's not important. This boy threatens the order of the heavenly law and must be eliminated. If you want to help him, this seat will let you reincarnate again. Hearing this, Lady Zhaoxian became terrified and hurriedly knelt down as she cried out, Buddha, don't kill my son. What crimes did he commit? I can atone for him. Chapter 597. Ninth Nether Buddha looked at Lady Zhaoxian and said, His sins are not something you can repay. You are already dead, and your fate with him has come to an end. When he falls, you can also reincarnate and no longer be implicated by him. A bell suddenly rang, resounding throughout the netherworld. The rolling black clouds in the sky parted, and rays of golden light shone down. Ren Niming took a step forward and asked, Ninth Nether Buddha, since you've already defeated us, can you tell us what's going on? Ninth Nether Buddha looked at him and said, That Zhaoxian you speak of is a chess piece that I sent to let Zhou Xuanji know that Zhaoxian is still alive and lure you out. With how you do things, you will definitely use this opportunity to win over Zhou Xuanji and bring him to the netherworld. Ren Niming narrowed his eyes and his face darkened. The others looked at the rays of golden light above them. They all sensed danger. Lady Zhaoxian knew that it was because of her that Zhou Xuanji had come down, and she felt incredibly guilty. She sat on the ground, looking as if she had lost her soul. Zhou Xuanji did not bother to comfort her. He looked up at Ninth Nether Buddha and asked, Were you ordered by destiny? He was very curious as to why the Ninth Nether Buddha was targeting him. Fate is just a rule. Your existence has allowed me to see what might happen in the future. Ninth Nether Buddha replied calmly. He raised his left palm and prepared to attack. The surroundings of the netherworld suddenly changed. It was replaced by a dark void. The Ninth Nether Buddha knew that there would be a huge battle, so he used a barrier to isolate himself from the Yin realm. This way, he could prevent the Yin realm from being destroyed. Ren Niming looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, Looks like it's not as deep as we thought. Destroy him. Even though he will not die as long as the netherworld is not destroyed, every time he dies, his strength will decrease. A strange smile appeared on his face. Ninth Nether Buddha narrowed his eyes, and under his gaze, Zhou Xuanji took out hundreds of swords and unleashed sword sect a mortal ghost sweep, stepping into the sky. Lady Zhaoxian looked at Zhou Xuanji in a daze and instinctively raised her hand to stop him. However, sensing Zhou Xuanji's powerful aura, she could not bring herself to say anything. He's already this strong. Lady Zhaoxian's eyes blurred as she thought to herself. She sank into confusion once more. How much time has passed in the mortal realm? The Ninth Nether Buddha asked. Where did you come from? It was impossible to divine Zhou Xuanji's roots. There were no records of it in the netherworld either. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. In just a few hundred years, he had become so powerful that he could terrify all the worlds in the universe. Zhou Xuanji smiled and immediately activated the primordial chaos sword shadow. 10 billion sword shadows appeared out of thin air, densely packed and occupying the entire void. The sword tips were all pointed at the ninth Nether Buddha. This? Lady Zhao Xian's eyes widened in surprise. This was the first time she had seen such a divine ability. She suddenly understood why the ninth Nether Buddha wanted to take action personally. Xiao! 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 Swoosh! 10 billion sword shadows charged toward the ninth Nether Buddha in unison, shaking the void. It was like countless shooting stars had transformed into a vast ocean that swept out. Amitabha! Ninth Nether Buddhist ancestor chanted, and golden Buddhist runes appeared around him. They spun rapidly, forming a huge golden barrier that blocked the attacks of the primordial chaos sword shadows. The sound of an explosion suddenly rang out, and a bright light shone in the void. Ninth Nether Buddha slightly frowned. He found that he had underestimated Zhou Xuanji. What powerful magic power! That sword! His gaze locked onto the thunderclap sword. It was definitely a Sky Sage level Dharma treasure. Could it be that a heavenly saint was supporting Zhou Xuanji? At this moment, Zhou Xuanji charged over on a river of swords. Ninth Nether Buddha's forehead suddenly split open and a blood-red eye appeared. Countless ghosts flew out, roaring as they rushed towards Zhou Xuanji. Resentment soared to the sky. 10,000 ghosts howl. Zhou Xuanji's expression did not change. Heavenly lightning protected his body, destroying the ghosts one after another. He was unstoppable. He quickly arrived in front of ninth Nether Buddhist ancestor. His eyes were cold as he attacked with sword Dao rules. Bang! The ninth Nether Buddha was directly shattered by the sword Dao rules, and the surrounding golden Buddhist runes dissipated. Even ordinary heavenly saints might not be able to take the 9 extreme divine sword and sword Dao rules head-on, let alone the ninth Nether Buddha, who was only a false sage. This scene moved Lady Zhao Xian, Xian Daoya and Si Mingyan. So powerful. In front of Zhou Xuanji, ninth Nether Buddha couldn't even block a single sword strike? Magic energy surged into Zhou Xuanji's body, and the smile on his face became savage. So what if he was the lord of the underworld? He still couldn't block his sword. Ren Niming smiled and muttered, "Not bad. Looks like there's a lot of hope." What he cared about was Zhou Xuanji's rate of growth. In another 100 years, what kind of strength would Zhou Xuanji have? At that moment, a nether wind swept over from the void, quickly condensing a body. Ninth Nether Buddha once again appeared. This time, his expression was incredibly unsightly. He furiously looked at Zhou Xuanji and said in a low voice, "Just who is standing behind you?" His physical body had actually been destroyed by an existence of reaching heaven state level 5. A crack had appeared on his rock-solid mental state. "I'll give you a chance to kneel and admit your wrongs, or else I'll kill you again and again. Let's see who can last longer," Zhou Xuanji said calmly as he looked at him. Since ninth Nether Buddha wanted to destroy him, he would not give him any face. Ninth Nether Buddha was so angry that he laughed and said coldly, "Do you really think you're invincible?" As he spoke, the space behind him twisted into a vortex and a pair of terrifying red eyes appeared. In front of it, ninth Nether Buddha was as small as an ant. Qiu Hu and the others all looked up, looking at the red eyes that were rapidly growing larger. "What is that?" Si Mingyan muttered to himself, a look of terror in his eyes. Seeing this pair of eyes, their hair stood on end. Even Zhou Xuanji felt this way. That's the eyes of reincarnation. Be careful if you're devoured by it. You'll forever be lost outside of reincarnation. You won't be able to die or be destroyed, but you won't be able to see any hope. Ren Niming's voice sounded out, causing Zhou Xuanji to feel even more wary. Ninth Nether Buddha stared at Zhou Xuanji and said coldly, "I'll give you another chance. If you surrender and I cripple your magic energy, I can give you a chance to live. After your sins are eliminated, you'll have hope of reincarnation." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji laughed. Before, he had said that he was going to kill him, and now he was going to give him a chance to live. Zhou Xuanji activated the Battle Path Flame Soul, and his aura exploded out as he once again slashed out. Sword Dao rules. Sword light flashed out and ninth Nether Buddha's expression fell as he was once again destroyed. The sword chi slammed into the eyes of reincarnation, but it was absorbed by them and disappeared. "Let's retreat for now," Ren Niming called out. The eyes of reincarnation were simply too dangerous, and they had to stay far away from them. Zhou Xuanji did not act rashly and quickly returned to Lady Zhaoxuan's side and left with her. The group tore open space and disappeared without a trace. Just as they left, Ninth Nether Buddha reformed his body. His expression was incredibly dark, and he found it difficult to suppress his fury. The eyes of reincarnation behind him disappeared, fusing with the darkness. Chapter 598. Zhou Xuanji and the others returned to the netherworld. They did not directly leave because Lady Zhaoxian was only a soul. If she left the netherworld, her soul would scatter. Her soul is not simple. It seems to be entangled by some kind of power. Even if it attaches itself to the magical equipment, it cannot leave the netherworld. Ran Niming touched his chin and muttered. He was now very curious about Lady Zhaoxian. He had a feeling that the Ninth Nether Buddha was hiding something. Lady Zhaoxuan's face was pale, and she tightly gripped Zhou Xuanji's wrist as she said, "Son, don't worry about me. You can go." Although Zhou Xuanji was very powerful, the eyes of reincarnation were too terrifying. Together with Ran Niming's description, she did not want to be a burden to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Since you're here, then think of a way to leave together. Don't you want to see your granddaughter?" Lady Zhaoxian hesitated. She indeed wanted to leave, but she did not want to drag Zhou Xuanji down because of her. Zhou Xuanji looked at Ran Niming and said, "What are you waiting for?" He would not revere Ran Niming just because of his identity. The two of them were in a cooperative relationship. So far, other than helping to find Lady Zhaoxian, Ran Niming had not provided any other substantial help. Ran Niming frowned and said, "If that's the case, then let's investigate the secrets of the underworld." Qiuhu asked curiously, "What secret? Could it be that fate is controlling the netherworld?" Xiandaoya closed his eyes and began to calculate with his fingers. Uft! He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Ran Niming looked down at him and said, "How can you predict fate and reincarnation?" Simingen asked, "Does the Ninth Nether Buddha have the support of a heavenly saint?" With the power he displayed, he is no match for Zhou Xuanji at all, but he is still angry. This means that he is fearless, which is illogical. Ran Niming nodded and said, "Seems like we can only go to that place." The look in his eyes deepened. "Where to?" Qiuhu asked curiously. With Zhou Xuanji around, he was not afraid of danger at all. He even felt that Zhou Xuanji already had the power to rival heavenly saints. "Follow me." Ran Niming turned and flew in one direction, and the others could only follow him. On the way, Lady Zhaoxian asked Zhou Xuanji about his experiences growing up. He didn't hide anything and started telling the story from the moment the mother and son separated. Hearing that the empress had died in Zhou Xuanji's hands, Lady Zhaoxian felt delighted and even laughed out loud. However, when she heard that Zhou Xuanji had killed Zhou Yalong when Emperor Yan of Zhou ascended, causing Emperor Yan of Zhou to lose face, her expression became complicated. She could blame many people, but she could not blame Emperor Yan of Zhou. When Emperor Yan of Zhou was in the imperial palace, she had been greatly pampered. For her, Emperor Yan of Zhou could even tolerate Zhou Xuanji killing the empress. She sighed faintly. Zhou Xuanji pretended not to hear and continued. Xiandaoya, Qiuhu and Simingen were also listening. They also wanted to know how Zhou Xuanji had grown. After that, Zhou Xuanji began to sweep across the northern wilderness region and challenged the heavenly hall. He had escaped death time and time again, saved the world time and time again, and came to the Wanshan Great Thousand. Hearing this, they sighed with emotion. It had not been easy for Zhou Xuanji to come this far. It could even be said that he had always been bullied. Now, fate was actually banishing him. How laughable. 6 hours later, they came to the top of a cliff. Ahead of them was a thick fog, and the light was dim. There was not a single ghost within a radius of 100 miles. "What is this place?" Simingen asked curiously. He had been to the netherworld before, but it was too big, and he had not been to many places. Ran Niming replied, "This is the source of the Yellow Springs. New souls are born here, and they follow the river to the 6 paths of reincarnation to be reincarnated. Not everyone had a past life, and some souls were just born. After all, souls would dissipate. If souls only decreased and did not increase, the world would have been deserted long ago." "What are we doing here?" Qiuhu asked. At the same time, he walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down, but he could not see the bottom. Ren Niming looked around and said, "Any soul can be cleansed here, but we must be careful. Perhaps the 9th Nether Buddha is already nearby." Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and the 4 demon gods flew out in different directions, each guarding an area. "What's the price of cleansing a soul?" Lady Zhaoxian asked hesitantly. She felt that everything had its pros and cons. Ren Niming shrugged and said, "Just like reincarnation. Forget your past life, and be a new person in the next life." Lady Zhaoxian heard him and immediately frowned. It had been so difficult for her to see her son, and she was going to reincarnate just like that? Zhou Xuanji did not say anything. He did not want to influence Lady Zhaoxuan's decision. There seems to be some movement from the yellow springs below. Qiuhu suddenly called out, causing Xian Daoya and Si Mingyan to go over to take a look. Ren Niming walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down as he muttered, "Destiny is starting to play tricks." Hearing this, everyone felt a bad premonition. Destiny was incredibly mysterious, and before they did not believe in it. However, after hearing from Ren Niming that destiny had its own consciousness, how could they not be afraid? Boom! The yellow spring suddenly exploded as a massive object rose up from the cliff, stirring up dense fog. Everyone looked over and saw a stone pillar rising up. It was over 300 meters wide, and there were all sorts of runes engraved on it. There were also many talismans stuck on it, and they fluttered in the wind, giving off rustling sounds. "What is this?" Qiuhu looked up at the stone pillar and asked in shock. Ren Niming's expression was complicated as he said, "Yellow Springs pillar, it's a trap." He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and continued to say, "The Yellow Springs pillar is the Netherworld's greatest serendipity, and it only appears once in millions of years. Do you think it appeared because of you?" Zhou Xuanji understood what he meant. Destiny was baiting him. Yellow Springs pillar. It said that if you climb up the Yellow Springs pillar, you can obtain reincarnation power and transcend life and death. Unless the enemy is a heavenly saint, you will never die. What's important is that you can revive anyone you want on the Yellow Springs pillar, Xiandaoya said gloomily, a trace of fear in his eyes. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. This was too goddamned horrifying. Whatever they wanted, it would appear. What's more, it was a serendipity that only appeared once in millions of years. Wasn't this clearly trying to con them? What's more, the temptation was simply too great. Zhou Xuanji looked at Lady Zhaoxian and said, "Are you ready?" Lady Zhaoxian felt quite startled and asked hesitantly, "It's not a trap?" "No matter how big a trap it is, for you I'll go. Moreover, there are traps everywhere we go. We have no other choice," Zhou Xuanji replied. Zhou Xuanji replied. After speaking, he grabbed Lady Zhaoxuan's wrist and pulled her up, flying up the Yellow Springs pillar. Ren Niming and Qiuhu followed closely behind. Si Mingyan pushed Xian Daoya and followed. "Oi oi oi! Are you crazy?" Xian Daoya almost broke down. These were a bunch of madmen. Although he cursed, he still obediently followed, afraid that he would lose them. Chapter 599. The Yellow Springs pillar was very tall, and Zhou Xuanji and the others flew up incredibly quickly. But they soon realized that the Yellow Springs pillar seemed to have no end. "Don't waver. If you stop, you might be consigned to eternal damnation." Ren Niming's voice sounded in everyone's ears, scaring Xian Daoya. The others were very determined. Now that things had come to this, they had no way out. Zhou Xuanji wanted to revive Lady Zhaoxian. Qiuhu swore to follow Zhou Xuanji with his life. Si Mingyan wanted to avenge old ancestor Hongshi. Ren Niming wanted to become Fate again. Only Xian Daoya was lacking in confidence. "I just left the great Emperor Dao court and fell into another trap." Xian Daoya's liver hurt, and his heart was full of regret. After flying for an unknown period of time, Zhou Xuanji suddenly broke through a formless barrier. Following this, their surroundings changed, and they came to a starry sky. There was a stone stage in front of them, and there was a rainbow light around it. Lady Zhaoxian was extremely nervous. She carefully looked around, afraid that 9th Nether Buddha would launch another surprise attack. Soon they all landed on the stone platform. "Be careful," Ren Niming reminded. Everyone scattered at the edge of the stone platform, being cautious. The stone platform was not big, only about 5 feet in radius. There was nothing on the stone platform, it was empty. The seven-colored light around the stone platform was still swirling freely like a phantom. Where is the reincarnation power? Qiuhu asked. He could not see anything, nor could he use his divine sense to capture anything. Ran Niming also walked on the edge of the stone platform and did not answer. Crack. The sound of a mechanism activating rang out, and a stone pillar with a diameter of 0.5 meter rose from the center of the stone platform. The surface of the stone pillar began to peel off, and soon, a stone statue was revealed. This stone statue was very strange. It looked like a monkey. Zhou Xuanji frowned immediately. Why did he feel that this stone monkey looked so much like the primordial ancestor statue? He instantly thought of many possibilities. He subconsciously reached out to touch his eyes. Don't tell me that time was also. Zhou Xuanji felt a chill down his spine, and his entire body gave off a dangerous aura. Ren Niming noticed his expression and said, "Don't think too much about it. It's fate when seemingly impossible things are connected." Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and nodded slightly. The stone monkey suddenly opened its eyes and said, "Do you guys want to accept the test of reincarnation?" As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. "Who are you?" Xian Daoya asked nervously. The others were also ready to fight. The stone monkey didn't reply. It just stared with a pair of empty eyes. Ren Niming looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Do you dare to go up?" Zhou Xuanji immediately walked up to the stone monkey. He looked at it and asked, "If I accept the reincarnation power, can I revive people?" The others were also secretly nervous. "Sure, but you need to pay a price." The stone monkey replied, its voice cold and emotionless. Hearing this, Lady Zhaoxian hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "What price?" Her hands were clenched so tightly that her palms were sweating. The stone monkey said, "In order to revive you, countless living beings in the 10,000 worlds will have to be sacrificed." Lady Zhaoxian widened her beautiful eyes and scolded, "Are you joking? Are you really a god?" The expressions of the others became strange. Qiuhu spat on the stone monkey's face and cursed, "You dog, so you were waiting for us here." If Zhou Xuanji agreed, countless creatures would die because of him, and they would definitely take revenge on him. "I see." Xian Daoya's expression was complicated as he gloomily sighed. Lady Zhaoxian hurriedly grabbed Zhou Xuanji's hand and said with a trembling voice, "Xuanji, you can't agree." On the way, she had already understood Zhou Xuanji's situation. This was definitely Destiny's scheme. Ren Niming sighed. "You're even more ruthless than me." He suddenly felt quite fearful towards Destiny. Now, Destiny did not fear the heavenly law and did whatever it wanted. Si Mingyan looked at Zhou Xuanji and reminded him, "If you agree, the heavenly saints will have a legitimate reason to get rid of you. No matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to defeat all of the heavenly saints working together." Zhou Xuanji frowned and remained silent. Qiuhu asked Ren Niming, "Is there no other way?" Ren Niming sighed and said, "That is to enter the Yellow Springs source. I now understand that her soul was bound by Destiny's power. Even if we give up on this opportunity, we will encounter the same situation in the future." This was how terrifying Destiny was. It could change everything without anyone knowing. When Destiny toyed with you, it would often be something that you did not expect. Could it be Destiny? Xian Daoya asked suspiciously. If the stone monkey was Destiny, would it be an opportunity to act now? The stone monkey replied, "I am the will of reincarnation. Destiny is ethereal. You have cultivated to this day. Do you still not understand?" Qiuhu and Xian Daoya rolled their eyes at it. "Idiot. It would be devoured by Destiny sooner or later." Ran Niming looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "The choice is right in front of you and you will have to face it sooner or later. I must tell you that even if you don't choose now, the world will deal with you in the future. They will act against you for various reasons that they hate you. In front of Destiny, there is no justice or reason." Zhou Xuanji understood this, but he did not know how many living beings would die. He was fighting for his life, but what about those innocent living beings? What he was most afraid of was that if he really did this, Destiny would force him to choose between Lady Zhaoxian, Jiang Shui, and Zhou Xiaoxian. When that time came, who would he give up on? If he gave up on Lady Zhaoxian, what would his decision be? If he gave up on Jiang Shui, why would he fight? The two of them could just die together. Zhou Xuanji, do you really want to harm the world for someone who has already died? Ninth Nether Buddha's voice suddenly sounded out as he appeared in the starry sky to the east of the stone stage. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand and the thunderclap sword shot out, blasting apart Ninth Nether Buddha. His expression was cold and his black hair was somewhat messy. His heart had never been in such chaos before. Son, thank you for your good intentions. Lady Zhao Xian sighed and slowly retreated. Zhou Xuanji said coldly, I won't allow your soul to dissipate. You've already abandoned me once. Do you want to do it again? Don't use death as an excuse. If it was me, even if I died, I would think of a way to return to the world of the living to protect my daughter. Lady Zhao Xian felt as if she had been struck by lightning and stood there, her eyes becoming red. She did not feel wronged and was instead filled with regret. She hated herself for staring at the yellow springs in a daze all these years. She hated herself for being useless. Back then, if she had diligently cultivated with Daoya old man, she would not have allowed Zhou Xuanji to grow up alone. Zhou Xuanji walked over to the stone monkey and took out the Great Brilliant Sky and History Asunder sword. He used the Great Brilliant Sky to gather all of the fate in the Lotus world, and at the same time he sent immortal energy into the History Asunder sword. A sword that can cut through the river of history. I wonder if you can cut through destiny. Chapter 600. Bang! The sword chi flashed past the stone monkey and rushed into the depths of the starry sky. Zhou Xuanji maintained his posture of swinging his sword and looked at the stone monkey quietly. Lady Zhao Xian, Qiu Hu Xian Daoya, Si Mengyan, and Ren Niming all looked at the stone monkey. Although they did not understand why Zhou Xuanji had attacked, they believed that Zhou Xuanji was not doing it out of impulse. The stone monkey didn't shatter. Instead, it trembled intensely. Ah! The stone monkey suddenly let out a strange scream. A black shadow flew out from the stone monkey's body and rapidly exploded. Zhou Xuanji put down his two swords and asked, What's the price for reviving her? The stone monkey replied in a daze, consuming 10,000 years of lifespan. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhou Xuanji smiled. As expected of the sword that cut through the river of history, he severed the stone monkey's past, removing the influence that fate had on the stone monkey. The stone monkey naturally returned to normal. Sure. Zhou Xuanji stored his swords and waited for the stone monkey to take effect. The stone monkey opened its mouth and a beam of light shot out, shining on Lady Zhaoxuan's body. Immediately after, Lady Zhaoxuan's vitality was restored at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her appearance did not seem to have changed, but she was no longer a soul, but a physical body. Lady Zhaoxian looked at her in surprise. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. She looked back at Zhou Xuanji apologetically. Apart from giving birth to Zhou Xuanji, she did not fulfill any of the responsibilities that a mother should have. Zhou Xuanji smiled at her and said, Come, let's meet your granddaughter. Lady Zhaoxian was taken aback for a moment before she hurried over. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand and sent her into the world of the 24-ranked Deep Black Lotus. He then brought her to Daoya old man, who would arrange for them to meet. Where did this sword come from? Xian Daoya looked at Zhou Xuanji fearfully and asked with a trembling voice. Even fate could be severed? Qiu Hu and Si Mengyan also looked at Zhou Xuanji in confusion. Only Ren Niming had a smile on his face. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, From me. He looked at the stone monkey and asked, How do I inherit the reincarnation force? After getting rid of the influence of fate, it was time for him to look for opportunities for himself. He wanted to become stronger, strong enough to defeat fate. The stone monkey opened its mouth and spat out a piece of white jade. It flew to Zhou Xuanji and said, Swallow it, and you will have the power of reincarnation. Qiu Hu felt disgusted. Ren Niming stepped forward, crushed the white jade and said with a smile, All right, it's about time to go back. The goal of this trip was to revive Lady Zhaoxian. Since he had already done it, he could not allow Zhou Xuanji to fall into his trap again. Qiu Hu and the others came over and let out sighs of relief. Go back? Where do you want to go? The stone monkey suddenly let out a shrill cry, causing everyone to retreat. The stone monkey trembled intensely, and a strange blood chi circled around its body. Fate can't be reversed. Otherworldly beings must be eliminated. The stone monkey screamed at the top of its lungs. It was extremely terrifying, causing Qiuhu to have goosebumps. "Leave quickly," Ren Niming said in a deep voice. After that, he took the lead to fly off the stone platform. The others followed closely behind, flying down the Yellow Springs pillar. Soon they arrived at the netherworld. Xiandaoya heaved a sigh of relief and shouted, "It was too dangerous. Can we not be so rash?" The moment he faced fate, he felt as though his soul was about to leave his body. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless, but he was glad in his heart that he still had the History Asunder sword. "Oh no! Everyone be careful!" Ren Niming cried out suddenly. Zhou Xuanji looked back instinctively and saw a gigantic shadow descending from the sky. Before he could get a clear look at the black shadow, he was knocked unconscious by the impact. Sometime later, Zhou Xuanji gradually regained consciousness. He felt that he was submerged in seawater. He opened his eyes slowly, and a pale face appeared before him. The face had a pair of bloodshot eyes, which was extremely horrifying. He instinctively slashed with his hand like a saber. The ghost escaped quickly and disappeared into the seawater. "Where am I?" Zhou Xuanji frowned and looked around blankly. He immediately flew up. Boom! He flew out of the sea, and what entered his eyes was a dark world and a thick fog. The netherworld. So it was the Yellow Springs below. What's going on? Zhou Xuanji tried his best to recall what happened and could only feel a splitting headache. He saw a cliff ahead, which was faintly discernible in the fog. He flew toward that direction. A few breaths later, he stopped suddenly and was shocked. There were two silhouettes on the cliff. One of them was Xiandaoya. He was lifted up high by a sinister shadow and could not make a sound. He could only kick with all his might. Zhou Xuanji took out the thunderclap sword straightaway and used ranged sword propelling. Swoosh! The thunderclap sword arrived before the shadow as though it teleported. It pierced through the shadow and disappeared into the horizon. The shadow did not explode but opened its mouth and swallowed Xiandaoya. He turned around and looked at Zhou Xuanji, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes. In the dark netherworld, the Yellow Springs surged. The two looked at each other from a distance. Their eyes met, and Zhou Xuanji saw the murderous intent in his eyes. An extremely intense murderous intent. "Who are you?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a deep voice. The thunderclap sword returned to his hand. The shadow hunched his back like a beast and said coldly, "Zhou Xuanji, you should not exist. Your existence is the greatest stain. You must die." He ferociously leapt up and rushed towards Zhou Xuanji. A pair of sky-covering black wings appeared on his back, and they were countless kilometers long. Zhou Xuanji used sword Dao rules and slashed out. Boom! The two terrifying powers collided, destroying everything. The Yellow Springs caved in from the pressure, and massive waves surged out from the edges. Zhou Xuanji was sent flying back by the shadow. He used the thunderclap sword to block the shadow's sharp claws. Looking at it from a close distance, he suddenly felt that the shadow's face was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. He immediately exploded out with his aura and forced the shadow back. He took out all of his swords and used Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Sweep. How did this thing appear? Sovereign Xian cried out in terror, sounding as if the sky was going to collapse. Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart, "Who is he?" Dao Lord Xintian replied, "Overlord Saint." He was also the earliest sage. Zhou Xuanji's pupils constricted. He had thought that the other party was formed by destiny, and had never thought that it would be the Overlord Saint. Wait, the Overlord Saint was also expelled by destiny. Could it be? The Shadow Overlord Saint charged over with a roar. He flapped his wings and countless black raindrops swept toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji immediately dodged. He could sense that the black raindrops were extremely dangerous and could not be blocked head-on. He quickly flew toward the horizon and communicated with the souls in his heart. The shadow he encountered when he came down from the Yellow Springs was the Overlord Saint? Then why did this guy not kill him before? At this moment, Zhou Xuanji's eyes burned with passion. An unimaginable itch made him blink continuously. He could sense a majestic power about to burst out from his eyes. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 601. Zhou Xuanji endured the discomfort in his eyes and flew at full speed. Every time an Overlord Sage caught up to him, He would use sword Dao Law to send him flying. Why can't we kill this guy? Zhou Xuanji tightly frowned. Facing an overlord saint, he felt helpless. Even the strongest sword Dao rules and the thunderclap sword were unable to completely kill an overlord sage. Even if they pierced through the black shadow, it would recover in an extremely short amount of time. He is far from his peak condition. It seems that he suffered some kind of torture and ended up like this. Dao Lord Xiantian sighed. Back then the overlord saint was so mighty, looking down on all the worlds. Zhou Xuanji was not in the mood to sympathize with the overlord saint. He was only thinking about how to destroy this fellow. He wondered how Qiu Hu and the others were. Could they have been eaten by the overlord saint like Xian Daoya? At this moment, a figure of light suddenly descended from the dark sky ahead. The silhouette flew over quickly, passing by Zhou Xuanji and charging toward the overlord saint. Boom! The two fists collided, and the ground below collapsed. The yellow springs surged, and hurricanes howled in all directions. Zhou Xuanji stopped and looked back with a deep frown. Who was that? The light figure and the overlord saint began to fight fiercely. One was light and the other was dark. Their punches and kicks were extremely fast, and all kinds of divine abilities were unleashed. The scene was extremely spectacular. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt that the silhouette was somewhat familiar. Soon his expression changed. It was actually him. This light figure suddenly turned out to be Yang Di. Back then in the northern wilderness region, Yang Di left with the heavenly law stone in order to pursue power. Unexpectedly, he was still alive. Zhou Xuanji quickly understood. Sunlight Emperor represented the way of heaven, while Overlord Saint represented destiny. This was a battle between two rules. Is he still him? Zhou Xuanji felt quite curious. The current Yang Di was incredibly powerful and domineering, and he had regained the prestige of being number one in the northern wilderness. Even in the face of the Overlord Saint, Sunlight Emperor had the upper hand. A figure appeared beside Zhou Xuanji. It was Ren Niming. He looked at the great battle in front of him and said in bewilderment, "The incarnation of the heavenly Tao. Strange, why would he appear here? Is this the netherworld?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and asked, "What do you mean? Isn't it the heavenly Tao's doing?" Ren Niming shook his head and said, "The underworld is under the control of reincarnation. The heavenly way has no consciousness and will not forcefully interfere with reincarnation. I'm afraid this guy came here on his own will." Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Was Sunlight Emperor here to save him? He felt a little strange. Thinking about it carefully, he realized that he didn't have a deep friendship with Sunlight Emperor. Let's leave first. Zhou Xuanji had no objections. He could tell that Sunlight Emperor was stalling for time. After he left, the Overlord Saint would most likely disappear. The two of them quickly left. They did not immediately leave the underworld. Instead, they went to find Qiu Hu and Si Mingyan. As for Xian Daoya, Ren Niming smiled and said, "Don't worry about him. He's just a soul, and he has many tricks up his sleeves. It won't be easy to kill him." Zhou Xuanji nodded lightly and asked, "What's going on? Is the Overlord Sage an arrangement of fate?" Ren Niming said, "That should be the case. The Overlord Sage's mind is no longer clear. Fate might have changed his will, making him hate you. In the future, there will probably be even more experts who will chase after you in a frenzy, because quite a few living beings have been devoured by fate." Zhou Xuanji inwardly sighed. It seemed that destiny had gone crazy. She was desperate to take revenge on him. Damn it. Inside the Lotus World, Jiang Shui, Zhou Xiaoxian, Lady Xiaoxian, and Daoya Old Man gathered in a pavilion. Daoya Old Man was so excited that his face turned red. He drank a pot of wine and said excitedly, "Shinner, you're finally back. How have you been in the netherworld all these years?" Jiang Shui looked very uneasy. After all, this was Zhou Xuanji's mother. Zhou Xiaoxian was not nervous. Instead, she was very curious. Lady Xiaoxian shook her head and smiled. "I felt that only 2 or 3 years had passed down there. It was very magical." She looked at Jiang Shui and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous. I'm very grateful to you. If you didn't take Xuanji in when he was young, I'm afraid we wouldn't have the chance to meet again." Jiang Shui's face blushed when she heard that. She quickly shook her head and said, "That was all a coincidence. Even without me, he would still be able to survive. On the contrary, it was because of his protection that I was able to survive until today. PFFF. Zhou Xiaoxian covered her mouth and giggled, which made Jiang Shui glare at her. Daoya old man laughed along. Lady Xiaoxian began to ask Zhou Xiaoxian and Jiang Shui about all sorts of trivial matters, and the three women quickly became familiar with each other. After a while, Zhou Xiaoxian asked curiously, "Grandma, how did you find me last time?" Lady Xiaoxian sighed and said, "That wasn't me." She told them about Ninth Nether Buddhist scheme, and the three of them opened their eyes wide. The Netherworld Lord had schemed against Zhou Xuanji like this. "How's Xuanji doing now?" Jiang Shui asked anxiously. Daoya old man wanted to divine Zhou Xuanji's condition, but was afraid of being devoured. Lady Xiaoxian shook her head and sighed. "I can't help him. I'm ashamed to be a mother." Just when Zhou Xiaoxian was about to speak, she suddenly felt an itch in her eyes. She rubbed them with her hands. The more she rubbed, the more itchy it became. The Netherworld. Zhou Xuanji and Ren Niming found Qiu Hu and Si Mingyan. Both of them were heavily injured. "That guy is the Overlord Saint? He almost killed me." Qiu Hu cursed. Qiu Hu cursed. He was in a bad mood. After all, they were ambushed and not defeated in a direct battle. Of course, if they were to fight head-on, he would not be a match for the Overlord Saint. Si Mingyan looked at Ren Niming and asked, "What do we do next?" Ren Niming had said that he would lead them to kill Heavenly Venerate Xian Tai. However, up until now, they had not done anything against Heavenly Venerate Xian Tai. "I'll return to the Yang realm and hunt down Heavenly Lord Xian Tai." Ren Niming's eyes flickered, and he said in a sonorous voice. Qiu Hu was stunned. Hunting heavenly saints? Was he crazy? Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and said, "You think I can kill saints now?" Ren Niming smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have another way." Having said that, the crowd did not pursue the matter any further and prepared to leave with him. Boom! A beam of light descended from the sky and landed between them. Its powerful aura forced Qiu Hu and Si Mingyan to retreat. It was Sunlight Emperor. His face and posture were the same as before, but his body shone with golden light like the sun. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "Zhou Xuanji, who is targeting you? Why did you save me?" Zhou Xuanji asked instead. He would feel uncomfortable if he didn't clarify this point. "Back then, in the Northern Wilderness region, you saved the Northern Wilderness region many times. I was useless and I let the people of the world down. I also owe you my life. Now that I'm helping you, it's to return the favor," Sunlight Emperor replied. His expression was cold, and he was even more silent than before. He gave off the aura of the heavenly law being merciless. Ren Niming looked at him and said profoundly, "You won't have a good ending in your current state. Your will be devoured sooner or later, and you will become a puppet of the heavenly law. It will be the same as dying." Sunlight Emperor was not frightened and remained calm as he said, "That's why I'm helping him. If I'm any later, it will be difficult to return the favor." Chapter 602. What are your plans for the future? Zhou Xuanji asked Sunlight Emperor. No matter what his relationship with Sunlight Emperor was like before, he now felt that Sunlight Emperor was quite pleasing to the eye. Back then, Sunlight Emperor had many chances to kill him, but he failed. It couldn't be said that he underestimated his opponent. It could only be said that he was very arrogant. However, when faced with an undefeatable enemy, he would be a little timid. Sunlight Emperor replied, "You don't have to sympathize with me. I didn't die. I just turned into the way of heaven." He had a proud look on his face. The heavenly Tao was the highest existence. At that time, he would become a truly invincible existence. Zhou Xuanji was silent. Qiu Hu could not help but say, "You don't even have a consciousness. What's the point of becoming the heavenly Tao?" Sunlight Emperor asked back, "What are you spending your whole life for?" Qiu Hu was stunned. He had never thought about this. The reason why he cultivated was because he wanted to be free. Everyone has their own ambitions. There's nothing much to say. Si Mingyan shook his head. He did not despise or agree with Sunlight Emperor's decision. After saying that, Sunlight Emperor leaped up and flew above the clouds. Zhou Xuanji and the others entered the void and jumped into the Wanshan Great Thousand. They landed in a wood. Ren Niming said, "You guys wait here first. I'll go make a plan." Don't leave and wait for me to come back." With that he left. Qiuhu sat on the ground and leaned against a tree. He sighed and said, "I can finally rest." Si Mengyan walked to the side and sat down to rest. Zhou Xuanji took out Demon God Tianwu and Demon God Nanming and said, "I'm going back to my magic treasure world to have a look." Then he entered the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. As soon as he disappeared, the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus appeared. Qiuhu and Si Mengyan looked curiously at the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus and praised it in their hearts. Zhou Xuanji quickly found Jiang Shui and the others. At this moment they were in the house and the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Zhou Xuanji appeared behind Jiang Shui and saw Zhou Xiaoxian lying on the bed. Her face was covered in cold sweat. He asked, "What's going on?" The moment he spoke, Jiang Shui, Lady Zhaoxian, and Huang Lianxin jumped in fright. He quickly walked to the bedside and examined Zhou Xiaoxian. She said her eyes were itchy, and then she suddenly fainted. Jiang Shui said nervously, which made Zhou Xuanji frown. "Itchy eyes?" His eyes had been itchy before, but he did not know when it had disappeared. Why did Zhou Xiaoxuan's eyes itch? His eyes had mutated after giving birth to Zhou Xiaoxian. If there was a chain reaction, it should be Xian Xianghua. He used his divine sense to examine Zhou Xiaoxian. He discovered that Zhou Xiaoxuan's eyes contained a terrifying power. It was completely different from his eyes. "What's that?" Zhou Xuanji frowned even more. He did not know why, but he felt a little uneasy, because he felt that this power was somewhat familiar. "I seem to have seen it somewhere before." He took out the Holy Light Redemption Sword to heal Zhou Xiaoxian. After a while, Zhou Xiaoxian woke up. She opened her eyes and saw Zhou Xuanji. Her gaze was hazy as she muttered, "Father, I had a nightmare. I'm so scared." Zhou Xuanji wiped the cold sweat off her forehead and asked gently, "What nightmare?" "Since it's a nightmare, it must be fake." Seeing Zhou Xiaoxian like this, he suddenly felt sorry for her. It had been a long time since he felt so sorry for her. This girl was always laughing and joking just like a boy. He rarely cared about what she was thinking. Unknowingly, he realized that he no longer understood her. "I dreamed that you died. Mother and grand teacher also died. There were corpses everywhere, and only I was left." Zhou Xiaoxuan's eyes turned red as she spoke. She thought of a terrifying possibility, and the more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. The old immortal had said that she had a mysterious power. Adding on the fact that Zhou Xuanji was being targeted by destiny, she could not help but overthink. Jiang Shui and the other two girls' expressions changed. They had also thought of that possibility. Zhou Xuanji looked calm and said with a smile, "Silly girl, your father is so powerful. How could he die? Don't overthink. Even if you want to kill me, you can't do it." Seeing that there was no change in his expression, Zhou Xiaoxuan's uneasy heart calmed down. "My eyes also contain some power, but this power might attract enemies outside of the heavenly law. They are even more terrifying than destiny. But I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of?" Zhou Xuanji hooked Zhou Xiaoxuan's nose and smiled. Zhou Xiaoxian looked at his violet eyes and smiled. Indeed, no matter how she looked at it, Zhou Xuanji's eyes were more dangerous than hers. Zhou Xuanji got up and said to Jiang Shui, "For the time being, be careful, even in the Lotus world. I still have to deal with Heavenly Lord Xian Tai. If there's any problem with Xiaoxian, just call me. I can sense it." Jiang Shui nodded. She took a step forward and asked with concern, "Are you really okay? If not, you can bring us out of the heavenly law's range. Even if death is unknown, we can die together. There's no need to kill each other." Destiny was ethereal. Who knew how it would control them? Jiang Shui did not want to hurt Zhou Xuanji one day. Zhou Xuanji smiled confidently. "Don't worry, it's not to that extent yet." In the demonic world, on a tall mountain that reached the clouds, Xian Xianghua, who was dressed in a black robe, sat on a throne. Her face was veiled, and her posture was frivolous and domineering. Following her gaze, there were countless evil spirits crawling on the ground. They were densely packed together, stretching to the ends of the earth in all directions. The demon lord is unparalleled, as high as the heavens. The demon lord is unparalleled, as high as the heavens. The demon lord is unparalleled, as high as the heavens. Countless demons cried out in unison, and their voices shook the sea of clouds. Xian Xianghua's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. She had finally reached the pinnacle of power. She began to laugh out loud. Her laughter intertwined with the demon's cries, making the entire demon realm even more horrifying. A long while later, the demons dispersed. Xian Xianghua sat on the throne alone and contemplated as she looked at the demon realm. Suddenly, a silhouette descended from the sky and landed in front of her. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe. He had sharp eyebrows, hawk-like eyes, broad shoulders, and an indifferent expression. "I am Yu Xuanzong, a heavenly saint. I will give you an opportunity to become a heavenly saint. Are you willing to do it?" The black-robed man spoke with an irrefutable tone. "Heavenly saint." Xian Xianghua frowned slightly and got up. "What opportunity?" she asked softly. It was her first time meeting a heavenly saint. Although she was arrogant, she knew that she was no match for a heavenly saint. Wanshan Great Thousand Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji has 2 heavenly law violet qi. As the new lord of the demon realm, are you willing to deal with Zhou Xuanji? Yu Xuanzong said slowly. He stared into Xian Xianghua's eyes as though he wanted to see through her thoughts. Xian Xianghua asked with squinted eyes. "Zhou Xuanji? I've heard of him. He's so powerful. If I deal with him, won't I be seeking death?" Yu Xuanzong flicked his sleeves and turned around. With his back facing Xian Xianghua, he said, "I have already found many saint contenders. When the time comes, you guys can work together to deal with Zhou Xuanji. Kill Zhou Xuanji first, then fight for the heavenly law violet qi fairly. Before that, I will think of a way to trap Zhou Xuanji." Chapter 603. Since you are a heavenly saint, you must be more powerful than Zhou Xuanji. Why don't you do it yourself? Xian Xianghua asked, pretending to be hesitant. Yu Xuanzong coldly harumphed and said, "Heavenly saints naturally cannot participate in mortal matters, and I should not have interfered in the fight for the heavenly law violet qi. However, Zhou Xuanji is different. He does not belong to the heavenly law, and his background is mysterious. If he becomes a saint, he might destroy the order of the heavenly law. You are not only fighting for opportunities for yourselves but also saving the heavenly law and all beings. Not everyone is qualified to participate. Only the rulers of the realms can participate." He sounded a little impatient. As a heavenly saint, he looked down on all living beings. If it weren't for the fact that this matter was troublesome, he wouldn't have come looking for Xian Xianghua. He had seen the scene of Xian Xianghua commanding the group of devils. In his eyes, this woman was just lucky. She had devoured the demonic realm heart and seized the opportunity when the demonic ancestor was missing. If it was before, it would have been impossible for this woman to see him. Xian Xianghua was still a little hesitant and asked, "You know us saint contenders very well. Are you sure we can kill Zhou Xuanji?" She was a little puzzled. Shouldn't the heavenly saint be omniscient? Yu Xuanzong did not know about her relationship with Zhou Xuanji. Yu Xuanzong said coldly, "Do I need to understand you? If you die, then it means that your fates are fated to end here. Wait for my command." With that, Yu Xianzong disappeared on the spot. He wasn't the real body, just a wisp of consciousness. The same thing happened in other realms. The Wanshan Great Thousand, the demon world, and the demon world were not under his control. Coupled with the recent chaos of fate, Yu Xuanzong was unable to divine the demon world and the Wanshan Great Thousand. He had never thought that Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua would have such a close relationship. He had read up on Zhou Xuanji. He had become the most powerful being in the Wanshan Great Thousand at the age of 300. Such a being should have been cultivating hard. How could the new demon realm lord be his old lover? Although the heavenly saints were powerful, they could not predict everything. If Reverend Daojing was here, it would be fine. He could communicate with Reverend Daojing. Every heavenly saint had a strong sense of dominance over their own territory, and did not allow other heavenly saints to interfere. It was not just Grandmaster Yuxuan. The other heavenly saints did not know about the relationship between Xian Xianghua and Zhou Xuanji. "Zhou Xuanji, what are you up to this time?" Xian Xianghua looked at the dark sky and thought to herself. She was very curious about how powerful Zhou Xuanji was to force the heavenly saint to act. After Zhou Xuanji returned to Wanshan Great Thousand, Ren Niming had not returned yet. He sat on the grass and began to chat with Si Mengyan. He had wanted to ask about the relationship between Si Mengyan and Patriarch Hongshi. Si Mengyan did not hide anything and told Zhou Xuanji about the nurturing opportunities that old ancestor Hongshi had set for Zhou Xuanji. Old ancestor Hongshi's attention to him was no less than how venerable Daojing doted on him. After Zhou Xuanji heard about it, he felt quite amazed. It turned out that the heavenly saint, who was in a hurry, thought so highly of him. Unfortunately, old ancestor Hongshi had perished before they could even sit down and have a chat. What a pity. You want to avenge old ancestor Hongshi, but are you sure that it was Heavenly Lord Xiantai who killed him? They fought before, so it should be hard to tell who's stronger. Zhou Xuanji asked. He remembered that the old immortals said that the heavenly saints were almost immortal because they had the support of the heavenly law. Even if they were both heavenly saints, it would be very difficult for them to kill each other. Under normal circumstances, at least 2 heavenly saints had to work together to kill a saint. Si Mengyan shook his head and said, I can be sure of at least one. Anyway, it was almost certain that Heavenly Lord Xiantai was the murderer. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He was filled with murderous intent toward Heavenly Lord Xiantai too. This guy wanted to kill him, so he had to take revenge. After that, the two chatted for a while more before continuing to cultivate. Ren Niming came back sometime later. Zhou Xuanji began traveling between the 2 worlds. He spent most of his time teaching his disciples in the Lotus world. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 362 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained 9 extreme 3 clear Tai Chi sword. Sword fusion technique. Zhou Xuanji, who was accompanying Zhou Shaoxian on the mountain, was interrupted by the sword spirit's voice. He squinted his eyes. Finally, another 9 extreme legendary sword came. Soon the legendary sword's information appeared before his eyes. Sword name. 3 clear Tai Chi sword grade. 9 extreme description. The heavenly law has 3 Qi, which are Yuqing, Shangqing, and Tai Qing. When the 3 Qi combine and fuse into Tai Chi, it can suppress a saint. To use this sword, one needs to be at least connecting heaven level 10. One needs to be at connecting heaven level 10 again. With the Saint Slayer sword, when he reaches connecting heaven level 10, he will be invincible among the heavenly saints. He was in a good mood and began to inherit the sword fusion technique. The sword fusion technique was the standard divine ability that the supreme legendary sword system provided to him. As the name suggested, he could fuse the legendary swords into his body, and he could control the ability to fuse the legendary swords. How many legendary swords he could fuse depended on how much his body could withstand. If he could withstand too many powerful legendary swords, his body would explode and he would die. Great divine ability! Zhou Xuanji was very happy. This meant that the more legendary swords he had, the more powerful he would be. How could he not be happy? Father, what are you laughing at? Zhou Shaoxian asked as she trained. Ever since her eyes started to itch, her cultivation speed increased tremendously. Her understanding of the sword's way changed too. Sometimes, Zhou Xuanji even suspected that she had obtained a supreme legendary sword system. Of course, her comprehension was only limited to this. She could not conjure many swords out of nowhere. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said, "It's none of your business. Focus on your training." Zhou Shaoxian curled her lip and continued her training. After learning the sword fusion technique, Zhou Xuanji became more confident in his battle against Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Half a year later, Ren Niming finally returned. After Zhou Xuanji heard about it through his clone, he immediately returned to Wanshan Great Thousand. "I have already contacted a heavenly saint. We will work together to deal with Heavenly Lord Xiantai," Ren Niming said with a smile, which made Qiuhu open his eyes wide. Just how big was this guy's wrist? He can even contact a heavenly saint. Which heavenly saint? Zhou Xuanji asked. Ren Niming replied, "Barbarian god Huang Luo." He wanted to take the path of an overlord saint. After seeing the outcome of an overlord saint, he changed to the path of a heavenly saint. He is ranked top 3 among the heavenly saints, but in a one-on-one battle, he cannot kill Heavenly Lord Xiantai alone. You will be the one to do it. Your thunderclap sword contains the heavenly law's lightning punishment. which is extremely destructive to heavenly saints. However, a battle between heavenly saints is extremely dangerous. Before that, we must make your cultivation as powerful as possible. Barbarian god Huangluo. It was Zhou Xuanji's first time hearing this name. He asked hesitantly, "Will Barbarian god Huangluo deal with me?" After all, he had 2 heavenly law violet qi. As for handing over the heavenly law violet qi, it was impossible. These 2 heavenly law violet qi were entrusted to him by the heavenly saint. There was no reason for him to hand them over unless he was willing. Ren Niming smiled evilly and said, "If he wants to deal with us, we will think of a way to deal with him." Chapter 604. Where are we going now? Qiuhu asked, his tone filled with anticipation. If Zhou Xuanji could kill a saint, it would be more and more likely for him to become a saint. If he could defeat destiny one day, Zhou Xuanji would be the most powerful existence under the heavenly law. At that time, he would also rise to the heavens along with them. Just thinking about it made him excited. Ren Niming smiled mysteriously and said, "The void." After saying that, he took the lead and soared into the sky, and the others followed closely behind. During the flight, Si Mingyan curiously asked Ren Niming about his relationship with barbarian god Huangluo. Ren Niming didn't hide anything. A long time ago, when there were no heavenly saints, he had once saved barbarian god Huangluo and taught him to become stronger. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was actually the teacher of barbarian god Huangluo, the teacher of heavenly saint. But this matter would damage barbarian god Huangluo's reputation, so he did not announce it, and barbarian god Huangluo did not mention it either. Tsk, the heavenly saint is really stingy. Qiuhu shook his head and sighed. He never had much respect for the heavenly saints. After all, he was of the same generation as the heavenly saints and was even the senior of some of them. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Who is the strongest among the heavenly saints?" So far, he only knew about the 6 sages. They were Reverend Daojing, Old Ancestor Hongshi, Heavenly Lord Xiantai, Buddha Yangling, and Barbarian God Huangluo. As for the 4 saints, they had yet to appear in his line of sight. It should be Shang Tiandao. You should know his arrogance just by hearing his name. Ren Niming said without hesitation. Si Mingyan's eyelids twitched as he asked, "Isn't this name taboo?" Ren Niming said meaningfully. He did at first, but he overcame it. This sentence contained a lot of deep meaning. Could it be that the Shang Tiandao was so powerful that the heavenly Tao couldn't restrain it? I hope he doesn't make an enemy out of us. Otherwise Qiuhu said with a smile. He glanced at Zhou Xuanji with an expression that said, "I'll leave it to you." Zhou Xuanji pretended not to see it, and the group quickly flew past the 33rd heaven. Looks like I have to find a chance to release the souls of the powerful beings. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He had long since agreed to this, and if something happened to him one day, wouldn't he implicate the souls of these powerhouses? He took out the ancient god sword and communicated with the souls of the great beings. The current situation was that Wanshan Great Thousand was not suitable for reincarnation. This trip to the starry sky could give them a chance. Other than Venerable Xian and Venerable Xiantian, all the other souls were willing to reincarnate. They also understood Zhou Xuanji's situation, and now was not the time to be emotional. Xianzun was too ashamed to be resurrected. Tao Lord Xiantian felt that following Zhou Xuanji was the greatest serendipity. 3 days later, they arrived at a floating island in the starry sky. The island looked very ordinary, and it did not have dense spiritual qi. Qiuhu asked curiously, "What fortuitous encounter can make him stronger?" Ren Niming smiled. Without saying anything, he took the lead and walked into the island. The island was not big, only a few miles in length and width. There were piles of rocks on the island, and not a single plant could be seen. Ren Niming walked to the center of the island and moved a huge rock away, revealing a pitch-black cave entrance. This cave is an independent world, and it contains the Overlord Saint's sacred elixir. Ren Niming said with a smile. He was the first to jump in. The Overlord Saint's Saint elixir? Zhou Xuanji and the others felt quite curious and jumped in. Passing through the darkness, they came to a fairyland-like world of mountains and rivers. Ren Niming flew to a waterfall and took out a black elixir that was even bigger than him. Qiuhu and Si Mingyan were shocked. "Are you sure you want him to eat it?" Si Mingyan swallowed his saliva and asked carefully. He could sense that the sacred elixir contained extremely domineering energy. Even from a distance it gave them goosebumps. Ran Niming brought the elixir to Zhou Xuanji and the others and smiled. So only he can eat it. You guys don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless, but he cursed in his heart. What the? Are you trying to stuff me to death? Even though his body had transformed, he still felt that it was too much. Ren Niming said with a smile, "Don't worry. This elixir is not meant to be eaten. Place your hand on it and activate your World Buddha art." Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "You know a lot." He did not mention the World Buddha art to Ran Niming. Back then, when Gu Tianxia created this energy technique, I gave him some suggestions too. Once you activate this energy technique, I can sense it. Ran Niming chuckled, concealing his fame and achievements. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. Why did he feel that Ran Niming, the old beggar, and the old immortal shared the same persona? It was as though history was created by the three of them. After Ran Niming put down the sacred elixir, Zhou Xuanji placed his hand on it and activated world internalization to absorb the violent energy within the sacred elixir. As he absorbed, he asked, "Wasn't the Overlord Saint banished by destiny? How did you find the sacred elixir?" Ren Niming shrugged and smiled. "I was destiny before, so I can find the source of destiny." Qiuhu came over and asked, "Since that's the case, take us there and destroy fate." Ren Niming glanced at him and shook his head condescendingly, as though he was looking at a fool. Qiuhu was infuriated but did not know what to say. "When you get there, destiny can easily kill you. Don't forget, destiny already has its own consciousness." Ren Niming looked at Zhou Xuanji and said intently. Zhou Xuanji understood what he meant. As long as they were powerful enough, Ren Niming could lead the way and destroy destiny. Before that, they could only work hard to become more powerful. "Okay, you guys wait here. I'll go out and gather more information." Ren Niming left quickly. Qiuhu and Si Mingyan found a place and began cultivating. Occasionally, they would converse with Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji continued to challenge his limits to absorb the energy within the sacred elixir as soon as possible. But the energy within the sacred elixir was too massive, as though it was inexhaustible. He began to enjoy the feeling of becoming more powerful. A year later, he broke through to connecting heaven level 7, and his cultivation soared. Ren Niming finally returned. With a mocking smile he said, "We have one more enemy. Grandmaster Yuxuan is interested in your heavenly law Violet Qi. He's really courting death." Qiuhu and Si Mingyan walked over immediately and asked what happened. It turned out that Grandmaster Yuxuan had gathered dozens of realm lords from independent realms to attack Zhou Xuanji. "You seem to look down on Grandmaster Yuxuan," Zhou Xuanji said with squinted eyes. How powerful was Ren Niming? This guy was destiny too. He might be very powerful already. Grandmaster Yuxuan has always been at a disadvantage among the heavenly saints. He's blindly arrogant and easily envious. We might be able to make use of him, Ren Niming said with a smile. Evidently, he had already come up with a plan to deal with Grandmaster Yuxuan. Their target was still Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Si Mingyan asked, "Will Grandmaster Yuxuan ally with Heavenly Lord Xiantai?" With another heavenly saint as their enemy, the pressure on them would naturally increase. Ren Niming shook his head and said, "He's already bewitched by destiny. He will become a third force." Chapter 605. A third party? Qiuhu and Si Mingyan looked at each other and felt that this was interesting. This was good as well. With one more *T stirring stick, the pressure on them would also be reduced. Zhou Xuanji did not take Grandmaster Yu Xuanzong seriously. He did not even know who his opponent was, and he had no idea how this fellow had become a saint. "Hey, are you not going to help us become stronger?" Qiuhu shouted at Ren Niming. His next opponent would be a heavenly saint, and he did not want to be cannon fodder. Si Mingyan also looked at Ran Niming with a burning gaze. Until today, they were completely convinced by Ren Niming. This guy really had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. He could almost be said to be omnipotent. Ren Niming thought for a moment and said, "Then follow me." Following this, he left with Qiuhu and Si Mingyan. Zhou Xuanji did not stop him and continued to focus on absorbing the Overlord Saint's Saint Pellet. While Ren Niming and the other two were gone, he released Emperor Hanlin, Saber Monarch Donghai, Emperor Songhai, Ghost Emperor Zhangtian, and Emperor Zhao, allowing them to leave on their own. I will never forget this favor. Stinking brat, wait for us to become stronger and come back to help you. Don't die. Take care. Remember, be careful in everything you do. Don't be reckless. The souls of the 5 almighty beings each gave a warning before quickly leaving. Looking at their departing souls, Zhou Xuanji inwardly sighed in amazement. Time passed so quickly. Back then, he still had to rely on the 9 souls, but now he had let them go. They will regret it. I have a premonition that after this tribulation, you will completely transform. At that time it will be difficult for them to return. Dao Lord Xuantian's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. He shook his head with a smile and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll drag you down with me?" Dao Master Xintian snorted. "If you wanted to die, you would have died long ago." His words were filled with trust for Zhou Xuanji. "Death is not scary," Venerable Xian said. The two of them had similar names and they stayed at the same time. Zhou Xuanji suspected that they were brothers, or perhaps they were the same person, just a split soul. After that, Zhou Xuanji continued to absorb the Saint Pellet while paying attention to the world in the lotus. Years passed by. The sword spirit would remind him of the time on time. Every year he would send him a godly sword. Occasionally he would also send him sword techniques and magical treasures. 10 years later, he had reached the 9 levels of connecting heaven, and was beginning to break through to the 10 levels of connecting heaven. The further he went, the more energy he needed to break through each level. In these 10 years, Ren Niming had returned once and said that Xiao Hu and Si Mingyan were still cultivating before leaving. On this day, he descended on a 7-colored ray of light, his face full of smiles. He flew behind Zhou Xuanji and said with a smile, "The outside world is in complete chaos. You did not appear for a long time, and Heavenly Lord Xiantai and Barbarian God Huangluo have already started fighting. More than 100 million creatures from both factions are fighting, and the Wanshan Great Thousand has become a relatively safer place." Zhou Xuanji asked, "Did the Imperial Mystery Sect take any action?" Ren Niming nodded and explained the situation of the Great Thousand World to him. Yu Xuanzong wanted to find Zhou Xuanji, but the Wanshan Great Thousand had been taken over by Heavenly Lord Xiantai. As such, he had no choice but to fight with Heavenly Lord Xiantai. However, Zhou Xuanji had not truly appeared yet, so Yu Xuanzong only provoked Heavenly Lord Xiantai and did not start a full-scale battle. What was worth mentioning was that the Yu Xian sect had gathered the realm masters of dozens of independent worlds, surrounding the Wanshan Great Thousand. Heavenly Lord Xiantai was fighting Barbarian God Huangluo, while guarding against Yu Xianzong at the same time. It was extremely difficult. Unknowingly, the heavenly saints had started to fight amongst themselves. Ren Niming said, "The current situation is very beneficial to us. The heavenly law's rules have already begun to operate, and destiny cannot be controlled as we wish. As such, we do not need to be anxious and can steadily become stronger." Zhou Xuanji nodded. This was indeed good news. "That's right, your revered teacher is not a creature under the heavenly law, right? Recently he has been nurturing Gu Tianxia, and has been active in various battlefields. At the same time he is also searching for the heavenly law Violet Qi to revive Su Qing," Ren Niming said. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed. Gu Tianxia? He did not know whether to laugh or feel bad. Both of them had helped him, but when he was in danger, the old beggar had not been by his side. The next time they met, there would most likely be a gap between them. He shook his head and did not think too much about it. He could not hate the old beggar because of this. "Let me remind you, do not give the heavenly law Violet Qi to him. Su Qing is not simple, and if he obtains the heavenly law Violet Qi and becomes a saint, he will definitely bring disaster to you," Ren Niming said seriously. Ren Niming said solemnly. When he mentioned Su Qing, his gaze was a little strange. Zhou Xuanji asked, "What's wrong with Su Qing?" Ren Niming shook his head and did not speak further. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji did not bother to ask further. "After you finish absorbing the Saint Pellet, we will depart. We will help you grow stronger in battle until you can challenge destiny." After saying this, Ren Niming left hurriedly. Zhou Xuanji began to look forward to the battles in the future. He could already sense that he had become much more powerful. When he reached connecting heaven level 10, with 3-9 extreme legendary swords, he would be able to slay gods and Buddhas. 5 years later, Zhou Xuanji reached 378 years old and finally broke through to connecting heaven level 10. His celestial energy grew tremendously, and the saint pellet in front of him was only the size of a fist. Just when he broke through, he felt that his body was like magma from the earth's core. His celestial energy was boiling. More accurately, his magic energy was no longer celestial energy. It was saint energy. The power of an overlord saint. Too powerful. You are not even 400 years old yet. Dao Lord Xintian cried out in shock in Zhou Xuanji's mind. In order not to be lonely, he put the ancient god sword aside. Sovereign Xian sighed in amazement. It's hard to imagine how far you will go. Zhou Xuanji smiled but did not reply. After he finished absorbing the remaining saint pellet, he would be able to leave this world. He waited patiently with a calm heart. 5 days later, he absorbed the saint pellet completely. Because Ran Niming had not returned yet, he could only wait here. He asked the demon god to guard outside while he entered the lotus world. Half a year later, he came out with Zhou Xiaoxian. I'm finally out. Zhou Xiaoxian cried out excitedly. This girl wanted to come out every day. The lotus world was huge, but she felt that it was more interesting outside. Zhou Xuanji sat on a rock by the river and asked, "How are your eyes recently?" He realized that Zhou Xiaoxuan's pupils had turned completely purple, just like him. It's all right. I don't feel any discomfort usually. Zhou Xiaoxian nodded. Then she moved closer to Zhou Xuanji and giggled. Father, can I go and watch when you challenge the heavenly saints? Her cultivation had grown tremendously and was about to break through to heavenly law true God, so she felt that she was very powerful. Zhou Xuanji threw her a stare and said, No. Zhou Xiaoxian curled her lip. Just when she was about to speak, the ground shook violently. The father and daughter turned around and saw a black shadow tearing through the space and stepping in like a demon god walking out from the abyss. It was the shadow of the Overlord Saint. Chapter 606. Who is he? Zhou Xiaoxian asked anxiously. She quickly took out her sword. The Overlord Saint's aura was extremely powerful. It was her first time feeling such a powerful aura. Facing the Overlord Saint, she suddenly felt that she was too arrogant. Her father's enemy was so powerful, and she still wanted to join in the fun. Overlord Saint, the last one banished by destiny. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. The thunderclap sword appeared in his right hand, and demon god Tianwu and demon god Nanming fused into his body. He took a step forward and shielded Zhou Xiaoxian behind him. You still want to watch the fun? He asked with a faint smile. He no longer took the Overlord Saint seriously. If the opponent was a heavenly saint, he would definitely put Zhou Xiaoxian into the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. Zhou Xiaoxian bit her lip lightly and said, Father, should we run? She looked at the Overlord Saint in the horizon and realized that the Overlord Saint did not come. It was as though he was waiting for something. No need. Your father is no longer the same as before, Zhou Xuanji replied. He was also curious why the Overlord Saint did not move. Could there be other enemies? He remembered that Ran Niming said that many powerful cultivators were devoured by destiny. They might have become destiny's puppets to deal with him in the future. Zhou Xuanji tossed out the thunderclap sword and activated ranged sword propelling. Boom! The Overlord Saint was pierced by the thunderclap sword. Heavenly lightning weaved on his body and tore him apart. Zhou Xuanji, who was at connecting heaven level 10, was much more powerful than before. Moreover, he had the power of the Overlord Saint. His power had undergone a qualitative transformation. A full-powered slash was enough to destroy the Overlord Saint's soul. Zhou Xiaoxian opened her eyes wide and cried out in excitement. Father! You're too powerful. She jumped on the spot and almost threw the sword at Zhou Xuanji. At this moment, a figure walked out from the spatial crack that the Overlord Saint had torn open. This person wore silver armor and a muscular body. He wore a golden helmet with a dragon head and gave off a powerful aura. 18 silver spears floated behind him in the shape of a fan. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji. His eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. Who is he? Zhou Shaoxian asked carefully. This person was not simple. She felt that he was more dangerous than the Overlord Saint. I'm not sure, Zhou Xuanji said softly. After that, he put Zhou Shaoxian into the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. He took out several hundred divine swords and flew up as well. He used sword sect Immortal Ghost Sweep and walked toward the silver-armored man. Even though he didn't know who the other party was, the other party's killing intent was clear. Since that was the case, there was no need to ask about his origins. Just kill them. I am the dragon race's war god Ao Ligang. Zhou Xuanji, hand over the 2 heavenly law violet qi, and I can spare your life, said the silver-armored man. The 18 silver spears on his back suddenly grew taller, reaching a length of 100 zhang. Spear qi soared into the sky, and silver dragons coiled around the spears. Their auras shook the small world so much that it began to collapse. Zhou Xuanji's expression did not change. Such nonsense again. As he moved forward, he asked, do you serve the dragons or fate? Hearing this, Ao Ligang harumphed coldly and said proudly, I am the ancestor of the dragon race. I control the power of destiny. Even a heavenly saint cannot do anything to me. I am fighting for myself. Control the power of destiny? It was ridiculous. Zhou Xuanji used the sword fusion technique straightaway and fused all the legendary swords into his body. Only the Thunderclap sword was left in his hand. As for the Saint Slayer sword and 3 clear Tai Chi sword, he did not dare to take them out. If he fused the 2 9 extreme swords into his body, it would be too much for him to bear. In an instant he felt a violent power surging out of his body. It was as though the power would explode with a casual swing of his hand. It was an indescribable feeling. Ao Ligang sensed his aura, and his pupils contracted. Such a powerful aura? It shouldn't be. He frowned deeply. He used the power of destiny to locate Zhou Xuanji and tested Zhou Xuanji's power. Although Zhou Xuanji was not bad, he could not be compared to him at all. Zhou Xuanji suddenly used the 10,000 ultimate steps and streaked across the sky like a stream of white light. Ao Ligang backed off immediately, and the 18 silver spears behind him pierced forward. The wind and thunder rumbled. Boom, the sword flashed, and the 18 silver spears were blasted away. Hissing, the thunderclap sword pierced into Ao Liegong's chest. He opened his eyes wide in shock. Disbelief was written all over his face. Such speed. Why is it like this? Ao Ligang could not believe his eyes. He was only half a step away from becoming a heavenly saint, and he was pierced by a connecting heaven-level 10 cultivator. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He jerked his right hand, and the thunderclap sword shot out billions of lightning bolts, which blasted Ao Liegong's body apart instantly. A dragon's soul appeared on the blade, and he roared with all his might. Roar! The dragon roar pierced through the space and resounded across countless worlds. Even the world within the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus could hear it. The dragon ancestor had fallen, and all worlds trembled. Zhou Xuanji used world internalization to absorb Ao Liegong's magic energy. Ao Ligang was strong-willed and chose to explode his soul straight away. Boom! The powerful radiance from the explosion engulfed Zhou Xuanji's body instantly, and the small world shattered instantly. The floating island outside shattered as well. The horrifying shockwaves swept in all directions, destroying numerous asteroids and stars. The Demon Realm. In a palace, Xian Xianghua was entertaining the lords of various worlds. The dragon roar exploded suddenly, and everyone got up in shock. What's going on? This dragon roar. It seems to be Ao Ligang? It can't be. He was someone who almost became a heavenly saint. Who killed the dragon ancestor? The realm lords discussed in fear. They were very familiar with Ao Ligang. How could someone who was almost invincible be killed? Xian Xianghua frowned. As the new realm lord, she did not know about Ao Ligang. She asked, is it only the heavenly saint who can kill Ao Ligang? The realm lords were silent for a while before nodding. Thinking of the heavenly saint, all the realm lords felt a headache. They gathered this time because they wanted to work together. The heavenly saints were already fighting among themselves, and they did not want to be cannon fodder. This would be an unprecedented catastrophe, because one heavenly saint had already fallen, and another had left the void. Everyone, the situation is getting more and more dangerous. We must come up with a plan and work together. Otherwise, everyone below the heavenly saint will be ants, and no one will survive. Xian Xianghua knocked on the armrest and said casually. The realm lords turned their attention back to her. The one who died was Ao Ligang. Who would die next? A realm lord reminded. Grandmaster Yuxuan wants us to deal with Zhou Xuanji. We can't refuse. They dared to gather here because Grandmaster Yuxuan was busy fighting with Heavenly Lord Xian Tai. Zhou Xuanji had not appeared for a long time, so Grandmaster Yuxuan ignored them. Of course we must deal with Zhou Xuanji, but we can propose another plan. Xian Xianghua said with a smile, but she was mocking them in her heart. You want to kill my little Lang Jun? Let's see if I don't kill you. Chapter 607. Zhou Xuanji appeared in the starry sky, his black clothes not damaged at all. Ao Liegong's self-destruction was nothing in his eyes. Disregarding magic power, his physical body could withstand it. He cracked his neck and looked at the vast starry sky. He was considering whether or not he should directly look for Emperor Xian Tai. Previously, when he faced his fate, his heart was heavy. Now he felt a sense of relief, as if the clouds had parted and he could see the sun. Slaying a saint. He wanted to kill the saint now. He wanted to step on Heavenly Lord Xuantia's corpse, continue to grow stronger, and finally challenge fate. Ran Niming and the other two hadn't returned yet, so he was hesitating whether he should wait or not. He thought about it and decided to go alone. With Ran Niming's ability, he would definitely be able to find him. With that thought, he flew in a certain direction. He didn't know where Heavenly Lord Xian Tai was, so he headed to the Abyss Pearl mainland first. The main body of the Abyss Pearl mainland was the Divine Moon, and he planned to liberate the Divine Moon. Back then, the Abyss Pearl mainland had helped him fight the war between the two worlds. Now that he had the ability, he naturally had to help them. At the same time, he would go and take a look at the Great Thousand Worlds under Old Ancestor Hongsher's control to see if they had encountered any battles between heavenly saints. Not long after he left, Ren Niming arrived. Ao Liegong's aura. He's dead. Ren Niming frowned and muttered to himself. He understood Ao Liegong's strength very well. If it was anyone else who absorbed the sacred elixir, they might be able to defeat Ao Ligang, but it would be too difficult to kill him. It was almost impossible. Zhou Xuanji, what other secrets do you have? Where did your swords come from? Ren Niming mumbled to himself. He did not think too much and began tracking Zhou Xuanji's aura. After killing Ao Ligang, Zhou Xuanji was attacked one after another. The cultivations of these experts were all above connecting heaven level 10. Some were like overlord saints who had no intelligence. Some were like Ao Ligang, who claimed to have grasped the power of destiny. Zhou Xuanji killed them one by one. At the same time, he lost his way and did not know where the Abyss Pearl mainland was. Strange, these fellows think they control the power of fate, but why don't they know each other? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself as he flew. As for keeping a low profile, he felt that it was impossible, because each of those guys was crazier than the last. It seemed like there were some unknown secrets behind this. Half a month later, he suddenly stopped and followed his gaze, only to see three figures rushing towards him. They were the old beggar, Gu Tianxia and Su Qing. Su Qing was still in a deranged state. His body was covered with talismans and was trembling slightly, as if he was trying to restrain his emotions. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, the old beggar was stunned. He did not dodge and quickly came up to Zhou Xuanji. He asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" He thought that Zhou Xuanji was cultivating at the old immortal's place. Gu Tianxia sized up Zhou Xuanji and was astonished in his heart. He could sense that Zhou Xuanji had transformed. What did this kid experience? What a terrifying aura. Su Qing suddenly became irritable, growling non-stop. "I want to look for Heavenly Lord Xian Tai." Zhou Xuanji replied. He looked at Gu Tianxia and continued, "Can you teach me the mental energy technique above level 3 of the World Buddha art? Find Heavenly Lord Xian Tai?" The old beggar was stunned and felt a little absurd. How long had it been? Zhou Xuanji already had the power to rival heavenly saints? The first 3 levels of the World Buddha art are the quintessence. The 4th and 5th levels that I created are useless. I have already abolished them. If you learn them, you might be putting the cart before the horse. Gu Tianxia said as he shook his head. He was not a petty person. Until now, he had never asked Zhou Xuanji for the Tianxia map. Zhou Xuanji nodded and was about to leave when the old beggar suddenly stopped him. Do you have 2 Heaven's Path Violet Qi? How about letting me have one? The old beggar rubbed his hands and said with a pleading tone. Facing Zhou Xuanji, he was too embarrassed to display his dignity as a revered teacher. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said, reviving Su Qing and letting him become a saint might bring harm to the world. Are you sure? The old beggar gritted his teeth and said, when he becomes a saint, I will take him away and never return to the boundless world. Zhou Xuanji frowned and did not know how to reject. Roar! Su Qing roared agitatedly, his voice getting louder and louder like a ferocious demon. Gu Tianxia looked at Su Qing strangely. What's wrong with this guy? The old beggar did not care about Su Qing and begged Zhou Xuanji. My good disciple, I will only beg you this once. Give me one, just one. Roar! Su Qing roared crazily. His voice was like thunder, and the talismans on his body fluttered non-stop. The old beggar hurriedly turned around and suppressed his violence. Su Yang! Su Qing stared at Zhou Xuanji with bloodshot eyes and roared hoarsely. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Su Yang? Could it be Su Yang was Su Qing's brother? He was dumbfounded. Was this really true? The old beggar looked back at Zhou Xuanji and said with an awkward smile. He's crazy. You should know that he's obsessed with his little brother. He could not help but sigh at the mention of Su Yang. Su Yang had died countless years ago, and this was something that he did not want to talk about the most. He did not mention it to Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Shaoxian either. Zhou Xuanji said with a strange expression, Su Yang is in my enchanted artifact. He is my grand disciple in this life. Su Yang was Xiao Jinghong's only disciple. Back then, Daoye old man said that he was the reincarnation of a powerful cultivator. Until now, he had not awakened. The old beggar heard him and opened his eyes wide. His body trembled as he swallowed his saliva and asked carefully, Is what you said true? Zhou Xuanji nodded and brought Su Yang out from the world in the lotus. When Su Yang appeared and saw the starry sky around him, his body trembled in fear. Just when he was about to cry out, he saw Zhou Xuanji beside him and heaved a sigh of relief. He patted his chest and said bitterly, Grand teacher, why are you looking for me? Why so suddenly? Fortunately, he did not do anything shameful before, or else it would have been awkward. It's really you, the old beggar said with a trembling voice. He moved closer to Su Yang instinctively, and Su Yang hid behind Zhou Xuanji out of fear. At this moment, Su Qing suddenly went crazy and began tearing at the talisman on his body. The old beggar quickly tried to suppress him, but no matter how much magic energy he channeled, Su Qing could not regain his composure. Gu Tianxia tried to help, but it was still useless. Su Yang was frightened by the furious Su Qing, especially his bloodshot eyes, which almost made him pee in his pants. Zhou Xuanji appeared in front of Su Qing out of nowhere. He stretched out his right hand and tapped Su Qing's forehead with his index finger. The power of the Overlord Saint froze Su Qing's body immediately. The old beggar looked at him in shock. How powerful was this brat now? Zhou Xuanji asked. You are so powerful. Did you not divine that Su Yang was under my control? The old beggar could not help but look at Su Yang. His gaze was complicated, filled with surprise and regret. Su Yang was frightened by his gaze. Who was this old man? The two brothers were sealed by the heavenly law. I could not divine them at all, the old beggar sighed. He helped the birth of the heavenly law, but the heavenly law took away the person he cared about the most. How ironic. Chapter 608. After the old beggar met Su Yang, he was very excited and kept talking to Su Yang. Su Yang also found out about his previous life. He did not feel complicated. He was not angry or unwilling, but rather excited. As expected. My background is indeed powerful. Su Yang gripped his fists, feeling excited as if he was the main character. Zhou Xuanji said unpleasantly, Look at your elder brother's outcome. Do you want to end up like him? Su Yang turned to look at Su Qing, and when he met Su Qing's bloodshot eyes, he immediately shuddered. The old beggar said excitedly, It's okay. As long as you have 2 heavenly law violet qi, You can break free from the heavenly law's seal. Zhou Xuanji heard him and narrowed his eyes. Just as expected, the old beggar looked at him and said, "Aren't you walking the path of the Overlord Saint? Can you give me your 2 heavenly law violet qi?" Zhou Xuanji was speechless. Even Gu Tianxia shook his head. How could he do that? There was only so much heavenly law violet qi. Why should he give it to his disciple? It would be fine if he gave it to the old beggar, but the old beggar was asking for it on behalf of his other 2 disciples. He was being unreasonable. Su Yang understood and said with a frown, "Okay, so you were waiting for me here." Grand Teacher, ignore him. You risked your life to protect these 2 heavenly law violet qi. So what if you're his disciple? He didn't even consider you. Hearing this, the old beggar became anxious. "Stinking brat, what are you talking about? I'm fighting for you too," he said impatiently. Su Yang glanced at him disdainfully and said, "How do I know you don't have any other intentions towards me? Moreover, only by following Grand Teacher can I be at ease. Even without the heavenly law violet qi, I believe that by following him, I will still become a heavenly saint. After all, Grand Teacher said that his final goal is not to become a heavenly saint." The old beggar was completely speechless. He looked at Zhou Xuanji bitterly, using his gaze to ask him, "What kind of magic potion did you give him?" Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "I can't give you the heavenly law violet qi. If you want it, I can help you take it. After I destroy Heavenly Lord Xiantai, that heavenly law violet qi will belong to you. As for Su Yang, he's my grand disciple and will follow me in the future." Su Yang nodded furiously and said, I am Emperor Sword Court's eldest senior brother. I cannot leave." He looked around. This was his first time in space and he was very curious. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand and sent him into the Lotus world. "Alright, do you want to follow me to look for Heavenly Lord Xiantai?" Zhou Xuanji asked, and the old beggar nodded with gritted teeth, his eyes still filled with resentment. Gu Tianxia hesitated for a while before nodding. He also wanted to know how powerful Zhou Xuanji was. The 4 of them immediately flew toward the Abyss Pearl mainland. The old beggar knew the direction of the Abyss Pearl mainland, which saved Zhou Xuanji a lot of trouble. On the way, they were very curious about how Zhou Xuanji's cultivation had increased so quickly. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told him about Ran Niming and the Overlord Saint Pellet. As for the truth that Ran Niming was destiny, he did not mention it. Ran Niming? That kid is really still alive. The old beggar's eyes flickered as he sighed. Shortly after, he told them about his relationship with Ran Niming. Ran Niming was one of the first batch of living beings after the heavenly law was established. He knew the old immortal and the old beggar, but he refused to take them as his teacher and did things his own way. Over the years they had their own plans and often clashed. Until today, the old beggar could no longer see through Ran Niming. "Be careful of him. Don't think that he's helping you now. He might have other motives," the old beggar reminded. Zhou Xuanji nodded with a smile. Gu Tianxia asked, "What's your goal? Heavenly Saint? Or Kunlun Origin Court?" TSK. He even knew about Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji glanced at the old beggar, and the old beggar felt a little awkward. Zhou Xuanji learned about these things from the old immortal. Kunlun Origin Court. Heavenly Saint is not my final destination. I'm not walking the path of a heavenly saint, Zhou Xuanji replied. He had to go to Kunlun Origin Court to take a look. Why was he banished by destiny, and where did he come from? Where did the primordial chaos life force that the supreme legendary sword system represented come from? If he could not solve these questions, he would pursue them for the rest of his life. Gu Tianxia nodded. He thought for a while and said, "If you want to leave in the future, can you bring me along? I will join Emperor Sword Court and serve you." With this, the old beggar opened his eyes wide. Zhou Xuanji was a little surprised too. "Why are you going to Kunlun Origin Court? It's very dangerous. Kunlun Origin Court rejects foreign objects. Be careful or they will kill you," the old beggar said in a frenzy. Why were his disciples so troublesome? Gu Tianxia smiled and said, "I always feel that this brat will be amazing in the future, even beyond your expectations. Following him will be exciting." He had witnessed Zhou Xuanji's growth in the Tianxia map. Every time Zhou Xuanji activated the Tianxia map, he could see everything that happened to Zhou Xuanji. Only those who witnessed Zhou Xuanji's growth knew how terrifying his potential was. This was also the reason why Su Yang was so loyal to him. The old beggar fell silent and fell into deep thought. Half a month later, they finally came to the Abyss Pearl mainland. Zhou Xuanji looked down at the Abyss Pearl mainland. He took out the 9-moon execution sword and activated the Divine Moon's power to establish a spiritual connection with the Abyss Pearl mainland. The old beggar and Gu Tianxia did not disturb him. Their eyes were fixed on the 9-moon execution sword. Soon, Zhou Xuanji's consciousness established a connection with the Abyss Pearl mainland. He asked the Abyss Pearl mainland if it wanted to leave this world of suffering. He could help the Divine Moon reincarnate. Although the Divine Moon was a star, it had developed intelligence and was considered a living being. It could reincarnate as long as it had a soul. The Abyss Pearl mainland replied that it did not want to reincarnate. TSK. I didn't expect the Abyss Pearl mainland to be transformed from a divine moon. Hongsher is really good, the old beggar praised. The divine moon was a miraculous existence under the heavenly law. It contained more power than the sun. Zhou Xuanji ignored him, and Gu Tianxia did not reply. After a short conversation, the Abyss Pearl mainland made its choice. It hoped that Zhou Xuanji would accept it. The living beings on the mainland would follow it and form an independent world. The Abyss Pearl mainland glowed with a powerful radiance. At first glance, it seemed to have returned to its divine moon state. The universe heaven cultivators flew out of the Abyss Pearl mainland in fear. Soon the Abyss Pearl mainland shrunk into a jade bead and flew toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji caught it easily. The bead was only the size of a fist, and the Abyss Pearl mainland was hidden within it. He scanned the bead with his divine sense and saw all the living beings on the continent. A ball of flame flew toward the 4 of them. As the flame dissipated, Feng Yuxiu appeared. She looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated expression and asked, "Why did you take away the Abyss Pearl mainland?" She was old ancestor Hongsher's disciple. She knew why old ancestor Hongsher died. Zhou Xuanji waved the jade bead in his hand and said, "This is the Abyss Pearl mainland's will." Chapter 609. The Abyss Pearl mainland's own will? Feng Yuxiu felt a bit dazed, and she could not help but think back to when Zhou Xuanji had slaughtered everyone in the Abyss Pearl mainland. At that time, the Abyss Pearl mainland was helping him. "What's your plan?" Zhou Xuanji changed the subject and asked. He had already found out about the relationship between Feng Yuxiu and old ancestor Hongsher from Si Mingyan. Currently, Feng Yuxiu had no one to rely on. Feng Yuxiu shook her head and said, "I'll leave it up to fate. You've taken the Abyss Pearl mainland, so I can only wander about and see if there's a suitable place to establish an abode." The old beggar showed a curious look and looked back and forth between the 2 of them. Gu Tianxia looked in another direction as if he was looking at something indecent. Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, "You can continue to cultivate in the Abyss Pearl mainland. I will not disturb you." Feng Yuxiu frowned and hesitated. "You can also join my Emperor Sword Court. My disciples and granddisciples are all in one of my treasures, forming their own world. The spiritual qi there is not inferior to that of the Great Thousand World." Zhou Xuanji threw out an olive branch. Feng Yuxiu was a top-tier existence in universe heaven and had great talent. Her achievements would be even greater in the future, and it would not be a loss to bring her into the court. Adding on Qiu Hu Shiji 6 Immortals Qiyu Boy, and Gu Jianzun, Emperor Sword Court already had the strength of an overlord-class force. Feng Yuxiu thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Zhou Xuanji said a few words and sent her into the Lotus World. He asked Daoya Old Man to receive her and arrange a place for her to stay. He especially sent a telepathic message to all the elders of Emperor Sword Court, telling them about Feng Yuxiu's cultivation and background so that no one would anger her. After doing all of this, Zhou Xuanji and the others continued to search for Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Heavenly Lord Xiantai was probably near the Wanshan Great Thousand, and the Zhenggan Great Thousand they were in was not far from the Wanshan Great Thousand. Unlike Wanshan Great Thousand, Zhenggan Great Thousand had already split into dozens of continents. The specific reason for this was probably related to the fall of old ancestor Hongsher. "We are looking for Emperor Xiantai. He should be able to sense it, but he hasn't appeared yet." Either he can't free himself or he's planning something, the old beggar said in a solemn tone. Zhou Xuanji's expression did not change and said, "No matter what he's planning, it's meaningless." The old beggar and Gu Tianxia looked at him deeply. Absolute confidence often came from powerful strength. They also believed that Zhou Xuanji had faced the heavenly saints before, and was not blindly arrogant. Among the countless stars, Heavenly Lord Xiantai sat on an asteroid. Many figures floated in the starry sky around him. They were all meditating and cultivating. Heavenly Lord Xiantai opened his eyes and said faintly, "Zhou Xuanji is coming soon. The serendipity is before you. It all depends on your own abilities." As soon as he said that, everyone opened their eyes and powerful auras burst forth. Among them, the weakest cultivation strength was at Universe Heaven Level 7. Apart from listening to Heavenly Master Xuantia's lecture, the most important thing for them to gather here was the Heavenly Dao Purple Essence. Heavenly Lord Xiantai had predicted that Zhou Xuanji would come looking for him, so he had gathered them here. No one was worried that Zhou Xuanji had already become a saint. Anyone who became a saint would definitely cause a Heavenly Dao anomaly, just like when old ancestor Hongshi died. Zhou Xuanji is finally coming. He has 2 strands of Heavenly Law Violet Qi in his hands, yet he still dares to cause trouble for the heavenly saints. This kid is truly crazy. Perhaps he doesn't know the way to become a saint. No matter what, I won't dare to cause trouble for the heavenly saint. Isn't this helping us? The powerful cultivators discussed among themselves. They were all looking forward to Zhou Xuanji's arrival. A black shadow appeared behind Heavenly Lord Xiantai. At first glance it looked like his shadow, and it did not move at all. Barbarian God Huang Luo is coming here too. It seems like Ren Niming has already convinced him, the black shadow said softly. The black figure said softly. When Heavenly Lord Xiantai heard this, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. "Send this news to Grandmaster Yuxuan," he instructed. The black shadow disappeared immediately. At the same time, deep in the starry sky, numerous legendary swords flew over rapidly and formed a river of swords. Zhou Xuanji stood on the river of swords, while the old beggar, Gu Tianxia and Su Qing followed far behind. "Aren't we going to support him?" Gu Tianxia asked with a frown. He could already sense many powerful auras and the heavenly saint's boundless saintly might. The old beggar gritted his teeth and said, "If we go up recklessly, we will only add more trouble to him." His eyes were fixed on Zhou Xuanji. Unknowingly, Zhou Xuanji had become so powerful that he had become a burden. If the 2 brothers are fine, I can focus on nurturing them. Will you be more powerful than you are now? The old beggar looked worried as he thought to himself. He could sense that his relationship with Zhou Xuanji had become estranged. Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and saw Heavenly Lord Xiantai. With the thunderclap sword and 3 clear Tai Chi sword in his hands, his black robe fluttered in the wind. With 2 9 extreme legendary swords in his hands, he had no reason to be afraid. "Heavenly Lord Xiantai, you destroyed my Wanshan Great Thousand and slaughtered countless living beings. Aren't you looking for me? Today we shall settle the score and fight to the death." He cried out coldly. His voice shook the starry sky and alerted all living beings. Swish, the living beings around Heavenly Lord Xiantai all turned around. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, they quickly took out their enchanted artifacts and stood up, charging toward him. There were only 2 Heavenly Law Violet Qi. Whoever was faster would get it. Seeing them charging at him with great momentum, Zhou Xuanji was not afraid. His lips curled up into a mocking smile. 81 sword souls condensed behind him. As he grew more powerful, his understanding of the way of the sword grew tremendously. Especially after realizing the sword Dao rules, his way of the sword had surpassed all sword cultivators in the world. "All of you go to hell," Zhou Xuanji said coldly, and 81 sword souls slashed out simultaneously. Sword light flashed, and those experts subconsciously used their divine abilities to block it. Boom! 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 One by one the experts were killed by the sword souls, their souls dispersing. The river of swords beneath Zhou Xuanji's feet sped up, and a steady stream of magic energy entered his body through world internalization. "Since you're courting death, let me help you." As Zhou Xuanji spoke, the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha condensed behind him. It gave off resplendent golden light and was millions of meters tall, and 1,000 swords slashed out simultaneously. Buddha said, "A flower is a world." The Buddha of the sword, one sword to create a world, 1,000 swords to destroy 10,000 worlds. A deafening boom resounded. It was like the Big Bang at the beginning of the universe. Countless stars shattered, and the screams of the experts were drowned out by the explosion. Zhou Xuanji used the sword fusion technique amidst the explosion, leaving only the thunderclap sword and 3 clear Tai Chi sword in his hands. Stepping on the corpses, he charged toward Heavenly Lord Xiantai amidst the blinding explosion. At this moment, he was an overlord saint. Pressing forward courageously, even a saint would find it difficult to stop. On the meteorite, Heavenly Lord Xiantai was expressionless, but his heart was filled with shock. Why was this brat so powerful? It didn't make sense. How long had it been? He immediately waved his palm, and a black halo with a diameter of 10,000 meters appeared before the meteorite. With a loud boom, black spheres of light flew out from the black halo like a black hole toward Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 6:10. Facing the countless black orbs of light, Zhou Xuanji's expression was cold. He slashed with his sword extremely quickly, as though he did not even draw his sword. Sword Dao rules. Slash. Bang. All the black light balls were destroyed, but there was still an endless stream of them. Zhou Xuanji leaped up quickly and raised the thunderclap sword. Billions of lightning bolts weaved into a gigantic sword of light, and slashed toward Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Heavenly Lord Xiantai raised his right hand, his index finger and middle finger together. Using his finger as a sword, he pointed upwards. He actually managed to block the lightning sword through the air. Zhou Xuanji, you are quite powerful, but do you know how powerful a heavenly saint is? Heavenly Lord Xiantai shouted coldly. The voice of a heavenly sage shook one's soul. The powerful cultivators who had not died all dodged and looked at Zhou Xuanji in terror and despair. How could he be so strong? That sword just now. We've been tricked. Damn it. How could this be? Stay away from him. What realm is he in? I feel like even saint contenders aren't as strong as him. The powerhouses discussed animatedly. They hated Heavenly Venerable Xiantai to the core. Facing the heavenly saint, they did not dare to curse. They could only bury it in their hearts or vent their anger on Zhou Xuanji verbally. Zhou Xuanji activated the 9-soul fusion technique and fused the bodies of the 4 demon gods into his body. His aura surged again. He tore through space and arrived behind Heavenly Lord Xiantai in a single step. He waved the 3 clear Taiji sword with his left hand and slashed at Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Heavenly Lord Xiantai revealed a look of disdain. Those who were not sages could not even break his sage might. A layer of white light radiated from his body, isolating Zhou Xuanji. Ping! The 3 clear Taiji sword broke through the layer of white light as though it was breaking glass. The blade of the sword then slashed towards Heavenly Lord Xuantia's neck. Heavenly Lord Xiantai disappeared, and Zhou Xuanji slashed at thin air. He appeared 100 kilometers away and looked at Zhou Xuanji in shock. How is this possible? That sword just now. Could it be a sword forged by a heavenly saint? No. The birth of a heavenly sage magical treasure will definitely be earth-shattering. Cold sweat dripped down Heavenly Venerate Xuantia's forehead. At this moment he really felt a sense of crisis. Zhou Xuanji could actually injure him. This brat must be eliminated. If this kid was given more time to grow, what would happen? Heavenly Lord Xuantia's eyes turned fierce as he took out a black iron whip from his sleeve. With a shake of his right hand, the iron whip quickly grew to hundreds of thousands of feet long, burning with a dark blue flame. He looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously and said, "Stinking brat, you dare to offend the might of a heavenly saint. Today I will show you what it means to be a heavenly saint." He lashed out with his whip, stirring up violent winds and exploding stars in the distance. Zhou Xuanji instinctively raised his 2 swords to block in front of him, and with a loud clang, he was sent flying backward. In that instant he felt as if his arms were about to shatter. Fresh blood gushed out of his throat incessantly. This level of power. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were bloodshot in disbelief. This was the first time he truly fought against a heavenly saint. He did not expect the heavenly saints to be so powerful. Then how terrifying would a true overlord saint be? He gritted his teeth and forcefully steadied himself. The divine power of the 9 extreme divine swords poured into his body, causing the surface of his body to glow faintly. His violent aura instantly disappeared. He took a deep breath and leaped up with both swords in his hands, world-suppressing. He drew a perfect arc in the vast starry sky. The thunderclap sword was below him while the 3 clear Tai Chi sword was above him. The 2 divine powers flowed through Zhou Xuanji's body and fused together. This aura is like a heavenly saint. Heavenly Lord Xiantai frowned tightly. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji's silhouette grew larger and larger. He lashed out with his black whip, destroying everything in its path. Zhou Xuanji turned into a stream of white light and clashed with the black whip. The 3 clear Tai Chi swords blade clashed with the whip. He gritted his teeth and dashed out along the whip. Countless sparks flew. He came up to Heavenly Lord Xiantai swiftly, and heavenly lightning exploded. Boom! A horrifying explosion shook the universe. Spiritual qi surged violently, sweeping up a world-destroying gale. It was majestic and imposing. Far away, the old beggar and Gu Tianxia immediately channeled their magic energy to resist the gale. So powerful! Gu Tianxia opened his eyes wide. He swallowed his saliva and said with a trembling voice, even though he was so far away, he still felt that his soul was about to dissipate. The old beggar was stunned. He had guessed that Zhou Xuanji was powerful, but he felt that it was unbelievable to see Zhou Xuanji fight against a heavenly saint. Even in the Kunlun origin court, it was hard to find such a genius. In the powerful radiance, Zhou Xuanji danced with both swords and slashed wildly without any pattern. He suppressed Heavenly Lord Xiantai with absolute speed and power. Heavenly Lord Xiantai raised his right palm and blocked Zhou Xuanji's attack. Their eyes met, and he saw the rage and murderous intent in Zhou Xuanji's eyes. He was a little dazed. This brat wanted to kill him? Killing a saint? What a joke. This was the biggest joke in the world. He was enraged immediately. As a heavenly saint, it had been a long time since he sensed the mortal's murderous intent toward him. Even the powerful cultivators of the Great Thousand World trembled in fear when facing him. They could not harbor any malicious intent but only endless fear. This brat wanted to kill him. Zhou Xuanji, I will turn your bones into ashes and consign you to eternal damnation. Heavenly Lord Xiantai roared. A violent black flame burst out and sent Zhou Xuanji flying away. His black clothes were burned into ashes in an instant. His skin cracked from the heat and blood oozed out. Fortunately, he was no longer the same as before. His body's self-healing ability was extremely powerful. He healed quickly and did not turn into bones. He quickly activated the Battle Path Flame Soul. A fiery battle armor materialized on his body, and he turned into a fire god. Brat, can you do it? Sovereign Xian cried out in Zhou Xuanji's mind. But his tone was filled with excitement. This kid really made people have a whole new level of respect for him. Zhou Xuanji licked the blood at the corner of his lips and said coldly, "The real battle begins now." He immediately used the sword fusion technique and absorbed the 3 clear Tai Chi sword into his body. 9 extreme power. His entire body turned into a white radiance, just like the divine moon state. His aura had reached the same level as Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Impossible! Saint stage. Heavenly Lord Xiantai cried out in disbelief with his eyes wide open. His face turned hideous immediately. He immediately swung his black whip and lashed it at Zhou Xuanji. Boom! 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 The black whip bounced off Zhou Xuanji's body like a loud bell. A tempest rained down, and the stars exploded. Countless stars could not withstand the saint's might and exploded. It was like a world-shaking firework that covered the entire universe. Zhou Xuanji held the thunderclap sword with one hand and walked toward Heavenly Lord Xiantai. It was his first time fusing the 9 extreme legendary sword into his body. This feeling omnipotent. The unprecedented power almost made him lose himself. He wanted to vent his anger and destroy everything. He suddenly understood the mentality of the heavenly saints. Before such power, all the schemes of mortals were useless. Today I am the saint, and I will slay destiny in the future. Zhou Xuanji's voice came into Heavenly Lord Xuantie's ears. Heavenly Lord Xiantai was furious because he felt that this brat was provoking him. Chapter 6:11. Heavenly Lord Xiantai took a deep breath. and his skin rapidly turned black like black iron. His entire person seemed to have turned into darkness. With the black whip in hand, he walked toward Zhou Xuanji. At this moment, he and Zhou Xuanji only had eyes for each other. They just wanted to kill each other. TSK, Heavenly Lord Xiantai, I didn't expect you to be in such a situation. A wild and domineering laughter resounded through the entire starry sky, and a giant figure that was 1,000,000 feet tall slowly walked out of the darkness. He was bare-chested and wore golden arm guards on his arms. His muscles were well developed, and his lines were like mountain ranges. 2 green dragons coiled around his body, giving him a fiendish appearance. Barbarian god Huang Luo. His face was wild, and his eyes were golden. His black hair fluttered in the wind like a group of black dragons. Upon seeing him, Heavenly Venerate Xuantia's face darkened. Damn it! How did this guy get here so fast? He cursed in his heart, but on the surface he was very calm. Zhou Xuanji had already displayed the power of the Saint Realm. If he worked together with barbarian god Huang Luo, it would not bode well for him. Zhou Xuanji saw Ren Niming standing on barbarian god Huang Luo's shoulder with an evil smile. This guy is really timely. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He could not help but smile. Barbarian god Huang Luo walked over step by step and said with a hideous smile, Dark Steel, you killed Hongshi. You are a heavenly saint. You should give up your position. There was an agreement between the heavenly sages that they could not attack each other. After all, there was a limit to the number of heavenly saints. As long as they were united, they could be heavenly saints forever and rule over everything under the heavenly law. Heavenly Lord Xiantai and Buddha Yangling worked together to kill old ancestor Hongshi, which was a taboo between heavenly saints. The only existence that heaven saints were afraid of was heaven saints. You make it sound so easy. Berserker god Huang Luo, I might not know what you want to do, but your goal might not be as simple as punishing me. Heavenly Lord Xiantai snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Barbarian god Huang Luo came close and looked at Zhou Xuanji as he praised. Sword Emperor, you are not bad. He did not directly call Zhou Xuanji by his name, and instead called him the Sword Emperor, giving Zhou Xuanji enough face. However, his gaze made Zhou Xuanji very uncomfortable. This fellow was very aggressive, even more dangerous than Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Ren Niming flew to Zhou Xuanji's side and said telepathically, Leave the rest to them. Find an opportunity to seize his saint energy. Zhou Xuanji replied, Will barbarian god Huang Luo allow it? Ren Niming replied, Is it that important whether he allows it or not? Trust me, none of the heavenly saints are good people. They all think for themselves. The reason why he helped you is because with one less heavenly saint, the other heavenly saints will be stronger. The power that the heavenly Tao gives to heavenly saints is fixed. Do you understand? Right now, the 7 heavenly saints are splitting this power equally. Zhou Xuanji came to a realization. This meant that every heavenly saint was fighting in the dark. While they were communicating via voice transmission, barbarian god Huang Luo and heavenly Lord Xiantai were still arguing. At this moment, waves of aura came from another direction. In that direction there was a huge crack in the space and many figures flew out. The weakest of them were connecting heaven level 2. Behind them there was an imposing figure. It was Yu Xianzong. Within the crowd, Xian Xianghua immediately saw Zhou Xuanji. Her eyes were filled with splendor, and she was pleasantly surprised. This kid is getting more and more powerful. Back then in her eyes, Zhou Xuanji was just a little kid. Now, even when he stood beside the heavenly saints, his aura did not pale in comparison. She felt proud in her heart. My foresight is so powerful. I fell in love with him when he was still weak. Who else could have such foresight as me? At the same time she felt fortunate. The man who moved her heart eventually made her admire him and rely on him. Yo Yu Xuanzong, you are here too. Barbarian god Huang Luo laughed mockingly. The 2 azure dragons on his shoulders roared as well. Yu Xuanzong snorted with a dark expression. Today, the 3 of us will decide who is stronger here. Whoever wins can have Zhou Xuanji. Barbarian god Huang Luo and heavenly Lord Xiantai heard him and laughed. Did this guy think that Zhou Xuanji was a sheep waiting to be slaughtered? Yu Xuanzong looked at Zhou Xuanji and then at Ren Niming. His pupils contracted as he thought to himself, Why is this guy here? Could he be Zhou Xuanji's backer? So that's why. No wonder. Yu Xuanzong felt that he had guessed the truth, so he said, Zhou Xuanji, give me one of your heavenly law violet qi. Just one and I will protect you. How about it? Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, unless you help me kill Heavenly Lord Xiantai. The heavenly saint was indeed a heavenly saint. He was not as stupid as Ren Niming said. Barbarian god Huanglua laughed loudly and said, don't talk nonsense. If you want to fight, let's fight. The two azure dragons on his body rushed out, one towards Heavenly Lord Xiantai and the other towards Yu Xuanzong. The saint war erupted. Zhou Xuanji also noticed Xian Xianghua's figure, but he did not immediately acknowledge her. Their gazes met, and he understood what she was thinking. He cancelled the sword fusion technique and the 9-soul fusion technique, allowing his body to rest for a while. Using these two divine abilities at the same time took a great toll on his body. The realm lords quickly retreated, distancing themselves from the battle. So powerful. This is a heavenly saint? The might of a saint is indeed very powerful. Even if we work together, we are not a match for a heavenly saint. This is sending us to our deaths. After they finish fighting, we might still have a chance. The realm lords discussed among themselves, while Xian Xianghua's gaze fell on Zhou Xuanji. Far away, the old beggar and Gu Qianxia were watching the battle too. The battle between the heavenly saints forced them further away. Even though they could no longer see the heavenly saints, the shock waves from the battle were enough to make them shudder. Ren Niming, what are you planning? The old beggar mumbled to himself with an unsightly expression. With his understanding of Ren Niming, this guy definitely wanted to destroy the heavenly saints and use Zhou Xuanji as his blade. Will the other heavenly saints get involved? Gu Tianxia asked. The old beggar heard him and frowned. He suddenly felt that Gu Tianxia's guess might be true. If the heavenly saints had a chance to kick a person when he was down, they would not show mercy. Big trouble, the old beggar sighed. He looked ahead and prayed for Zhou Xuanji in his heart. Tianxia. A voice came from behind, and Gu Tianxia felt like he was struck by lightning. He looked back, trembling. The old beggar turned around as well. 7 men wearing the same black robes flew toward them. Their black robes had pictures of different ferocious beasts. They looked hideous and horrifying, as though they would come alive at any moment. The valiant man on the left looked at Gu Tianxia with a complicated expression. Gu Tianxia was extremely excited. You are still alive? He cried out with a trembling voice. Emperor Xia, Gu Tianxia's sworn brother, the ancestor of the humans in the northern wilderness region. Emperor Xia took a deep breath and flew up to him. I have always been alive to revive you, he said. But I did not expect the heavenly saint to be one step ahead of me. This is a good thing. Chapter 6:12. Seeing Emperor Xia and Gu Tianxia chatting excitedly, the old beggar said in amazement, so you're brothers as well. Little boy Xia, do you remember that bastard Mo Jiuqing? Emperor Xia nodded and sighed. Back then I wanted to go find him, but the great Emperor Dao Court had other plans, so I couldn't show myself. Great Emperor Dao Court. The old beggar and Gu Tianxia looked at the other 6 people. These 6 people were all connecting heaven level 10 existences, and gave off powerful auras that were extremely dangerous. Long time no see. I didn't think you'd still be alive. Teacher of heavenly saints, we finally meet. This must be Gu Tianxia. You're not simple. Even our leader often mentions you. I advise you not to interfere in this sacred battle. The heavenly law violet qi belongs to the great Emperor Dao Court. The 4 people from the great Emperor Dao Court spoke, while the other 2 looked at the battle in the distance. Teacher of heavenly saints? Gu Tianxia looked at the old beggar in surprise. In response, the old beggar coldly harumphed and turned his head. Emperor Xia grabbed Gu Tianxia's hand and said profoundly, Brother, I advise you not to interfere. This battle is a trap and half of the saints will probably die. With our cultivation, we'll be digging our own graves if we participate. The other 6 people did not stay and flew towards the battlefield. Then why did you all come? Gu Tianxia said with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. He hated the great Emperor Dao Court as well. How could he not feel anything about Emperor Xia joining the great Emperor Dao Court? It was just that he did not show it. We're not here to participate in the battle. We're just scouts. The true rulers will come through us. Emperor Xia replied honestly. The Xia Emperor replied honestly, an apologetic look in his eyes. Gu Tianxia let go and did not say anything else. The old beggar asked, Little boy Xia, when did that bastard Mo Jiuqing join the great Emperor Dao court? Emperor Xia smiled and said, Earlier than me. He was the one who brought me in. Hearing this, the old beggar became even more displeased and started to curse at Mo Jiuqing. Emperor Xia and Gu Tianxia chatted for a bit more before going to reinforce the great Emperor Dao court. The waters of this battle are quite deep. Who would have thought that fellow would also participate? The old beggar sighed, his tone complicated. Gu Tianxia glanced at him and asked meaningfully, Which heavenly saint is your disciple? The old beggar shook his head and didn't want to answer. Boom! 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 The intense light from the explosion illuminated Zhou Xuanji and Ren Niming's expressions. Ren Niming squinted his eyes and said, The great Emperor Dao court is here. This is getting more and more interesting. Zhou Xuanji looked over and saw Emperor Xia and the others. He did not recognize any of them, so he did not feel much about them. How much do you know about the great Emperor Dao court? Zhao Fu asked Ren Niming. Before, he had hated the great Emperor Dao court, but now his target was fate, and he no longer placed the great Emperor Dao court in his eyes. Ren Niming said in a low voice, This force is very mysterious. The things they plan are also very strange. Even I can't guess what they want. Zhou Xuanji felt that it was strange too. The great Emperor Dao court always seemed to have a strong start but weak finish. For example, they had given up on him before he had risen up. From what Xian Daoya and Qiu Hu had said, it seemed that the great Emperor Dao court did not place much importance on him. If it wasn't for Xian Daoya's desperate request, Qiu Hu would not have acted. Within the Great Thousand Worlds, the legends of the great Emperor Dao court spread far and wide, and many powerful existences took pride in joining the great Emperor Dao court. It seemed that many things had the shadow of the great Emperor Dao court. However, if one looked closely, they would find that the great Emperor Dao court had not obtained anything. It's very likely that there's a heavenly saint standing behind the great Emperor Dao court, and that heavenly saint will most likely come soon. Ren Niming laughed mockingly, as if he was looking forward to the heavenly saint's arrival. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. There was a heavenly saint behind the great Emperor Dao court? It seemed that he had underestimated the great Emperor Dao court's foundation. The battle between barbarian god Huangluo, Heavenly Lord Xiantai, and Grandmaster Yu Xuanzong became more and more intense. The entire starry sky had been turned over to them for battle. As the heavenly sages fought, space collapsed. Space-time electricity wreaked havoc as if dragons and snakes surged into the universe. The three heavenly saints fought on their own. Barbarian god Huangluo was the strongest. He did not rely on any treasures and fought with his physical body. Yu Xianzong's performance was rather weak. He took out over 100 treasures and displayed his abilities, but he still couldn't gain the upper hand. If this goes on, how long will it take? Zhou Xuanji asked. He had already absorbed the magic energy from the battle into his body, and did not break through. Above the connecting heaven realm was the Saint realm. The gap in between was like an insurmountable chasm. The so-called saint contender was just a title to prove that one was qualified to fight for the position of saint. However, there was still a huge gap between them and the heavenly saint. The heavenly saints did not dare to slaughter all living beings casually because that would increase their negative karma. And the more negative karma they had, the more they would face. Especially the more powerful the living being, the more they could not fight personally. This was also the reason why the heavenly saint's selection changed. Of course, if they angered the heavenly saint would still kill them. At this moment, Heavenly Lord Xiantai broke free suddenly and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji reacted quickly. He used the sword fusion technique and 9-soul fusion technique straight away, and a brilliant radiance radiated from his body. With the thunderclap sword in one hand, he blocked in front of Ran Niming and slashed. Sword chi swept out like a crescent moon. It was extremely majestic and was tens of thousands of miles wide. Boom! Heavenly Lord Xiantai broke through the sword chi forcefully and punched toward Zhou Xuanji. His fist turned black and extremely tough. It collided with the thunderclap sword and almost knocked Zhou Xuanji out of his hand. Next, he flew backward together with Ran Niming. "You must die today!" Heavenly Lord Xiantai cried out furiously. He slammed his right palm downward, and a spatial crack appeared behind him. Countless black chains dashed out and grabbed toward Zhou Xuanji. Ding ding ding. Zhou Xuanji's limbs were bound by the chains. In the next second, he was pulled toward Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Heavenly Lord Xiantai raised his fists and clasped them together. Black runes appeared around his fists, giving off an extremely horrifying aura. The surrounding space shattered immediately. He stared at Zhou Xuanji with a savage expression. Zhou Xuanji broke free from the chains with 10,000 ultimate steps and charged toward Heavenly Lord Xiantai. He channeled all the energy in his body, and the 3 pure qi wrapped around his body. Madness could be seen in his purple eyes. Sword Dao rules. A slash tore the starry sky apart. Heavenly Lord Xuantia's fists exploded with 2 beams of black light that contained destructive power. Boom! Powerful black and white lights intertwined, and Zhou Xuanji and Heavenly Lord Xuantia's figures were instantly inundated. The beings in the distance were completely dumbfounded. The Sword Emperor can already fight with heavenly saints? Goddammit, what are we doing here? With this kind of strength, we won't be able to pick him up even if we want to. So terrifying. How can he be so powerful? Could it be the effect of 2 heavenly law violet qi? Are we still going to continue watching? The beings were sent into an uproar. Their divine sense felt as if it had touched the sun and was burned, making them even more afraid. Chapter 613. As the spectators sighed in shock, Zhou Xuanji and Heavenly Lord Xiantai rushed out from within the intense light. As they fought, they rushed upwards. Zhou Xuanji swung his sword with one hand, and his sword speed reached the level of a saint. It was so fast that it created billions of sword images, which reflected off each other. Heavenly Venerate Xiantai relied on his pair of iron fists to receive the thunderclap sword head-on without suffering any injuries. Is this guy a heavenly saint or an overlord saint? Zhou Xuanji inwardly cursed and occasionally slashed out with sword Dao rules, forcing Heavenly Lord Xiantai to dodge. Dao will was an existence that surpassed the heavenly laws. Naturally, it surpassed the power of heavenly saints. However, Zhou Xuanji's sword Dao rules was only a very shallow Dao will, but it was enough to injure Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Heavenly Lord Xiantai was also shocked. What kind of divine ability is that? Why is it making my sacred heart tremble? He could not understand, but he felt that Zhou Xuanji had too many secrets and had to be killed. With that thought in mind, he increased his holy power in a frenzy, and his aura grew stronger. The 2 of them were like 2 intertwining meteors as they charged upwards. With a boom, they broke through space and arrived in the extremely dark void. Zhou Xuanji was still dazzling, while Heavenly Lord Xiantai had fused with the darkness. After entering this void, Heavenly Lord Xuantia's offensive suddenly increased. Zhou Xuanji relied on his instincts to defend. He felt that he was surrounded by hundreds of people, and the attacks came from all directions. His purple eyes suddenly lit up. He instantly caught sight of Heavenly Lord Xuantia's figure. This fellow was constantly moving about in the darkness like a ghost. He immediately used the primordial chaos sword shadow. Sword shadows covered his entire body, stacking on top of each other. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding 10,000 miles were filled with sword shadows, forcing Heavenly Lord Xiantai to stay away from him. Humph! Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly and immediately closed his eyes. The primordial chaos sword shadows shot toward Heavenly Lord Xiantai. He still remembered the advice of the old immortal, so he did not dare to use the power of his eyes. However, his eyes had already unconsciously displayed their abilities, which made him somewhat vexed. Once he was able to defeat fate, he would definitely use this pair of eyes without any scruples. He would not be afraid of the mysterious enemies outside of the heavenly Dao. Dang! Dang! Clang! Heavenly Lord Xiantai blocked all of the sword shadows with his fists. His eyes locked onto Zhou Xuanji, and his pupils turned silver. In an instant, he felt a pair of scorching eyes on him. He subconsciously wanted to dodge, but he was shocked to find that his body couldn't move. Poochie! Heavenly Lord Xuantia's right fist pierced through Zhou Xuanji's chest. Everything happened too quickly, and he opened his eyes in shock. Heavenly Lord Xianta gave a savage smile and said, "Zhou Xuanji, you still have to die. Don't think that you're the only one with extraordinary eyes. My eyes have already cultivated into a divine ability and can control the eye of life and death. You won't be able to escape." His right arm was ablaze with black flames. The raging flames enveloped Zhou Xuanji's body. However, Zhou Xuanji did not panic. Instead, he smiled condescendingly. Saint Slayer sword suddenly appeared above his head. Whoosh! Heavenly Lord Xiantai instinctively dodged, but the Saint Slayer sword still pierced his forehead. Saint blood splattered everywhere. His eyes widened as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. The berserk saint energy flowed into Zhou Xuanji's body, almost causing him to explode and die. Under extreme pain, Zhou Xuanji burst out laughing. His eyes were cold as he looked at Heavenly Lord Xiantai furiously. "You are the first heavenly saint I've killed, and you will not be the last." The Saint Slayer sword turned around and pierced Heavenly Lord Xuantie's chest. After that, Zhou Xuanji stored it into the supreme storage. How could this be? Heavenly Lord Xuantie's body trembled. The surface of his body cracked, and a faint radiance shone from his body. It was as though he was about to explode. He could sense that his saint energy was being absorbed at an insane rate. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji had turned into a Taotai and was devouring his saint energy and will. I can't die in your hands. Impossible." Heavenly Lord Xiantai cried out in despair. His voice grew weaker and weaker. In the vast starry sky, barbarian god Huangluo and Yu Xuanzong were still fighting. Both of them gave their all without holding back. "Aren't you worried that Heavenly Lord Xiantai will monopolize the two heavenly law violet qi?" Yu Xuanzong roared furiously. He was flustered and exasperated. Although he was questioning, he did not stop his attacks. Barbarian god Huangluo laughed wildly. "He wants to defeat the Sword Emperor, but it won't be that easy." The two dragons roared. His attacks were like tidal waves that pressed forward with indomitable will. Far away, Xian Xianghua stood on an asteroid and looked up. The violent wind fluttered her demonic dress. "Brat, don't die." She frowned and was worried for Zhou Xuanji. His opponent was a heavenly saint after all. Zhou Xuanji had not become a heavenly saint yet, so how could he defeat a heavenly saint? At this moment, golden flowers floated down from above, mixed with black sand. Not only in this starry sky, but it was the same for all worlds. The golden flowers fell, and the black sand fell like rain. A heavenly lord had fallen. The spectating beings did not think of this and all became anxious. "What's this? Be careful, it might be some kind of divine ability. Do you guys feel a heavenly might? Heavenly saints fight. Do you think there won't be heavenly might? I feel that something is wrong." Barbarian god Huangluo and Yu Xuanzong, who were fighting, stopped at the same time. The two saints were shocked, and their eyes were filled with shock. Heavenly Lord Xiantai had fallen? How could it be? That brat is so powerful? Barbarian god Huangluo thought to himself in shock. He had to reevaluate Zhou Xuanji. Yu Xuanzong gritted his teeth and said, "Could it be another heavenly saint?" "Another heavenly saint?" Barbarian god Huangluo frowned. He suddenly felt that this was the most likely possibility. Although Zhou Xuanji was powerful, it was impossible for him to kill a heavenly saint. Heavenly saints were indestructible and depended on the heavenly law. How could ordinary beings kill them? Far away, Ran Niming looked up in a daze with a complicated look in his eyes. Although he tried his best to nurture Zhou Xuanji and hoped that this brat could slay a heavenly saint, he did not expect him to really do it. "Zhou Xuanji, what kind of power did you use?" Ren Niming mumbled to himself. Slaying a heavenly saint required the power of the heavenly law, or a power that surpassed the heavenly law. He had lived for so long, but he had never seen a power that surpassed the heavenly saint. Soon, the spectators realized that this was the sign of a heavenly saint falling. Heavenly Lord Xiantai has fallen? Impossible. Could it be the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji? Heavens! He's already so powerful? No wonder he dared to come. He's fearless. These powerful cultivators cried out in shock. Xian Xianghua heard their words too. Her body trembled, and her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise and joy. This brat was always the same. He always exceeded everyone's expectations. On the great Emperor Dao courtside, Emperor Xia and the others looked up and were covered in cold sweat. They all knew that Zhou Xuanji was one of the great Emperor Dao court's targets. Seems like we have underestimated him. Who is he? Emperor Xia mumbled to himself with a deep frown. He knew about Zhou Xuanji's hatred toward the great Emperor Dao court. Chapter 6:14. While the various worlds were shaken by Heavenly Lord Xuantia's death, Zhou Xuanji was still in the dark void. The Heavenly Lord Xiantai in front of him turned into ashes and dissipated into thin air, leaving behind a Heavenly Law Violet Qi. Zhou Xuanji stored the Heavenly Law Violet Qi into the Tianxia map. His body was enveloped in a blinding light as the raging saint power ravaged his body. If he had not absorbed the Overlord Saint's Saint Elixir pill, his body would have exploded and he would have died. Is this the power of a heavenly saint? Just a portion of it is already so unbearable. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He knew he had to get through this. As long as he could get through this, he would transform again. TSK, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that a mortal could kill a saint. A mocking laughter could be heard as a ball of light appeared in front of them. A man in a white robe slowly walked over. He was tens of thousands of feet tall, and his body shone with light. 5 divine moons floated behind him, and his black hair reached his waist. His face was handsome and a cold smile hung on his face. Another heavenly saint. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He could not fight at all. The slightest movement could cause the saint energy to go haywire and cause his body to explode. May I know who you are? Zhou Xuanji asked with gritted teeth. It was already very difficult for him to say these words. Saint Juin, I've been watching you fight. Those swords of yours don't come from this heavenly Tao. Tell me, where are you from? If you can't convince me, you'll die here. The white-robed man said calmly. He was 10,000 miles away from Zhou Xuanji. This distance was already very dangerous for them. Saint Juin. Just the name alone was enough to tell that it wasn't anything good. Zhou Xuanji sighed to himself. Was he really going to die here? It wasn't easy for him to kill a saint. What a pity. Seeing Zhou Xuanji's expression, Saint Juin smirked and continued to walk towards Zhou Xuanji. Your talent is very strong, so strong that even heavenly saints are terrified. I have lived for countless years, but I have never seen someone like you. Perhaps you came from the end of the void. For the sake of the world, you must die. Saint Juin walked as he spoke, wanting to use words to destroy Zhou Xuanji's Tao heart. Zhou Xuanji did not bother to argue. If he still had the strength to fight, how could he allow this fellow to be noisy here? If you want to kill him, you'll have to ask me first. A light laugh came. Just as he spoke, the old immortal suddenly landed in front of Zhou Xuanji. Looking at his back, Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Why are you here? Zhou Xuanji asked in shock. Although the old immortal had a powerful background, his current power could not rival a heavenly saint. Hearing that, the old immortal replied without turning his head. Since you've come this far, I naturally have to add fuel to the fire. When Saint Juin saw him, he narrowed his eyes and said, It's you again. If it weren't for the kindness you showed to the heavenly Tao, how could you have lived until today? I advise you to get out of the way. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you. It was no secret that there were other worlds at the end of the void. The other heavenly saints naturally knew that Venerable Daojing had abandoned his position and left. The old immortal's face was calm. He waved his horsetail whisk and said, If that's the case, then let's see who's the real deal. His Taoist robe fluttered even though there was no wind, and a surging aura erupted. It was vast and boundless, like the ocean of the universe, surging with great momentum. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. This aura, so powerful. He was even more powerful than Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Saint Juin was also shocked, and his expression became grim as he said, Do you really not want to live anymore? The old immortal calmly laughed. What's there to fear about death? I knew that my fate was coming to an end. Rather than sitting here and dying, it's better to leave behind something. He waved his left hand behind him, and an orb of light flowed into Zhou Xuanji's mind. Zhou Xuanji's body trembled, and the pain in his body quickly disappeared. The old immortal was helping him suppress the berserk saint energy. What are you doing? Zhou Xuanji seemed to realize something and asked anxiously. Even though he did not want to die, he did not want to live like a coward. The old immortal stroked his beard and loudly laughed. Don't worry, how could I die so easily? I still want to go back. How could I die here? After saying this, he walked forwards towards Saint Juin. Dao! He loudly shouted, and his aura once again exploded out. Intense light shined out, illuminating the dark void. Saint Juin immediately acted, slapping his right hand towards the old immortal. Countless black phoenixes flew out from his sleeves, crying as they leapt over, giving off massive sounds. Break! The old immortal shouted again, and all the black phoenixes disappeared instantly like a broken dream. Saint Juin frowned. He raised his right hand, and a long staff appeared in his hand. It was made of charred wood, and there was a blood-colored flag on it. He waved it at the old immortal. Gusts of chilly wind swept over, and the dark void produced visible ripples. Destroy! The old immortal's expression did not change. With another shout, he extinguished the sinister wind. He was getting closer and closer to Saint Juin. At this moment, barbarian god Huangluo and Yu Xianzong appeared on both sides. When they saw the old immortal, they were all moved. Why is he here? Yu Xuanzong's expression was unsightly, and he looked at Zhou Xuanji with his eyes wide open. This kid absorbed Heavenly Lord Xuantia's saint energy? Senior, what are you doing here? Could it be that you want to interfere with the heavenly Tao? Barbarian god Huangluo's eyes narrowed as he asked, and his tone contained a hint of deterrence. Facing the encirclement of the three saints, the old immortal was calm. Let him go, and I won't attack again. He spoke softly, his voice clearly entering the ears of the three saints. Yu Xuanzong raged. If we let him go, will he let us go? They all knew that Zhou Xuanji was someone who would take revenge for the smallest grievance. How could today's enmity be resolved with just words? The old immortal shook his head and said, As a heavenly saint, don't be too greedy. The three saints still did not back down and glared at him. Seeing this, the old immortal could only sigh. Since it's like this, I'll let you experience the great Tao's will. The old immortal's expression became serious, and his body gave off a resplendent white light. Zhou Xuanji instinctively closed his eyes. The three saints' expressions greatly fell. Xian Xianghua stood on the meteor, feeling quite unsettled. She kept feeling that Zhou Xuanji was in danger. After all, barbarian god Huangluo and Yu Xuanzong had disappeared. However, she did not know where Zhou Xuanji was, so she could only worry here. Ren Niming flew over and looked at Xian Xianghua as he asked, What's your relationship with Zhou Xuanji? Your eyes are exactly the same. Xian Xianghua had seen him standing with Zhou Xuanji before, but she remained wary and said calmly, The same color means the same in essence? Ren Niming shook his head and laughed. He raised his right hand and flipped open his palm, and a yellow jade appeared in his hand. I'll give this treasure to you. You can contact Zhou Xuanji. Of course, that will be after this battle. After tossing the yellow jade to Xian Xianghua, Ran Niming turned and left, quickly disappearing into the depths of the starry sky. Xian Xianghua looked at the yellow jade in her hand, and the corners of her lips slightly rose under her veil. She directly crushed the yellow jade. Do I need something from you to contact him? Chapter 6:15. Within the powerful light, Zhou Xuanji could not see or hear anything. He felt that all his senses had lost their function. He could only try his best to integrate the saint energy in his body. With the old immortal around, he was not afraid at all. As the pain disappeared, he felt that his saint energy was growing rapidly. It had already surpassed the power of saint contenders. At this rate, he could forcefully prove his Tao and become an overlord saint. What will happen to him? Zhou Xuanji thought worriedly. He did not want anything to happen to the old immortal because of him. Sometime later, after his saint energy stabilized, his senses had not recovered, and he still could not open his eyes. He could feel that his basic power had increased by more than 100 times. Somehow, he felt that he had reached the bottleneck of a certain stage. He understood that it was the saint stage. If he could kill another heavenly saint, he would surely become a saint. He could already move, but he could not sense his surroundings. So, he did not dare to move and waited patiently. Sometime later, the powerful light around him dissipated gradually. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder. The warmth felt familiar to him. "Senior," he called out softly. "Follow me." The old immortal's feeble voice came into his ears. Next he was taken away. Instantly he could open his eyes. He realized that he was traveling swiftly in the universe. The stars along the way were like reflections of him. The old immortal was right beside him. He put his right hand on Zhou Xuanji's shoulder and looked ahead. "Where are we going?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Seeing that the old immortal looked normal, he heaved a sigh of relief. "I will bring you to a place and show you the way to Kunlun Origin Court," the old immortal replied. His eyes were as calm as still water. Zhou Xuanji frowned and had a bad feeling. "What happened to you?" he asked with gritted teeth. He could go to that place at any time. Why now? Although he had become more powerful, he was still far from being able to go to Kunlun Origin Court. Not to mention Kunlun Origin Court, he might not even be able to defeat the mysterious enemies waiting outside. "Don't worry. Although I have exhausted my lifespan, I am not really dead. I have already sent my essence into your body. After you enter Kunlun Origin Court, my essence will tell you how to revive me," the old immortal said with a smile. He was as calm as ever, as though he did not care about life or death. Zhou Xuanji wanted to say something but stopped. His heart grew heavy. The old immortal comforted him. "The three saints have already been heavily injured by me, so they won't cause you any trouble in the short term. After I take you to that place, you can go back and deal with them one by one. Continue to grow stronger. And I hope you can pass on the heavenly law violet energy to creatures that are truly suitable for the heavenly saints. If this heavenly Tao is allowed to continue messing around, it will definitely be destroyed." Zhou Xuanji listened quietly and felt terrible. All the times he spent with the old immortal appeared in his mind, and he felt suffocated. The old immortal smiled and said, "Don't think too much. I can't be immortal in the first place. Back then, the heaven-mending Tao had already damaged the source of my soul. I just made a choice in advance. Don't forget what I said, your heart must be calm." At this point, Zhou Xuanji could only try to calm himself down. He said solemnly, "Don't worry, I won't let you down." The old immortal smiled even more and began to talk about the beauty of the Kunlun Origin Court. However, his description was already very vague. Other than adjectives, he couldn't give a concrete answer. Zhou Xuanji could clearly sense that his mind was aging. In the end, he didn't even have the strength to speak. His entire face became haggard. He was no longer the one carrying Zhou Xuanji, but Zhou Xuanji was carrying him. They flew for an unknown period of time. The old immortal said weakly, "Remember this direction. Keep moving forward." Right after he spoke, he turned into ashes and disappeared into the starry sky. Zhou Xuanji stopped and remained silent. After a long while, he sighed and smiled. "Very good. This way my heart will be more resolute." He snorted coldly. He was no longer sad. The old immortal could come back to life anyway. Next, it was time for him to take revenge on the heavenly saints. The thunderclap sword and 3 clear Tai Chi sword appeared in his hands. With both swords in hand, he turned around and flew toward the Great Thousand Worlds. The news of Heavenly Lord Xiantai being killed by the Sword Emperor spread across the Great Thousand Worlds and to other independent worlds. Many powerful cultivators witnessed this battle. To prevent their disciples from offending Zhou Xuanji, they spread this news on purpose. At the same time, they wanted to express their goodwill to Zhou Xuanji. If they were in Zhou Xuanji's shoes, they would want the whole world to know about it. Soon, the Sword Emperor's name was worshipped by the world. Killing a saint. Since ancient times, who could do it other than the heavenly saint? Zhou Xuanji proved that the heavenly saint was not invincible. At the same time, everyone knew something else. That was, Zhou Xuanji had 3 heavenly law violet qi. In the Lotus world, Zhou Xiaoxian was training her sword on the mountain top. Not far away, Jiang Shui was cultivating under a tree. Lady Xiaoxian was beside her. In front of them was a majestic waterfall. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji appeared before Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui opened her eyes and saw that Zhou Xuanji, who had his back to the sun, looked so tall. "Why did you come back so suddenly?" Did something happen? Jiang Shui got up and asked immediately. Lady Zhao Xian got up as well. Zhou Xiaoxian, who was training her sword, was alarmed. Seeing that it was Zhou Xuanji, she leaped over in surprise and smiled. Father, is Su Qing really your senior apprentice brother? Zhou Xuanji smiled at her before looking at Jiang Shui and said, I'm fine. I just fought with the Heavenly Saint and suddenly missed you. Heavenly Saint? The three girls were shocked. Are you okay? Lady Zhao Xian asked anxiously. In their eyes, the Heavenly Saints were invincible beings. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji was held hostage and came here to explain himself to them? The more they thought about it, the more afraid they became. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, I'm fine. I killed Heavenly Lord Xian Tai. With these words, the three girls opened their eyes wide. Zhou Xiaoxian grabbed his arm and said excitedly, Father, is what you said true? You are already a heavenly saint? At this moment she felt like she was dreaming. Her father would be a heavenly saint in the future? Just thinking about it was exciting. Zhou Xuanji rubbed her head and said with a smile, I'm not a heavenly saint, but I can kill him. Next, I will kill the other heavenly saints. I just want to ask you, if I leave the heavenly law universe and head into the depths of the void, are you all willing to follow me? Jiang Shui pinched his waist and snorted. What? You want to leave us behind? Zhou Xiaoxian followed and said that she was willing to continue exploring with him. Lady Zhao Xian was a little dazed. To her, only a few years had passed. In the blink of an eye, the child who was crying in her arms had become the most powerful being under the heavenly law. Chapter 6:16. When I defeat the enemies under the heavenly Tao, I will leave. At that time, I will bring all of you along and let you experience the scenery outside the heavenly Tao. Zhou Xuanji stroked Jiang Shui's hair and smiled gently. He turned to Lady Zhao Xian and asked, Mother, what about you? Do you want to stay? Ever since he had come to the world in the lotus, he had often seen Lady Zhao Xian staring blankly into space by herself. Lady Zhao Xian looked hesitant, unable to make a decision immediately. I'm just telling you guys in advance. You guys can still think about it. Alright, it's time for me to leave. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. After that, he disappeared. Then, he went to the universe and kept demon god Tianwu into the Tianxia map. The 24-rank deep black lotus also merged with his body. He quickly flew toward the boundless world. Barbarian god Huangluo, Yu Xianzong, and Saint Juyin were all heavily injured by the old immortal, so it was the best time for him to strike. He held 9 extreme divine swords in his hands. With the support of divine power, his divine consciousness became stronger. He scanned the area with his spiritual will, and quickly captured the auras of the 3 sages. Among all the living beings, the heavenly saint's aura was extremely vast. Aside from the 3 barbarian sages, there were also the auras of other heavenly sages. Zhou Xuanji first flew toward where Grandmaster Yuxuan was. Within an independent universe, Yuxuanzong sat on a golden lotus as tens of world overlords floated before him, waiting for his instructions. Xian Xianghua was also among them. She was silent. After a long while, Yuxuanzong opened his eyes and looked at everyone as he slowly said, Everyone should know that Heavenly Lord Xiantai was killed by Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji had a backer, and after being suppressed by us 3 saints, that backer has fallen. Now, Zhou Xuanji has 3 heavenly law violet qi. You should know what to do. The sector lords were indifferent and did not reply. If it was before, they might have simply believed it. However, after witnessing the holy war, they no longer dared to have such delusions. Regardless of whether Zhou Xuanji had killed Heavenly Lord Xiantai or not, they had seen with their own eyes that Zhou Xuanji had strength that could rival saints. Yu Xianzong saw through their thoughts and sneered. What? Are you scared? The sector lords didn't dare to meet his gaze and could only curse in their hearts. There's no need to force them. I'm already here. Zhou Xuanji's voice suddenly sounded out in the universe, causing everyone's expression to change. A spatial crack appeared above Yu Xuanzong's head, and Zhou Xuanji, holding the thunderclap sword and 3 clear Tai Chi sword, walked out. Whoosh! The world overlords were so frightened that they hurriedly retreated. Xian Xianghua was the same as well. She was deeply immersed in her acting. Zhou Xuanji looked down at Yu Xuanzong and said coldly, You're about to follow in Heavenly Lord Xuantia's footsteps. If you have any last words, say them quickly, or you won't have the chance. Yu Xuanzong was so angry that he laughed. He stood up and said coldly, Zhou Xuanji, you're too? Boom! Zhou Xuanji's body gave off a resplendent and powerful light. He directly used the sword fusion technique and 9-soul fusion technique. The 2-9 extreme legendary sword's power was activated, and his aura was comparable to a heavenly saint's. Yu Xuanzong's expression changed as he exclaimed, How long has it been? How can you be so strong? Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and slashed down. Sword Dao rules. Yu Xuanzong subconsciously retreated, but his right arm was still chopped off. Yu Xuanzong was so scared that his scalp felt numb. How could his sword be so fast? He looked at Zhou Xuanji in shock, and he could not help but wonder if Zhou Xuanji had been possessed by the old immortal. The other world overlords were even more shocked. Why did they feel that Yu Xuanzong was not a match for Zhou Xuanji at all? How long had it been since that battle? Do you remember that legend? You're talking about the Overlord Saint, who's even more powerful than heavenly saints. Using strength to prove one's Tao? If he's a heavenly saint, then it makes sense. He's too powerful, we need to run. That's right. Staying alive is more important. The world overlords were so scared that they all tore through space and quickly escaped. Xian Xianghua also left. She did not want to reveal their relationship for now. At the same time, she believed that Zhou Xuanji could kill Yu Xuanzong. After the world overlords left, Zhou Xuanji immediately started to take revenge. He raised the thunderclap sword and said coldly, Yu Xuanzong, you provoked me first. You're a heavenly saint, but just for heavenly law violet qi. You're not worthy of being a heavenly saint. His aura madly increased, causing spatial ripples that could be seen with the naked eye to appear. After the golden flowers and iron sand, the entire world was covered in a golden light, and countless hailstones fell. Everyone was in an uproar. Such an abnormal scene that contained heavenly might. Could another heavenly saint have fallen? I, Zhou Xuanji, have already killed Heavenly Lord Xiantai and Yu Xuanzong, and I have 4 heavenly law violet qi. Everyone listen up. If you want to become a heavenly saint, I will give you a chance. The heavenly saint should not only have power but also benevolence and fairness. If you want to become a heavenly saint, follow your heart. Zhou Xuanji's voice suddenly resounded throughout all the great thousand worlds and independent worlds. His words caused everyone to be in an uproar. The Sword Emperor was going to choose a heavenly saint? That was too domineering. The top-tier cultivators were somewhat furious, but most of the living beings were excited. If the heavenly saint was benevolent and fair, all living beings would be blessed. At this moment, all the worlds were worshipping the Sword Emperor. Wanshan Great Thousand Center God Province. Within the Heavenly Palace, Emperor Yan of Zhou stood guard before the Heavenly Gate. After hearing Zhou Xuanji's words, he fell into a daze. The other heavenly soldiers discussed excitedly. The Sword Emperor is so powerful. I heard that the Sword Emperor once had a conflict with our Heavenly Palace, but he was benevolent and did not pursue it. I heard about it too. I heard that his father is still in our Heavenly Palace. This is his era. All geniuses are insignificant before him. He's already a heavenly saint? That's amazing. Emperor Yan of Zhou smiled bitterly. If he had been braver back then and protected Zhou Xuanji with his life, would his fate have changed? In just a few hundred years, Zhou Xuanji had already reached an unimaginable level. Was this boy really his son? The more Emperor Yan of Zhou thought about it, the more bitter he felt. His expression became desolate. It was as though he had aged a decade. In the shattered universe, darkness occupied most of the space. Countless ashes floated in the air. They were formed by the shattered stars. Zhou Xuanji sat in the air and digested Yu Xuanzong's saint energy. He began to break through to the saint realm. Overlord Saint, I'm coming. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He did not deactivate the 9-soul fusion technique to strengthen the 4 demon god bodies. Because Yu Xuanzong's saint energy was more than enough for him to break through. More energy could be used to strengthen his demon god clones. If his clones could break through to the Overlord Saint, wouldn't that be perfect? Thunderclouds appeared above his head suddenly. They billowed and expanded, and bolts of purple lightning could be vaguely seen in the clouds. Saint Tribulation. Zhou Xuanji looked up and saw a pair of eyes in the thunderclouds. It was the Heavenly Law's eye. The Heavenly Law was spying on him. He did not panic but was filled with fighting spirit. Chapter 6:17. The Heavenly Tao had no consciousness. It was just a law that ruled over everything. That pair of Heavenly Tao eyes was just a manifestation of the Heavenly Tribulation to frighten his Tao heart. Soon, the Heavenly Tribulation descended. Billions of bolts of purple lightning descended and violently struck Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji directly used World Overlord's heart technique, drawing on the power of Heavenly Law to suppress the surging saint energy in his body. He looked young and his cultivation breakthrough seemed to be too hasty, but his foundation was not unstable. As his cultivation level soared, his body was constantly being tempered. Moreover, his state of mind had already comprehended the edge of the great Tao, and everything that was happening before his eyes was a matter of course for him. The process of transcending the tribulation was extremely long. Zhou Xuanji did not hide his aura. He was not afraid of heavenly saints attacking. He even hoped that a heavenly saint would come. About 2 hours passed. He sensed two presences. They belonged to barbarian god Huang Luo and Saint Juin. As expected, berserker god Huang Luo does not harbor any good intentions. As Zhou Xuanji thought about this, the corner of his lips curled up. Just in time. It was just the right time to help him reach a higher level. Soon barbarian god Huang Luo and Saint Juin appeared. They appeared on Zhou Xuanji's left and right 10,000 meters away from him. Looking at Zhou Xuanji from afar, their gazes were incredibly complicated. They could not maintain their composure as heavenly saints. Zhou Xuanji did not speak and waited for them to attack. After a while, barbarian god Huang Luo said, "Zhou Xuanji, what do you want? Since you want to become an overlord saint, why don't you give up the 4 heavenly law violet qi?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and asked, "Since you are already a heavenly saint, why do you still need the heavenly law violet qi? What a joke. Why can you snatch it but I can't take it?" Moreover, he had obtained the 4 heavenly law violet qi in a fair and just manner, so how could he possibly give them away? There are too many heavenly saints. We want to destroy these 4 strands of heavenly law violet energy. They are divided by us and we control the heavenly law together. What do you think? Barbarian god Huang Luo continued with a calm expression, as though he could not see that Zhou Xuanji was undergoing the tribulation. Saint Juin smiled faintly but didn't say anything. For some reason, they did not give Zhou Xuanji the feeling that they were heavenly saints. Instead, they were demons who fought for power and profit. Was this the magnanimity of a heavenly saint? Zhou Xuanji's eyes were filled with disdain. A ray of golden light shone down from above and landed right in front of Zhou Xuanji. A figure emerged from within the golden light. It was Buddha Yongling Amipa. "Brother Zhou and I are old friends. I advise you to leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Buddha Yongling's left hand formed a palm and he placed it in front of his chest. His right hand was fiddling with the prayer beads. Barbarian god Huang Luo and Saint Juin narrowed their eyes. What a crafty old bald donkey. He actually jumped out to show off. "Yongling, did you really think that he would join hands with you just like that? You're the main culprit behind old ancestor Hongshi's death," said Saint Juin with a strange smile. The moment he said that, Buddha Yongling's right hand stopped, and his expression became slightly unnatural. However, Zhou Xuanji's expression did not change. He remained silent and focused on overcoming the tribulation. According to his estimations, he would soon become an overlord saint. Buddha Yongling stared at Saint Juin and said, "Our battles have already placed the heavenly Daos in a dangerous state. Why did Paragon Daojing leave? Do you think it's because he wants to pursue greater power? He's on the run." The reason why he came up with the plan to clear out the saints was not just for the sake of power. If he was the only heavenly saint, he would be able to help all creatures as he pleased and uphold the rules. The 3 heavenly saints started to bicker, wanting to stand at the peak of morality. Zhou Xuanji silently listened. The eye of heavenly law gradually disappeared into the thunderclouds. He could sense that his body and soul were going through changes. Analyze that the sword owner has reached the overlord saint realm. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained the 9 extreme 1000 reincarnation sword. Extreme Nightmare Abyss. The sword spirit's voice sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind, causing him to slightly frown. Why was it only a 9 extreme legendary sword? He thought about it and could not help but shake his head and laugh. He had been too greedy. Following this, his entire body started to ascend. Barbarian God Huangluo and Saint Juin's expression slightly changed, but they still did not attack Zhou Xuanji. Now that things had come to this, they understood that they could not stop Zhou Xuanji. As such, it was better to bury the hatchet. Buddha Yongling's gaze was somewhat complicated. This was because Zhou Xuanji's growth speed was simply too fast. Last time, the two of them had made an agreement in the Heaven Fiend realm. How long had it been? Zhou Xuanji had already surpassed him. He even suspected that he had been struck by some sort of illusory divine ability. This dream was simply too bizarre. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and looked at Barbarian God Huangluo and Saint Juin as he said coldly, "You're still here. Looks like you're not afraid of death?" Saint Juin smiled as he said, "We're not forcing you. We've already lost 4 heavenly saints, and we cannot continue to lose them. You becoming an overlord saint is a good thing for us. You can do whatever you want with the heavenly law Violet Qi. However, there's a very powerful enemy outside the heavenly law. Before, even the 8 of us saints working together were not a match for him. An enemy outside the heavenly law?" Zhou Xuanji immediately thought of the primordial ancestors' enemy. That sort of existence was indeed something that heavenly saints could not defeat. Ever since we started cultivating, who hasn't had enmity or grievances? We didn't have any great enmity before, and you've already reached the saint realm, so you're in existence on the same level as us. As a saint of the heavenly law, we naturally have to fight together, Barbarian God Huangluo said, a calm smile on his face, not worried at all that Zhou Xuanji would suddenly attack. Zhou Xuanji took out the thunderclap sword and smiled as he said, "Each of you receive a sword strike from me as an apology. One of my seniors died because of you. No matter if it's life or death, our enmity will be written off." His smile was incredibly dangerous, making it so that Barbarian God Huangluo and Saint Juin could no longer smile. Buddha Yongling sighed softly. This boy was truly someone who would take revenge for the smallest grievance. Fortunately, he had not offended him back then. He was quite curious to see if Barbarian God Huangluo and Saint Juin would be able to receive a sword strike from Zhou Xuanji. Since it's like this, how can we refuse? Come. Barbarian God Huangluo loudly laughed as 2 azure dragons wrapped around his majestic body. He raised his aura to the peak. Saint Juin's expression was gloomy and he could only nod. He was on guard, preparing to face Zhou Xuanji's sword. That moment, Zhou Xuanji suddenly moved, turning and rushing towards Saint Juin. He slashed out and sword Dao rules exploded out. Saint Juin raised his arms to block. Boom! Sword light flashed as sword qi swept out. Saint Juin instantly exploded, and his soul dissipated. Only a trace of heavenly law Violet Qi remained, struggling at death's door. Sword qi swept out, tearing apart the universe's space. Barbarian God Huangluo and Buddha Yongling stared with wide eyes. How was this possible? The 2 saints were dumbfounded, especially Barbarian God Huangluo. His body trembled, and an unprecedented sense of fear flooded into his heart, making it impossible for him to remain calm. That was Saint Juin. Even among heavenly saints, he was in existence with above-average strength. And yet, he had been instantly killed by Zhou Xuanji with a single strike? Impossible. He just broke through. Barbarian God Huangluo's body trembled, feeling despair in his heart. He could not believe his eyes. I have countless swords. Chapter 6:18. After killing Saint Juin, Zhou Xuanji once again absorbed a boundless wave of saint energy. He suppressed the saint energy within his body, while also collecting Saint Juin's heavenly law Violet Qi. At this point, he had 5 strands of heavenly Dao Violet Qi in hand, which was enough to change the heavenly Dao. He shifted his gaze towards Barbarian God Huangluo and said with a smile, "Are you ready?" Barbarian God Huangluo was drenched in cold sweat. He did not know how to reply. Seeing his expression, Zhou Xuanji felt incredibly pleased. "Weren't you all high and mighty before? If you kill us, how will you face the powerful enemies from beyond the heavens?" Barbarian God Huangluo took a deep breath and tried to calm his emotions. The impact of that sword strike just now was too great. His limbs were trembling slightly. He was a heavenly saint. How could he be so unbearable? The longer you live, the more you don't want to die. That was how barbarian god Huang Luo felt at the moment. Buddha Yongling hovered in the distance. He didn't interrupt and just watched quietly. Looking at Zhou Xuanji, he remembered the mighty figure of the previous overlord saint. An overlord saint is a true saint. A heavenly saint is just a puppet that borrows the power of the heavenly law. Buddha Yongling smiled bitterly with a desolate expression. He suddenly understood that even if he was the only heavenly saint left, he would not be a match for Zhou Xuanji with the power of heavenly law. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji did not speak, barbarian god Huang Luo became even more terrified. He did not even dare to run away, because Zhou Xuanji's sword was just too fast. Saint Juin didn't even have time to defend himself. If he had turned around, he would have died without a doubt. Zhou Xuanji divided the saint energy among the 4 demon god clones, causing them to come closer and closer to the overlord saint. This broken universe fell into silence. Buddha Yongling did not dare to make a sound, causing barbarian god Huang Luo to be tormented. He did not know when Zhou Xuanji would attack. Even as a heavenly saint, he could not endure this kind of fear. He gritted his teeth and knelt down in the air. He cupped his fists towards Zhou Xuanji and said, "I'm willing to submit to you and serve you. Can you spare my life?" Buddha Yongling's eyes widened as he looked at him in disbelief. The arrogant barbarian god Huang Luo actually knelt down? Zhou Xuanji looked at him and asked expressionlessly, "How can I trust you?" Barbarian god Huang Luo deeply breathed in and flipped his right hand. A golden bell appeared in his hand, and he sent it to Zhou Xuanji with his saint energy. This treasure is known as the 9 extreme bell of heaven and earth. It is an ultimate treasure of the heavenly Tao. With a single ring, the souls of all living beings will be captivated. With 2 rings, the heavenly saint will be in a trance. With 3 rings, it can destroy billions of souls. Barbarian god Huang Luo said with a complicated tone. This was his strongest magic treasure. Buddha Yongling followed and said, "What he said is true." Zhou Xuanji found that this fellow had already erased the worldly 9 extreme bell's soul imprint. This bell was now ownerless. Barbarian god Huang Luo was very sincere. Facing the threat of death, he could only compromise. "Yes, from now on you'll be my sword slave. What do you think?" Zhou Xuanji said calmly. Barbarian god Huang Luo's eyelids twitched, but he did not dare to refuse. And now Zhou Xuanji had subdued a heavenly saint sword slave. Buddha Yongling was essentially one of his subordinates. Even though he hadn't officially said it, judging from Buddha Yongling's actions, it was clear that he had already made his choice. Apart from them, there were only 2 heavenly saints that he had not seen before. One was Shangtian Dao, the strongest heavenly saint. The other was Phoenix Lord Tianqi, an extremely low-key heavenly saint. It was not an exaggeration to say that Zhou Xuanji had reached the peak of the heavenly law. Even Shangtian Dao was not someone he placed in his eyes. However, he did not relax. His target was destiny. After a while, Zhou Xuanji completely absorbed Saint Juin's cultivation. He slowly got up and said, "Do heavenly saints live above the 36th heaven?" Buddha Yongling shook his head and said, "The 36th heaven you speak of is where the heavenly law is." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji became even more curious. He suddenly thought of Sovereign Xian. That fellow was not even a heavenly saint. How could he dare to go to the 36th heaven? "Do you know Sovereign Xian?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Under the sword fusion technique, Sovereign Xian could communicate with him. "Oye, don't expose me." Sovereign Xian called out discontentedly, feeling quite flustered and exasperated. Dao Lord Shenton laughed mockingly and said, "Little brother, why are you so nervous?" The words they used were all learned from Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji often said some strange words, and they felt that they were interesting, so they often used them. Sovereign Xian? That fellow is an incredible existence, the one closest to an overlord saint. He lives in seclusion in the Wanshan Great Thousand. Before, he sought death and went to the 36th heaven, but he never came back. "He's most likely dead," Buddha Yongling said as he shook his head and smiled. His tone was filled with mockery, and hearing this, Sovereign Xian almost exploded in anger. Barbarian god Huangluo flew over to Zhou Xuanji and said, "Master, why don't you open up a preaching site in the 35th heaven?" His attitude changed very quickly. Now that he was following Zhou Xuanji, he would not have to fear Shangtiandao anymore. Buddha Yongling had not left yet. He definitely had the same thought. Zhou Xuanji lightly nodded and followed the two heavenly saints to the 35th heaven. The 33rd heaven was the peak of the Great Thousand World, and the 34th heaven was the boundless starry sky of the universe. The 35th heaven was an even higher realm, and very few creatures could reach there. Before, when Zhou Xuanji had fought with Heavenly Lord Xiantai, he had broken through the barrier of the 35th heaven. On a massive floating island, figures stood in front of a tall mountain. Among them were Emo Jiuqing and Emperor Xia. It was the great Emperor Dao Court. They all looked up, looking at a figure on the summit. Zhou Xuanji has already become an overlord saint and killed Heavenly Lord Xiantai, Yuxuanzong and Saint Juyin. Even barbarian god Huangluo and Buddha Yongling have submitted to him. A cold voice sounded out from the summit, causing the expressions of the great Emperor Dao Court's experts to change. Emo Jiuqing was the most emotional. His body trembled as he said with a trembling voice, How did he do it? Thinking back to the first time he had seen Zhou Xuanji, what was that boy's cultivation back then? And now Emperor Xia was also given a big fright. He had personally witnessed the Saint War before. Even though Zhou Xuanji had been powerful back then, he had not been this powerful. In other words, Zhou Xuanji had already surpassed all heavenly saints? Thinking back to the enmity between the great Emperor Dao Court and Zhou Xuanji, everyone felt terrified. From now on, this seat can only ally with Shangtiandao. In the future, don't try to divine Zhou Xuanji, including everyone around him. The cold voice once again sounded out. He was Phoenix Lord Tianqi. He was the one who had created the great Emperor Dao Court. Everyone was still in shock and terror, and they could not come back to their senses for a long time. At that moment, Phoenix Lord Tianqi's figure suddenly disappeared. Emperor Xia looked at Emo Jiuqing and sighed as he said, "Your troubles have come." Back then, Emo Jiuqing had plotted against Zhou Xuanji. Emo Jiuqing's expression was complicated, and he did not know what to say. In the past, he had been very close to Zhou Xuanji. In the end, he had betrayed Zhou Xuanji and led all of his fellow apprentices into danger. Now, he could only hide in the great Emperor Dao Court and did not dare to go out. Chapter 619. While Emo Jiuqing and Emperor Xia were feeling complicated, barbarian god Huangluo and Buddha Yongling led Zhou Xuanji to the 35th heaven. There was no earth here, only a majestic mist of spiritual qi. As far as the eye could see, there weren't even any stars. The 35th layer of heaven is very vast. You can establish a Dao field as you wish. Barbarian god Huangluo said in a respectful tone. He had already adjusted his state of mind. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Where are Shangtiandao and Phoenix Lord Tianan?" He remembered a heavenly saint who called himself the Heavenly Ancestor, and invited him to participate in the All Heavens Dao Feast. Shangtiandao and Phoenix Lord Tianqi both had the word Tian in their names. Shangtiandao is probably cultivating in seclusion. As for immortal Lord Tianho, his whereabouts are a mystery. He has a special mystique that conceals his aura. No one knows what he's doing. At the mention of Shangtiandao, a strange look flashed across his eyes. Clearly, there was a story between the two saints. Zhou Xuanji asked no more and began scanning the 35 heavens with his divine will. Soon he discovered Heavenly Lord Xiantai, Grandmaster Yu Xian, and Saint Juin's Dao arenas. He immediately flew over. Heavenly Lord Xuantia's dojo had already been ransacked. As for who had done it, he did not ask. It had to be the remaining heavenly saints. He quickly went to Grandmaster Yu Xian and Saint Juin's dojo and collected all of the resources there. Yu Xian's sect's dojo was a group of palaces. They were luxurious and majestic, flickering with 7-colored holy light. Saint Juin's preaching site was a jet-black temple that was incredibly large. There were many ghosts standing guard, but they were all scattered by Zhou Xuanji's sword qi. Barbarian god Huangluo and Buddha Yongling felt a wave of envy when they saw him plundering, but they didn't dare say anything. After doing all this, Zhou Xuanji smiled satisfactorily and said, "All right, you can all go back. Remember, reduce fighting in the future and prioritize all living beings." Barbarian god Huangluo and Buddha Yangling immediately bowed and left. Following beside Zhou Xuanji, the pressure was just too great. They were afraid that Zhou Xuanji would suddenly attack and take their lives. After they left, Zhou Xuanji sat cross-legged in the air and began to cultivate. The previous battle had almost depleted the magic power stored in the Tianxia map. He had to store it for a period of time so that he could be prepared. He took out the 4 demon god avatars and let them cultivate together. After breaking through to the Overlord Saint realm, his control over his clones had become much stronger. Very soon, he would be able to channel the spiritual energy absorbed by the 4 clones into the Tianxia map. This would greatly increase the efficiency of his absorption of spiritual energy. After stabilizing his cultivation state, he took out the Kiliakosm Samsara sword to check. Sword name: Boundless Reincarnation Sword Level 9 Description: The Sword of Reincarnation can make all creatures under the Saint Realm fall into reincarnation. It can also break reincarnation. The user must be at the Saint Realm level 1 to use this sword. The Kiliakosm Reincarnation Sword was a black and white long sword. It had a metallic texture and was extremely heavy, as though it had been compressed from a great thousand world. Zhou Xuanji just happened to meet the requirement of level 1 of the Saint stage. The Sage realm was divided into 9 skies. 1 was the weakest and 9 was the strongest. Zhou Xuanji walked the path of an Overlord Saint. Even though he was only a level 1 Heavenly Saint, he was stronger than a level 5 Heavenly Saint. An Overlord Saint was on a completely different level from a Heavenly Saint. It could even be said that without the power of the Heavenly Law, a Heavenly Saint was a false saint. After looking at the Kiliakosm Samsara sword, Zhou Xuanji started to receive the Extreme Nightmare Abyss. The Extreme Nightmare Abyss was a type of dream divine ability. It could pull an enemy's consciousness into an illusion that one could create. In the illusion, one could give the enemy pain and even kill the enemy. Time in the Extreme Nightmare Abyss was almost completely still. No matter how much time passed inside, it would only be an instant in the real world. There were 2 ways to use the Extreme Nightmare Abyss. One was to physically or spiritually touch the enemy, and the other was to look at them from a distance. Zhou Xuanji was very satisfied with this divine ability. In battle, it would definitely be impossible to defend against. After learning the Extreme Nightmare Abyss, he began to focus on cultivating. At the same time, Barbarian god Huangluo and Buddha Yangling spread the news of Saint Juin being killed by Zhou Xuanji to the various Great Thousand Worlds, building up support for Zhou Xuanji. In an instant, all sorts of legends about the Overlord Saint were dug up and spread throughout the various worlds. Zhou Xuanji had become the most powerful sword emperor in the heavenly law. In everyone's eyes, he was already the most powerful saint. Heavenly Lord Xiantai Yuxuanzong Saint Juin. He slew 3 heavenly saints consecutively and had 5 heavenly law violet qi. Since ancient times, who could be as domineering as him? And just like that, Zhou Xuanji was deified. The title of Sword Emperor was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. The Great Emperor steels in the various Great Thousand Worlds also underwent changes. Zhou Xuanji became the first. No one had any objections to this. Compared to him, the other names on the steels paled in comparison. After half a year of rest, Zhou Xuanji left the 4 demon god bodies in the 35th heaven to cultivate while he returned to Wanshan Great Thousand and released the Divine Cliff. As for Emperor Sword Court, he asked around. If anyone wanted to survive in the Great Thousand Worlds, he could release them. Because Emperor Sword Court had many people, some disciples wanted to go out and have a look. So Zhou Xuanji released them to train outside. After all this, he returned to the world in the lotus and expanded the world with his saint energy. The sky became higher and higher, and the land became vaster. Emperor Sword Court's disciples felt their blood boiling. Too powerful. I heard that Grand Teacher has become a saint. Can you feel it? The spiritual qi is growing. The spiritual qi here has already surpassed Wanshan Great Thousand. Luckily, we didn't go out. The disciples discussed among themselves. The world in the lotus was vast. Zhou Xuanji allowed them to choose their own residence, but they were not allowed to fight with their peers for territory. If there were any disputes, they had to consult Emperor Sword Court, and the elders and deacons would decide. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Congjian followed behind Zhou Xuanji. Looking at him using his saint energy, their eyes were filled with admiration. I have 5 heavenly law violet chi with me. You are benevolent and qualified to become a saint, but you are too weak. Later, I will temper your muscles and bones to increase your physical talent, Zhou Xuanji said casually. Zhou Xuanji said indifferently. Right now, if he wanted to become more powerful, it would take countless years just by relying on cultivation. So, he turned his attention to his disciples. He wanted to help Emperor Sword Court become more powerful, so that he could lead them to a vaster universe. Xiao Jinghong shook his head and said, I don't want the heavenly law violet chi. I want to become an overlord saint like you. Zhao Zongjian nodded. When they heard about Zhou Xuanji's process of killing a saint, their blood boiled with excitement. An overlord saint was really domineering. He could kill a heavenly saint with a single slash right after becoming a saint. How could they not yearn for such power? Zhou Xuanji nodded with a smile and said, Tell Beixiao and Lianqin to work hard on cultivating as well. Strive to become a saint in the future. He had a lot of affection for his disciples and sword slaves who had followed him since the beginning. Back then, when they ran away together, even though they were in a sorry state, it was very heartwarming. Chapter 620. Finally, Zhou Xuanji expanded the Lotus world by dozens of times. He planted all the natural resources he obtained in every corner to produce spiritual qi for the Lotus world. To prevent his disciples from digging up these natural resources, he set up a defensive barrier. Once it was triggered, the plunderers would be repelled but not killed. After all this, Zhou Xuanji came to the heavenly hall and teleported Emperor Yan of Zhou out. In the forest, Emperor Yan of Zhou was shocked when he saw Zhou Xuanji. He thought that this brat was here to kill him. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless as he let out Lady Zhao Xian and Zhou Xiaoxian. Then he left the place. He did this for Lady Zhao Xian's wish. But he did not want to see Emperor Yan of Zhou, so he asked Zhou Xiaoxian to look after her. Zhou Xiaoxian was powerful enough to protect Lady Zhao Xian. You? How could you? Emperor Yan of Zhou opened his eyes wide and trembled. He could not believe his eyes. How could a dead person come back to life? It was possible if she had just died. But how many years had it been since Lady Zhao Xian died? Humph! It's him? Zhou Xiaoxian crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at her grandfather with disdain. She knew about Zhou Xuanji's past a long time ago. She was pampered since she was young. She could not imagine how it felt to be hunted down by her own father. Just thinking about it made her feel suffocated. Emperor Yan of Zhou looked at Zhou Xiaoxian and fell into a daze. Because Zhou Xiaoxian was too similar to Lady Zhao Xian, just like sisters. But he heard a rumor that Zhou Xuanji had a daughter. Could it be Emperor Yan of Zhou suddenly felt ashamed, and he wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide in? Lady Zhao Xian walked up to him with a complicated expression and pursed her lips. Emperor Yan of Zhou hesitated for a while before mustering up his courage and said, "Xian." Smack, Lady Zhao Xian slapped him. He did not dodge or retreat but took the slap head-on. This was what he deserved. He accepted it. At this moment a powerful gust came. Zhou Xiaoxian charged over and slapped him. This slap caused him to vomit blood. He was sent flying, crashing into a large tree and breaking it. Zhou Xiaoxian smiled proudly. "Grandma, you are not strong enough. I can help you to make him suffer." Lady Zhao Xian was stunned and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Zhou Xuanji came to the old immortal's Taoist temple. The Taoist temple had already disappeared, and there were still traces of wooden stakes on the ground. The spiritual flowers planted not far away had already been surrounded by weeds. He sighed, feeling as if things had remained the same, but the people had changed. Now in his heart the old immortal was already his master, more important than the old beggar. When he was on the verge of despair, it was the old immortal who pointed out the right path for him and brought him hope. It was also the old immortal who helped him comprehend the Tao intent. In the end, the old immortal had died for him. Even though there was still hope of resurrection, every time he thought of it, he would feel a little depressed. "Senior, wait for me in the Kunlun Origin Court," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He walked to the tree he used to stay under and sat down against the trunk, feeling the breeze and all the details around him. That was how he had comprehended the Tao back then. Now that he had become an overlord saint, he had a different feeling when he calmed his mind. The world was very small. The universe was huge. Saint was very strong, but he was not strong enough to take in the entire universe. The rustling of grass in the wind was in front of his eyes and beside his ears. He raised his head and gazed into the distant sky, lost in thought. He did not focus on one thing but emptied his mind. After a long while, a silhouette appeared beside him. It was Ren Niming. "Congratulations! You have become an overlord saint and surpassed all the saints in history," Ren Niming said with a smile. His eyes were even more passionate than before. Now he really felt hope from Zhou Xuanji. The hope to defeat destiny. Zhou Xuanji looked at him intently and asked, "When do I have the right to challenge destiny?" Destiny was like a blade hanging above his head. He could not ignore it. Although he was powerful, he was afraid that the people around him would be harmed by destiny. There's still a period of time. Destiny is something that can even toy with the heavenly saints. If you want to defeat him, you must at least be more powerful than all the heavenly saints, and not just by a little, Ren Niming said seriously. He was worried that Zhou Xuanji would become arrogant. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and asked, "After defeating destiny, do you want to become destiny?" A conscious rule was extremely horrifying. Especially someone like Ren Niming, who had abundant emotions and was good at scheming. Ren Niming shook his head and said with a smile, "Since I'm no longer destiny, I will not go back. If you destroy destiny, a new destiny will be born. The karma will accelerate, but it will no longer have a consciousness. And I want to live for myself. Destiny is a rule that serves all living beings after all." His words were as flawless as ever. But Zhou Xuanji did not believe him completely. If he became destiny, why couldn't he live for himself? "Next, I only need to become more powerful. Powerful enough to challenge destiny, right?" he asked casually. After breaking through to the Overlord Saint, he planned to nurture his own Tao will. As for cultivation, he would leave it to the 4 demon god clones. He was so powerful not because of the Overlord Saint but because of his Tao will. The power of the rule that surpassed the heavenly law. Ren Niming nodded and said, You can develop freely. You have 5 heavenly law violet chi anyway, which is enough to create a new heavenly saint era and prevent the heavenly law from collapsing." He did not make any comments on the heavenly law violet chi but only mentioned it briefly. After that he left quickly. Zhou Xuanji continued to stabilize his mental state. A few hours later, he went to pick up Lady Zhao Xian and Zhou Shaoxian. In the forest, he did not see Emperor Yan of Zhou. Lady Zhao Xian decided to cut off all ties with Emperor Yan of Zhou. Emperor Yan of Zhou was a little unwilling to do so. He swore that one day, he would appear before Lady Zhao Xian with dignity. Just like back then in the northern wilderness region, his name shook the world. As the emperor of the empire, he married Lady Zhao Xian despite the empress' objection. Lady Zhao Xian only had Daoya Old Man as her backer. Back then he was extremely glorious. But now, he could not even raise his head in front of Lady Zhao Xian. Then let him prove himself slowly. Zhou Xuanji smiled lightly and stored Lady Zhao Xian and Zhou Shaoxian into the Lotus World before returning. Emperor Yan of Zhou's ambition was ignited. But he did not have much time left. Zhou Xuanji might leave the heavenly law universe with Lady Zhao Xian someday. At that time it would be an eternal separation for Emperor Yan of Zhou. Returning to the Taoist temple, he continued to lean against the tree trunk to sense the heavens and earth and the universe's rules. He took out his legendary swords one after another. Many of his legendary swords had different powers. To him, after these powers were amplified, they would become different rules. For example, the Thunderclap Sword, Great Thousand Reincarnation Sword, and so on. What's the relationship between the Great Tao and the Heavenly Law? Zhou Xuanji suddenly thought of a question and fell into deep thought. I have countless legendary swords. I have countless legendary swords. Chapter 621. When Zhou Xuanji began to comprehend the Tao will, the Great Thousand Worlds gradually regained their stability. Although there were still fights, they were much more peaceful than before, when the heavenly saints were leading them. As such, many creatures said that it was the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji who set the world. Barbarian God Huangluo and Buddha Yongling didn't dare to cause any trouble. Shang Tiandao and Phoenix Lord Tianqi didn't make any moves either. The Greater Thousand Worlds continued to develop. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 years passed. Zhou Xuanji had reached 500 years old, but he still sat in front of the forest and did not leave. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 500 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Glorious Gold Hidden Saber Sword, Primeval Chaos Grand Beginning Sword. Because Swordmaster has obtained the first Primeval Divine Sword, the Divine Sword grades will be updated. When Swordmaster leaves the Heavenly Law universe, the new Divine Sword grades will be announced. Hearing the Sword Spirit's voice, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. The primordial Divine Sword had finally appeared. There was actually an even higher grade of Divine Sword. He couldn't help but look forward to it. However, there was still a long time before he left the Heavenly Law universe. Then the information of the Divine Sword appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Primal Chaos Sword level, Primeval description, a godly sword born at the beginning of chaos. It possesses the power of creation, creating something out of nothing and turning something rotten into something magical. One needs to be at least a 7th level Overlord Saint to use this sword. The power of creation. Overlord Saint level 7. Zhou Xuanji was amazed. How powerful was this sword? As for sword delivery, he was too lazy to check its information. In more than 100 years, he had obtained more than 300 godly swords, but the highest one was of the connecting heaven level. Fortunately, the sword spirit gave him a pleasant surprise when he was 500 years old. Now, the number of his divine swords had already exceeded 1,000. He had taken a big step towards having 10,000 swords. His cultivation base did not improve much as it was still at Overlord Saint level 1. His will of the way had improved quite a bit. He had a deeper understanding of the Great Tao. The Great Tao was more advanced than the Heavenly Tao, and it was more inclusive than the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao was above all living beings. The Great Tao was higher than the Heavenly Tao, but it existed among all living beings. With the Tao in one's heart, the Tao would be there. This kind of belief was easy to say, but it was not easy to truly acknowledge the Tao by his side from the bottom of his heart. It was easy to deceive others but difficult to deceive oneself, not to mention belief. As his understanding of Tao insight deepened, he felt even more reverence towards the Grand Tao, because he could feel the power of the Great Tao all around him. It was invisible and indestructible, just like the fish in the ocean marveling at the magic of the water. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and stood up slowly. He stretched his back and body. The sun is so beautiful. He muttered to himself and smiled. After comprehending the Great Tao for so long, it was time for him to go out and take a stroll. While he was comprehending, the disciples of Emperor Sword Court were also diligently cultivating. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and the other trusted aides started to roam the world by themselves, and all of them made a name for themselves. He pondered for a moment. Zhou Xuanji decided to go to the Divine Cliff first. After the Divine Cliff returned to Wanshan Great Thousand, they returned to their original place and rebuilt their sect. Because of Zhou Xuanji's reputation, the Divine Cliff recruited disciples and developed quickly. No faction dared to offend them. Zhou Xuanji passed through the dense fog and came to the Divine Cliff city. Looking at the bustling city, he could not help but recall what he had seen and heard when he first ascended. That was how powerful the Divine Cliff was back then. Unfortunately, Cliff Master Han Shuzi, who had given his all to nurture him, was no longer around. Zhou Xuanji strolled forward in the sea of people. Along the way, he heard many disciples talking about him. This is the Divine Cliff that the Sword Emperor first ascended to? So majestic. Tisk. What's this? The Divine Cliff is only a second-rate faction in the Center God province. With the Sword Emperor, the Divine Cliff is a first-rate faction. Tisk tsk. I want to join Emperor Sword Court, but I heard that Emperor Sword Court is with the Sword Emperor, and it's hard to find. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He was in a good mood, but he did not feel very excited. He was no longer the child he used to be. As his Tao will grew, his mental state was also changing. Nothing in the mortal world entered his eyes. As he moved forward, no one could see his figure or sense his aura. An hour later, he came to the Cliff Master's palace. Cliff Master Yang Yutian, Elder Wu Qiu, and Lan Shongying were discussing how to settle the new disciples. Hundreds of years had passed, but their appearances did not change. Time did not leave any traces on them. Zhou Xuanji suddenly appeared and said with a smile, "The divine cliff has been developing well recently. Looks like it will recover to its peak soon or even surpass it." With this, Yang Yutian and the others turned around. When they saw Zhou Xuanji, they became excited immediately. Yang Yutian and Wu Qiu took a step forward and wanted to hug Zhou Xuanji. But after taking a step, their feet seemed to be rooted to the ground and could not move. Zhou Xuanji no longer belonged to the divine cliff. He was the most powerful person in the heavenly law, the overlord Saint Sword Emperor, who reigned above the heavenly saints. Even though he did not unleash his saint's might, he still gave them immense pressure. "Why are you back?" Yang Yutian held back his excitement and asked in surprise. Lan Xiangying also looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated expression. Back then, after Zhou Xuanji ascended, she brought him on a mission. That was his first mission, which was to snatch Shi Shunzong from the hegemon Sword Emperor. Zhou Xuanji shrugged and said, "I came back to take a look. I've been meditating in one place for more than 100 years. It's time to take a breather." Meditating? The three looked at each other in dismay and could not help but admire Zhou Xuanji. If they were in Zhou Xuanji's shoes, how could they calm down and cultivate after becoming the most powerful cultivator at such a young age? Moreover, they had to meditate and calm their minds. Zhou Xuanji began asking about the divine cliff's recent situation. Yang Yutian and Wu Qiu were very enthusiastic, while Lan Xiangying listened quietly. She felt a little excited too. With someone from the same sect like Zhou Xuanji, how could the divine cliff not flourish? The four chatted for a while, and Zhou Xuanji began to guide them in their cultivation. No matter what question they asked, Zhou Xuanji could answer them quickly and hit the nail on the head, which enlightened them. After a series of exchanges, Zhou Xuanji's image in their hearts grew even higher. The atmosphere was harmonious. Zhou Xuanji did not put on airs either. He was in a good mood to meet his old friends. Among the stars, a stone coffin floated quietly. A silhouette flew over. It was the demonic ancestor from before. Only his soul was left, wandering in the universe. Ever since he heard that Zhou Xuanji had become an overlord saint, he did not dare to stay in the heavenly law universe anymore. He mustered up his courage and came to this place in the void. "What's that?" The demonic ancestor frowned. Why was there a coffin here? He instinctively wanted to avoid it, but he felt that it was a serendipity. A powerful cultivator who could come here must be very powerful. To be able to prepare a coffin for himself before he died, it was even more extraordinary. He approached the stone coffin carefully and prepared to open it. Chapter 622. After leaving the divine cliff, Zhou Xuanji returned to the northern wilderness region. He wanted to walk the same path as before. Reminiscing about the past could also give one an epiphany in their state of mind. Ever since his rise, the northern wilderness region had become even more exciting. Countless geniuses had emerged, each of them outstanding. His legend continued to spread in the northern wilderness region, becoming more and more legendary. The once destitute Great Zhou Empire had now become one of the most powerful empires in the northern wilderness region. The number of commoners and cultivators under its banner was the highest among all the empires. As he strolled around the world, he could often see his own stone statues. There were even temples where he enjoyed the incense offerings of the mortal world. He discovered that the incense was closely related to his luck. Every time he got close to the joss sticks that were worshipping him, his luck would increase a little. This must be the rules of the heavenly Tao. Gaining people's faith is the greatest reward of benevolence. Zhou Xuanji stood in a simple temple and mumbled to himself. This stone statue looked very ugly, and one of its ears was missing. But for some reason, he felt that this stone statue was very spiritual. Perhaps it was because this stone statue had received a lot of incense offerings and had already manifested its spirit. At that moment, a stone monkey emerged from behind him. It was the primordial ancestor statue. Zhou Xuanji looked back at it and asked with narrowed eyes, "Why are you here?" The primordial ancestor statue had screwed him over, so he had a bad impression of it. The demon ancestor's soul escaped from the heavenly law universe and encountered that enemy of mine. I reckon that it won't be long before that fellow uses the demon ancestor's soul to infiltrate the heavenly law universe. You are already very strong now. Are you prepared for battle? The primordial ancestor statue went straight to the point, sounding a little anxious. The soul of the demon ancestor? Zhou Xuanji almost forgot about this guy. He asked, "Then can you tell me the other party's name and ability?" As for that mysterious enemy, he also wanted to get rid of it. Otherwise, it would be like a knife hanging over his head, making him feel uneasy. I was severely injured and lost most of my memories. I only remember that his name has the word yin in it. As for his specific abilities, I can't remember. Although he is strong, he is not as strong as the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, he would have charged in long ago. The primordial ancestor statue replied. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Why did it feel like this fellow was teasing it? Why don't you forget about yourself? He snorted coldly and said, "Since you've fallen to such a state, why not let him capture you?" The primordial ancestor statue fell silent. Zhou Xuanji was very curious about his background. The old immortal, the old beggar, the primordial ancestor statue, and that mysterious flame all came from the Kunlun origin court, so why didn't they know each other? Was the difference in status too great? It had been so many years. Hadn't they met once? Zhou Xuanji was deeply doubtful. After a while, "Since he wants to come in, you can use the power of your eyes. I will teach you a divine ability." The primordial ancestor statue raised its right hand and shot a beam of light from its index finger toward Zhou Xuanji's forehead. Zhou Xuanji quickly grabbed the beam of light with his right hand and examined it before slapping it into his forehead. The primordial ancestor statue was shocked. This kid is so strong. How long has it been since they last met? This rate of growth was simply too outrageous. If he was in the Kunlun origin court, countless almighties would want to rope him in. Zhou Xuanji was not worried about it launching a sneak attack, and he quickly organized the memories of this divine ability. Exterminating divine light. If it hit the enemy, it could immobilize the enemy. If it hit a magic treasure, it could directly snatch it. This divine ability was ingenious. It had two different effects on living beings and magic treasures. After learning this divine ability, Zhou Xuanji could sense the immense power in his eyes. He could already control this power. What's your next plan? Continue hiding? Zhou Xuanji stared at the primordial ancestor statue and asked. This guy was quite sincere. Through the exterminating divine light, he knew that this pair of eyes was indeed powerful. The primordial ancestor statue sighed. "I want to be like your senior and ask you to bring me back to the Kunlun origin court. But I can't. If I go back, I will be doomed eternally, and I might even implicate you. As long as you help me destroy Yan, I will stay in the heavenly law universe until my body is reconstructed." Stay in the heavenly law universe? Zhou Xuanji looked at it intently. He did not expose it but asked if the primordial ancestor statue had any other instructions. The primordial ancestor statue replied, "No. Take care of yourself. Don't die in his hands." After that, it dived into the ground and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji smiled and left. He traveled through space and came to the demon realm. Soon he found Xian Xianghua. She was brainwashing a group of demon geniuses in a valley. Although I am a woman, I was able to rise from the mortal world and counterattack to become the lord of the demon world. I not only relied on my talent that surpassed all living beings, but also the pride in my bones. No matter how strong the enemy is, I still feel that they can't withstand a single blow. Xian Xianghua stood on the top of the mountain and laughed arrogantly. The geniuses in the valley all looked fanatical. Of course, no one knew what they were thinking in their hearts, but they had to act that way on the surface. Zhou Xuanji stood on the sea of clouds and heard Xian Xianghua's words. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. This old demonic woman liked this kind of thing. He immediately walked up to Xian Xianghua. Xian Xianghua sensed his aura and looked back in surprise. The geniuses in the valley thought that a powerful enemy was coming. They all took out their enchanted artifacts and prepared for battle. "Why are you here?" Xian Xianghua asked with a smile. She flew up to Zhou Xuanji excitedly. The geniuses in the valley opened their eyes wide at this scene. It was the first time they saw Xian Xianghua behaving like a little girl. As the heavenly law demon monarch, after Xian Xianghua grasped the heart of the demonic realm, her cultivation rose along with it. Now she was already in the ascending heaven state. In the demonic realm, she was invincible. Even ascending heaven-level 10 existences could not do anything to her. Such a powerful female cultivator fell in love with someone? I'm here to see you. Let's talk somewhere else? Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. His eyes were gentle, which made Xian Xianghua a little shy. It was the first time she was shy in front of Zhou Xuanji. She turned around and introduced him to her disciples. This is the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji, the current Overlord Saint. You guys go ahead and cultivate. I have to receive him. After that, she held Zhou Xuanji's arm and flew toward the horizon. Boom! An uproar broke out in the valley. Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. It's really him? Oh my god, the Sword Emperor is here. Why didn't I come back to my senses just now? He's undoubtedly the most powerful cultivator under the heavenly law. He looks so young. Of course. He's only 500 years old. He's about the same age as your grandson. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? The geniuses of the demon realm were extremely excited. Even in the demon realm, Zhou Xuanji's name was like thunder to their ears. The word most powerful was enough to make Zhou Xuanji reach a pinnacle height that no one could match. On the other side, in the demon palace, Zhou Xuanji asked Xian Xianghua to sit down before he taught her the exterminating divine light. One must have the eyes bestowed by the primordial ancestor statue to use this divine ability. Jiang Shui and Zhou Shaoxian could not learn it even if they wanted to. Chapter 623. After Xian Xianghua finished inheriting the exterminating divine light, she opened her eyes and exclaimed, "Such a domineering divine art. I didn't expect our eyes to be so powerful." She felt sweet in her heart. Only she and Zhou Xuanji had this pair of eyes. Even Jiang Shui could not compare to her in this aspect. You have to be careful in the near future. The primordial ancestor's enemies are about to use the demon ancestor's soul to attack. He flipped his right hand, and a heavenly law violet qi appeared in his hand. The heavenly law violet qi flew into Xian Xianghua's hand. She curiously sized up the heavenly law violet aura and clicked her tongue in wonder. This is the heavenly law violet aura that the heavenly saints are fighting over? How do I use it to become a sage? If it was before, she would definitely refuse, but now that Zhou Xuanji had become a saint and the most powerful overlord saint, she naturally had no reason to refuse. Moreover, she would use his power. Because he was her man. Zhou Xuanji said, "Absorb it first. When you are completely merged into one, you will become a heavenly saint. Of course, if you leave this heavenly law violet qi, you will no longer be a heavenly saint. If you leave the range of the heavenly law, you will lose the power of the heavenly law violet qi." After becoming an overlord saint, he could easily see through the effects of the heaven's law violet qi. To put it bluntly, the heavenly law violet qi was the link between the heavenly law and the heavenly saints. The heavenly law sent an endless stream of heavenly law power to the heavenly law violet qi, and then fed it back to the heavenly saint. Xian Xianghua curled her lips and said, "Isn't such a heavenly saint very weak? It's easy to lose yourself if you're obsessed with the power of a heavenly saint, causing yourself to stagnate. With invincible power, who would still cultivate? Even if he cultivated, he wouldn't feel as if he had a breakthrough like before. Do you want it or not?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile, and Xian Xianghua immediately accepted the heavenly law violet qi. After that, the two of them sat on the throne of the Lord of the Demon Realm and started chatting. Now that they'd become experts that ruled over an area, they didn't have to worry too much like they did in the past. "Little Lang Jun, when will you marry me?" Xian Xianghua lifted Zhou Xuanji's chin and asked with a charming smile. Zhou Xuanji muttered, "How do you want me to marry you?" Xian Xianghua tilted her head and smiled. "Let's have a grand wedding in the demon realm." Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "I will discuss this with her mother." Upon hearing this, Xian Xianghua immediately rolled her eyes at him. She wasn't angry. After all, she, Jiang Shui, and Zhou Shaoxian were already a family. The two of them chatted for a while, and Zhou Xuanji directly entered the world within the lotus. The 24-rank deep black lotus fell into Xian Xianghua's hands. She played with the 24-rank deep black lotus inside. Only he would treat such a treasure like a world. The 24-stage deep black lotus also had its own power, and it didn't just contain an independent world. She placed the 24-rank deep black lotus on her lap and began to comprehend the heavenly law violet qi. The world within the lotus. Zhou Xuanji called Jiang Shui, Zhou Xiaoxian, and Lady Zhao Xian together. Wow! You are finally going to marry Aunt Xian? Zhou Xiaoxian said excitedly as if she was going to get married. Jiang Shui pinched her arm, causing her to grimace in pain. Lady Zhao Xian covered her mouth and smiled, but didn't say anything. Jiang Shui looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "You should indeed give her a status. After all, she has been devoted to you for so many years and has done so many things for you." Zhou Xuanji held her hand and smiled. "When the time comes, you have to be with me. You are my wife forever." Jiang Shui smiled and said, "Oh? Do you mean that you will have more concubines in the future?" Her smile was filled with a dangerous aura. Zhou Xuanji laughed and did not reply. Jiang Shui hugged his arm and smiled softly. "Let's go inside and talk." Ha 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 ha. Zhou Xiaoxian burst into laughter, and so did Lady Zhao Xian. He didn't dare to blame Lady Zhao Xian, but he had no qualms about Zhou Xiaoxian. Practice the white crane sword technique 1,000,000 times. If you miss one, I will lock you up for a year. Zhou Xuanji snorted. Zhou Xiaoxian heard him and her face fell immediately. "Why?" She cried out in grief and indignation. Zhou Xuanji turned to leave as he said, "Because I'm your father. I'm the Overlord Saint. If you dare to lie to me, I will know even if you miss one time." Zhou Xiaoxian was completely depressed. She held Lady Zhao Xian's hand and said coquettishly, "Grandma, please control him. He's taking it out on his daughter after being bullied in front of his wife?" Lady Zhao Xian smiled benevolently and stroked her hair. "Don't worry, I will watch from the side," she comforted. Zhou Xiaoxian was speechless. Zhou Xuanji brought Jiang Shui to the Demon Palace to discuss the marriage with Xian Xianghua. The two women chatted while he wandered around the Demon Palace. He secretly cast a spell to modify the Demon Palace. He placed qi internalizing restrictions on every wall and strengthened the walls. All of this was a piece of cake for an overlord saint like him. At the Saint Realm, he could create something from nothing and turn something rotten into something magical. He could use his saint energy to create anything within the 5 elements. And he could even enlighten living beings. Even if it was a rock, he could easily enlighten it and turn it into a spirit. Finally, Xian Xianghua decided to get married in 10 years. For their current cultivation, 10 years was nothing. As the lord of the demon realm, Xian Xianghua had many things to deal with. She needed 10 years to prepare for the marriage. Zhou Xuanji had no objections. After that, he sent Jiang Shui back into the world in the lotus. He left the demon realm and headed toward the void. He decided to guard the void near Wanshan Great Thousand and wait for Yan's arrival. In a luxurious palace, 10 men in golden armor knelt on the ground with their heads lowered. Before them, a white-haired man sat on a cushion. It was Shanghan Dao. He wore a loose gray robe and had his eyes closed. He looked like a young man, and there were 3 golden flames on his forehead. They were the size of a thumb. Even though he sat there motionlessly, he gave off an aura that was as majestic as the heavenly law. "Saint Ancestor, you really don't mind?" A man in golden armor asked with gritted teeth. His eyes were filled with reluctance. Since ancient times, Shang Tiandao had always been the most powerful heavenly saint. Why did everyone turn against Zhou Xuanji when he rose up? They were not convinced. Shang Tiandao replied without opening his eyes. "It's a good thing for the heavenly law universe that he became the overlord saint. Moreover, he's not an evil person. On the contrary, he's more benevolent than the other heavenly saints." He had been observing Zhou Xuanji since a long time ago, or else he would not have invited Emperor Sword Court to the All Heavens Dao feast. But, no buts. Facing Shang Tiandao's domineering attitude, the 10 people in the palace did not dare to speak anymore. A while later, Shang Tiandao spoke slowly. "Don't forget what I told you before. Soon I will carry it out. At that time, if you are not powerful enough, don't blame me for abandoning you." The 10 men in golden armor heard him and trembled in fear. They quickly promised that they would work hard to cultivate. "I have countless legendary swords. I have countless legendary swords." Chapter 624. In the void, Zhou Xuanji sat on a meteorite and silently comprehended the great Tao around him. His 4 demon god avatars were scattered throughout the starry sky. If the demon ancestor's soul were to approach, He would definitely be able to sense it immediately. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of him. It was Shang Tiandao. Zhou Xuanji said without opening his eyes. Are you Shang Tiandao or Phoenix Lord Tianqi? There were only 4 heavenly saints left in the heavenly way. He had already seen 2 of them and was familiar with their auras. Victory over the heavenly Tao. Zhou Xuanji heard him and opened his eyes slowly. He was quite curious about this strongest heaven saint. What business do you have with me, sir? Zhou Xuanji asked directly. He could sense no hostility from Shang Tiandao. The corners of Shang Tiandao's mouth curled up. He smiled and said, First, congratulations on becoming an overlord saint. The primordial ancestor should have already told you about Yan. Do you know that there is another existence above the heavenly law? He protects the heavenly law universe, preventing the Kunlun origin court from harming it? Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He did not expect Shang Tiandao to know so much. Could it be that the primordial ancestor had a favor to ask of him? Above the heavenly Tao is the great Tao. That existence is an eternal and indestructible existence that controls the great Tao. No one knows where he came from, but there is one thing that Yan and the primordial ancestor fear. As long as the heavenly Tao doesn't collapse, he won't make a move. Yan used the soul of the devil ancestor to sneak in. Next, he will most likely look for you because you have the eye of the primordial ancestor. Shang Tiandao continued with a mysterious smile. Zhou Xuanji straightforwardly asked, What do you want? Shang Tiandao smiled and said, I will search for the Kunlun origin court with you. He paused for a moment before continuing. The primordial ancestor's memories have been fading. According to my previous understanding, the Kunlun origin court is different from the world order we imagined. I have been stuck at the Saint Realm for hundreds of millions of years, and I don't want to wait any longer. Several 100 million years. Zhou Xuanji's heart shook. Only then did he realize that he had underestimated the heavenly saint's age. It was indeed impressive that he had reached Overlord Saint level 1 at the age of 500. Sure. He could sense Shang Tiandao's sincerity. At the same time, he felt that Shang Tiandao had some understanding of the Kunlun origin court, and might be able to help him. He then said, Before that, I want to defeat fate. Before he became stronger than Yan, he could not leave the heavenly law universe. During this period of time, he had to be careful of fate. At the same time, he also promised Ren Niming that he would keep his promise. Fate? Don't blindly trust others. Shang Tiandao said intently, which made Zhou Xuanji squint his eyes. After this, Shang Tiandao sat beside Zhou Xuanji. Before Zhou Xuanji could ask, he smiled and said, Why don't we discuss the Tao and each take what we need? All right. Zhou Xuanji agreed immediately. He had yet to discuss Tao with the heavenly saint. Furthermore, the person in front of him was definitely the only existence in the heavenly law universe that could rival him. The 2 sages began their discussion. Shang Tiandao was the first to talk about his Tao. His Tao was just like his name, it was all about winning. Victory over the heavens, victory over oneself, victory over the heavens. Zhou Xuanji could sense his immense confidence from his words. Soon Zhou Xuanji was immersed in Shang Tiandao's Tao technique. Inside a dark palace, the demonic emperor sat on the stage, like a flickering candle in the dark night. After being severely injured by Zhou Xuanji, he could not reform his body even after hundreds of years. After losing demon god Nanming, he did not even dare to return to the Great Thousand World. After knowing that Zhou Xuanji had become an overlord saint, he fled the heavenly law universe with this palace. At this moment, this palace was located in the silent and boundless universe. There were no stars in all directions, only endless darkness. The demonic emperor opened his eyes suddenly and mumbled with a frown. Why do I have an uneasy feeling? Could it be that Zhou Xuanji has found me? It shouldn't be. Could it be that this brat was still holding a grudge against him? He was already an overlord saint. How could he be so narrow-minded? He felt depressed. 500 years ago, he could never have imagined that he would be forced into such a state by a junior. Boom! The palace suddenly shook violently, which shocked him so much that he stood up immediately with his eyes wide open. Damn it! He cursed furiously and thought about what to do. He thought that Zhou Xuanji had already locked onto him. If he ran out, he would surely die. At this moment, the palace gate opened suddenly. A ball of green flame levitated at the gate, which made the demonic emperor extremely anxious. It's not Zhou Xuanji, what's that? The demonic emperor was even more afraid. It was his first time coming to the universe outside the heavenly law universe. He was still fearful of unknown food. The green flame hissed like a venomous snake, which made the demonic emperor shiver in fear. Seeing that the situation was not right, the demonic emperor immediately flew out of the palace. Just when he flew out of the palace, he bumped into a ball of green flame, which scared him out of his wits. What's that? The demonic emperor cried out in fear. He stepped back instinctively, but it was too late. The green flame engulfed his soul in an instant. Ha ha ha! I, the old ancestor, am finally back. An old and frenzied laughter came. This was the last voice the demonic emperor heard. Zhou Xuanji and Shang Tiandao discussed the Tao for 3 years in the starry sky. Both of them gained something, and Zhou Xuanji completely acknowledged Shang Tiandao. Of course, it was not because he saw Shang Tiandao as a friend, but because he acknowledged his character and power. This day they stopped discussing the Tao. It was not that they did not want to talk, but they sensed the aura of the demonic ancestor's soul. Let me deal with this guy, Shang Tiandao said with a smile. After that, he disappeared on the spot. He wanted to follow Zhou Xuanji to search for the Kunlun origin court, so he had to do something in advance. Zhou Xuanji did not stop him and waited on the spot. Just when Shang Tiandao left, Ren Niming flew over from the Wanshan Great Thousand. You intend to work with him? Ren Niming asked with a frown. Anger could be seen in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, I will help you get rid of Destiny and bring him out of the heavenly law universe. There is no conflict between the two. As for Ren Niming, he had always been dubious about him. He had been deceived many times in his life. Ren Niming took a deep breath and said, Do you know why Shang Tiandao is so powerful? Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes. You want to say that he obtained the power of destiny? Ren Niming shook his head and said meaningfully, He's very mysterious. Even I don't know his background. You must be careful. According to my understanding, he has no relationship with the primordial ancestor. After that, Ren Niming left quickly. Not long after he left, Shang Tiandao returned. I captured him. Shang Tiandao flew up to Zhou Xuanji and said with a smile. He opened his right hand, and a ball of light appeared in his hand. It was the demonic ancestor's soul. It was only the size of half a palm and maintained its human form. He looked indifferent and did not panic at all. He stared into Zhou Xuanji's eyes. You are Yan? Zhou Xuanji asked. He did not sense any danger. It seemed that the demonic ancestor's soul only had a trace of Yan's will, and he came here just to gather information. Chapter 625. The demon ancestor looked at Zhou Xuanji and said calmly, You obtained the primordial ancestor's eyes, so you definitely know where he is. Let me give you a piece of advice. Pluck out your eyes and tell me where the primordial ancestor is, or else you will face unimaginable pain. So arrogant? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled. Can you barge in? He really knew how to boast. If this fellow was really that powerful, how could he let the primordial ancestor roam free until today? Let me give you a word of advice. The primordial ancestor is not a good person. If you protect him, you will face far more enemies than just me. The demon ancestor continued. He was not angered by Zhou Xuanji, and his tone remained the same. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, Then tell me about the primordial ancestor's background and about his eyes. He also wanted to learn more about the primordial ancestor. Although the eyes given by the primordial ancestor were powerful, they were too dangerous. Not only for Zhou Xuanji but also for Xian Xianghua. The primordial ancestor came from the Kunlun origin court. His talent wasn't considered outstanding, but because he seized some kind of power, he obtained your pair of eyes. Relying on these eyes, he rose to power in the Kunlun origin court, but he also angered some immortal existences. This is all I can tell you. This pair of eyes will attract endless troubles, and you won't even know what these troubles represent. The demon ancestor looked into Zhou Xuanji's eyes and said meaningfully, He had waited for the primordial ancestor for countless years and was in no hurry. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Should he take the risk for the primordial ancestor? Although this pair of eyes was powerful, it was not necessary. The fortuitous encounter is already in my hands. How can I give it up? Shang Tiandao said with a smile, answering Zhou Xuanji's doubts. That's right. He didn't steal this eye. Moreover, if he handed over the eye, would he really be able to resolve this karma? He didn't think so. He had lived for more than 500 years and had experienced similar situations before. Since that's the case, then wait for me. When I enter the heavenly Tao in 100 days, it will be the time when the heavenly Tao collapses. At that time all of you will die without a doubt, the demon ancestor said coldly. With that said, his soul exploded and dissipated. The pitiful demon ancestor was used as a spear just like that, and his soul was scattered. Shang Tiandao looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, I will help you when the time comes. He was still waiting to find the Kunlun origin court with Zhou Xuanji, so he naturally had to do his best. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, Then let's part ways here. I need to go back and continue comprehending Tao to increase my power. Enlightenment? Shang Tiandao nodded and began to ponder. What kind of Tao could make one stronger just by comprehending it? Zhou Xuanji turned and left, quickly returning to the Wanshan Great Thousand. As soon as he entered the clouds, he saw a familiar figure. Xian Daoya. This guy is still alive. Zhou Xuanji smiled and quickly appeared before Xian Daoya. Xian Daoya was given a big fright. Seeing that it was Zhou Xuanji, he heaved a sigh of relief. How could it be you? Xian Daoya patted his chest and sighed, looking terrified. Why did you come back? Zhou Xuanji asked. When he saw Xian Daoya's wretched back, he felt that this guy was plotting something. Xian Daoya looked around and used his divine will to scan the surroundings. After making sure there were no other living beings, he said in a low voice, I went to the edge of the heavenly law universe. Guess what I found? Zhou Xuanji mocked. Aliens. Xian Daoya was stunned. What kind of people were aliens? He said seriously, I saw Phoenix Lord Tianqi. Truth be told, he was the mastermind behind the great Emperor Tao court. I felt that something was wrong with him. I called out to him, but he did not respond at all. It was as though he had lost his soul. He could not help but shiver at the mention of this. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Could Phoenix Lord Tianqi have been possessed by Yen? I have a premonition that something big is going to happen. Every time I divine the days I feel a chill down my spine. Xian Daoya shook his head and said with a trembling voice. There was something he did not say. He felt that the heavenly law was going to collapse. Out of the 9 saints, only 4 were left. The heavenly law chi was mostly depleted, and the heavenly law was at its weakest. What's your next plan? Zhou Xuanji changed the topic. He and Xian Daoya became friends after a fight. Ever since he knew about Xian Daoya, Daoya old man was troubled. Only the one who started the trouble could untie it. Why? You want to subdue me? Sure. Xian Daoya held back his excitement and said, in the current heavenly law universe, Zhou Xuanji was definitely the most powerful. Only by following him could he have the opportunity to reconstruct his body. Zhou Xuanji said, My grand teacher, who is your split soul, needs you to solve his problem. Xian Daoya's expression froze immediately. In the universe on a floating barren island, hundreds of powerful cultivators from the great Emperor Tao court stood before a gigantic peak. All of them looked solemn. Following their gaze, they saw Phoenix Lord Tianqi looking down at them from the peak. Phoenix Lord Tianqi's body was covered by a pair of black wings. His face was pale and bloodless and his eyes were cold. His green pupils seemed to be hiding 2 universes. His long flaming hair was burning fiercely, and he emanated a horrifying aura that froze the surrounding asteroids. He looked down at everyone and said, The heavenly law is about to be destroyed. I have no hope of working together with Shang Tiandao. Next, I need you to leave the heavenly law universe and head toward the end of the void to find a stone stele with the words Dao Hong carved on it. After you find the Dao Hong stone stele, find a secluded place to hide and wait for me to find you. Hearing this, all the powerful cultivators from the great Emperor Tao court were shocked. The heavenly law is about to be destroyed? What the hell happened? They were confused, but they did not dare to ask, because they could tell that Phoenix Lord Tianqi was in a bad mood. An old man asked, "Master, what are you going to do?" Phoenix Lord Tianqi replied calmly, "I will devour the heavenly saints and the great thousand world, and then I will find you." "Okay, all of you set off immediately. I will give you a month to end your ties with the mortal world. After a month, if anyone is still in the heavenly law universe, don't blame me for being merciless." At this point, the people from the great Emperor Dao Court could not retort and could only leave. Phoenix Lord Tianqi smiled. His green pupils glowed with an evil radiance. "Since the heavenly law is about to be destroyed, then help me. Wanshan Great Thousand." After returning to the familiar forest, Zhou Xuanji continued his Dao enlightenment. He had already arranged for Xian Daoya to meet Daoya Old Man in the Lotus World. If Xian Daoya dared to act recklessly, he could kill him any time. For some reason he suddenly felt uneasy. He felt that something big was about to happen. He looked up at the blue sky and mumbled, "Seems like my peaceful days are numbered." Shortly after, he closed his eyes and continued to understand his great Dao. After discussing Dao with Shangtian Dao, he learned many things. Most importantly, Shang Tiandao's boldness that could conquer everything deeply touched him. Boldness was related to willpower. If one's willpower was powerful enough, he could change everything. Chapter 626. Xian Daoya and Daoya Old Man talked for 10 days and 10 nights before they ended. After the conversation, although Daoya Old Man looked very haggard, his eyes were as energetic as before. His heart was finally relieved. No matter what, if there wasn't Xian Daoya, there wouldn't be him. In terms of origin, Xian Daoya didn't do him wrong. Zhou Xuanji moved Xian Daoya out. "Alright, I've already helped you relieve his worries. The grudges between us can be considered written off, right?" Xian Daoya smiled. His smile was a little eager. Looking at him, Zhou Xuanji felt that he deserved a beating. Zhou Xuanji nodded lightly and closed his eyes. Xian Daoya was startled and asked, "Do you have any arrangements for me next?" Zhou Xuanji muttered, "Go water the plants at the foot of the mountain." Since Xian Daoya wanted to follow him, then so be it. At least this guy had some ability. Xian Daoya was dumbfounded. Watering plants? What's the point of watering the weeds all over the mountain? He thought that Zhou Xuanji was making things difficult for him, so he could only leave the mountain obediently. Zhou Xuanji focused on comprehending the great Dao. His will of the way had been constantly strengthening. Once his Dao intent took form, his cultivation would definitely soar. Not only that, but he could also fuse his will into his sword. Sword Dao rules was no longer just a single attack method. It could be fused with various sword techniques. For example, Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow, Emperor's Way Thousand Hand Sword Buddha. After becoming an overlord saint for so many years, his power had always been increasing. It was just that he had never had the chance to fight. Therefore, in the face of Yan's threat, there was still a sliver of hope in his heart. After living for so long, he was used to fighting and even thirsted for it. In the blink of an eye, there was only half a year left until Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua's wedding. The entire demon realm was in great jubilation. All demonic creatures knew that the current lord of the demon realm was going to marry Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. This was a joyous occasion for the devil realm. After all, Zhou Xuanji was an overlord saint, the most powerful existence in the universe. If Xian Xianghua were to marry him, the demonic world would also be able to prosper. Jiang Shui, Zhou Xiaoxian, Huang Lianxin, and Lady Zhao Xian were also in the devil world, keeping Xian Xianghua company. Zhou Xuanji moved to the demon realm and continued to comprehend the great Dao. As for this marriage, he didn't need to personally plan it, he only needed to participate. This saved him a lot of trouble. At this moment he was meditating halfway up a mountain, facing the cliff and comprehending the Dao. 100 divine swords hovered in front of him and spun rapidly, occasionally changing their trajectory. Several years passed. Zhou Xuanji's understanding of the great Dao deepened. In his opinion, the reason why the great Dao surpassed the heavenly Dao and was omnipresent was because the great Dao was the foundation of the universe. It was just like a house. The entire structure was the great Dao, and the master inside was the heavenly Dao. However, the walls inside were also the great Dao. The great Dao was the invisible wall of the universe, stabilizing it. Not only that, but the great Tao could also evolve all things. Compared to the heavenly Tao, it was more creative. With the power of the great Tao, he could destroy the entire heavenly law universe with a single thought. After understanding how terrifying the great Tao was, Zhou Xuanji desired it even more. He suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. What's going on this aura? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself and immediately disappeared. Deep within the universe, a terrifying streak of light shot over, its diameter reaching millions and millions of li. It blasted apart countless stars, tearing apart space as it sped forward. Their destination was the Wanshan Great Thousand. Zhou Xuanji appeared before the Wanshan Great Thousand and slashed with the thunderclap sword. The sword chi was domineering and blocked the horrifying streak of light. An explosion shook the entire universe, and the spiritual chi in the universe churned and formed a violent gale. Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted. He looked back instinctively and saw that the Wanshan Great Thousand could not withstand the violent pressure and was crushed. He immediately took away some living beings with his divine sense, including the divine cliff. But everything happened too quickly. The living beings he could take away were less than a millionth of the Wanshan Great Thousand. What's going on? Zhou Xuanji looked toward the direction of the streak of light with a bitter expression. Another streak of light shot toward him. This time its target was not the Wanshan Great Thousand but a Great Thousand world behind it. Zhou Xuanji dashed over and slashed it apart before flying toward the direction of the streak of light. Such a powerful saint's might. Phoenix Lord Tianqi. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were cold as he flew forward at full speed. He had met barbarian god Huangluo, Buddha Yongling and Shangtian Dao. Among the remaining heavenly saints, only Phoenix Lord Tianqi had not come into contact with him. He could tell from the great Emperor Dao Court that Phoenix Lord Tianqi was not someone who kept a low profile. He was only planning in the dark. On the other side of the universe, Phoenix Lord Tianqi, who was millions of meters tall, levitated in the starry sky. His wings were still tightly wrapped around his body. A violent suction force was devouring the stars, asteroids, continents, and countless living beings. All of them were absorbed into his wings. At a glance, the entire universe had turned into a massive vortex with Phoenix Lord Tianqi at the center. It's Phoenix Lord Tianqi. What's going on? He's going to devour us? Damn! Someone save us. We're doomed. We can't resist at all. The living beings cried miserably as they were devoured by Phoenix Lord Tianqi. Phoenix Lord Tianqi was indifferent to their cries of pain. They were just ants. He would not feel anything even if he stomped a bunch of them to death. An eye opened on his forehead, which shot out beams of light. The beams expanded rapidly and shot toward various parts of the universe. Boom! A stream of sword chi came at him suddenly. It reached his face in the blink of an eye and was about to cut him in half. The eye on his forehead opened wide, and the sword chi disappeared into thin air. Zhou Xuanji came up to him quickly and said with a deep voice, "What are you trying to do?" Phoenix Lord Tianqi was not surprised. Instead, he sized Zhou Xuanji up with interest and said, "Your body is really powerful. If I devour you, it will surely help my bloodline evolve." After he spoke, he spread his wings and revealed a body covered in dark purple crystals, as though he was wearing a layer of armor. "Zhou Xuanji, you should belong to me. Let me give you a piece of advice. The heavenly law is about to be destroyed. Don't stop me, or else I will make you regret it." Phoenix Lord Tianqi laughed sinisterly. His murderous aura locked the entire universe. Zhou Xuanji took out the 3 clear Tai Chi sword and activated the sword fusion technique, 9 soul fusion technique, and primordial chaos sword shadow. In an instant, billions of sword shadows appeared in the starry sky and surrounded Phoenix Lord Tianqi. Each sword shadow was radiating a brilliant white radiance, as though gods had appeared. Phoenix Lord Tianqi smiled with disdain, and the primordial chaos sword shadow charged toward him. Boom! His majestic body was shredded into pieces by the primordial chaos sword shadow. The primordial chaos sword shadow, which contained Tao Will, was so powerful. Each sword shadow had horrifying destructive power. Countless feathers danced in the starry sky. The creatures that were still in the process of being sucked abruptly stopped. They stared at the scene with their mouths agape. Even a connecting heaven cultivator would tremble in fear when facing the primordial chaos sword shadow. It was too powerful. Chapter 627. After killing Phoenix Lord Tianqi, Zhou Xuanji did not let his guard down. He could still sense Phoenix Lord Tianqi's aura. This guy was not dead yet. Could he be like demon god Nanming and have the ability to split? Zhou Xuanji thought with squinted eyes. He clearly sensed that the primordial chaos sword shadow hit Phoenix Lord Tianqi accurately. And this Phoenix Lord Tianqi was not a duplicate either. His aura was so dense that it was not weaker than Shang Tiandao's. It seemed to be some kind of special divine ability. Your sword qi contains a high-level power that is even more powerful than the heavenly law. What is it? Phoenix Lord Tianqi's voice came. He sounded a little confused. It was his first time facing such a power. Somehow he found it familiar, as though he had met him before. After he spoke, Phoenix Lord Tianqi reconstructed his body. It was unscathed just like before he was killed. What divine ability is this? Zhou Xuanji asked. Next, he fused the Thunderclap sword and 3 clear Tai Chi sword into his body before taking out the Saint Slayer sword. Phoenix Lord Tianqi smiled. I can't tell you my natal divine ability. After that, he charged toward Zhou Xuanji. A violent gale blew at Zhou Xuanji's face. Zhou Xuanji did not lift his sword but crashed into Phoenix Lord Tianqi head-on. Phoenix Lord Tianqi was a few million meters tall, while Zhou Xuanji was less than 2 meters tall. They were not on the same level at all. Boom! Phoenix Lord Tianqi was sent flying backward like a mountain that was hit by a grain of sand. It was extremely shocking. Zhou Xuanji was an Overlord Saint. The Heavenly Saint and Overlord Saint's bodies clashed. There was no comparison at all. Zhou Xuanji followed up with another attack. The Saint Slayer sword could only be used once a year, so he must seize the opportunity. Phoenix Lord Tianqi was in great pain from the collision. Damn Overlord Saint! He cursed in his heart. His race's talent was powerful too, but he relied on the heavenly law Violet Qi to become a saint. His body did not transform. Not only did Zhou Xuanji build his body, but he also used the sword fusion technique and 9-soul fusion technique. His body had reached the pinnacle below the heavenly law. Phoenix Lord Tianqi could not bear it any longer. Phoenix Lord Tianqi flapped his wings. Countless arrows shot toward Zhou Xuanji like a violent storm. Zhou Xuanji transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon and charged forward forcefully, scattering the rain of arrows. Phoenix Lord Tiangang dodged quickly. The eye in between Phoenix Lord Tianho's brows opened again. Countless streams of intense flames gushed out and turned into a gigantic phoenix. It covered the entire starry sky and swallowed Zhou Xuanji. This fire phoenix was even bigger than the boundless world. Zhou Xuanji's eyes focused. He transformed into a legendary sword and used Void Instant Kill, piercing through the fire phoenix. He quickly rushed towards Phoenix Lord Tianho, transformed into his human form, and looked up. Phoenix Lord Tianqi stared at him. Extreme Nightmare Abyss. Phoenix Lord Tianqi fell into a daze, and Zhou Xuanji swung the Saint Slayer sword as well. An all-out slash. Sword Qi burst forth, illuminating the universe. Phoenix Lord Tianqi was directly killed. His body exploded and his soul dispersed. Zhou Xuanji stopped with a smile. This time he could feel that Phoenix Lord Tianqi was truly dead. His aura suddenly dissipated. A heavenly saint was still a heavenly saint. Unable to withstand a single blow, he subconsciously put away his sword and replaced it with the Thousand Samsara sword. He had always been on guard against fate, lest it ambushed him. Wait a minute. Something was wrong. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He slashed at Phoenix Lord Tianqi twice, but he did not absorb any magic energy. Now, using world internalization during battle had become his instinct. Each of his slashes contained world internalization. He immediately turned and looked around trying to find Phoenix Lord Tianqi. Zhou Xuanji, you are powerful indeed. In terms of power I am inferior to you. But it is impossible for you to kill me. There is only one Zhou Xuanji in the heavenly law universe. I want to see how you are going to stop me. Phoenix Lord Tianqi laughed presumptuously and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji understood what he meant. He wanted to devour the great thousand world and all living beings. What are you trying to do? You are so sure that the heavenly law is going to be destroyed, and you want to have a life and death struggle? Zhou Xuanji cried out with a deep voice. His voice was like a thunderclap that shook the entire universe. Life and death struggle? How can someone like you, who relies on luck, understand my ambition? Phoenix Lord Tianqi sneered with disdain. After that, his aura disappeared completely. Zhou Xuanji frowned and left immediately. The heavenly law universe was too vast. He could not take care of every place. Emperor Sword Court was in the Lotus World. But his wife and daughter were not there. He had to return to the demon realm. In the demon palace, Xian Xianghua frowned and asked, "What was that suppressive aura just now?" Jiang Shui, Zhou Xiaoxian, Huang Lianxin, and Lady Zhaoxian could not sense it. They looked at each other in confusion. There were only the 5 of them in the palace. They were discussing the details of the wedding, but Xian Xianghua suddenly became silent, which made them feel strange. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji came into the palace. The wedding might have to be delayed. He sighed softly. The 5 women's expressions changed. Zhou Xuanji explained the situation. He had already hidden the demon realm in the void, far away from the Great Thousand World. What should we do next? Xian Xianghua asked. She was not angry. As long as she was alive, it would not be a problem for her to marry Zhou Xuanji as many times as she wanted. Zhou Xiaoxian was very excited and asked, "Are we going to travel through the void to find that Kunlun origin court?" She did not venture out for a long time. To her, as long as Emperor Sword Court was with her, it did not matter where the environment was. As for the danger, she was looking forward to it. She had always dreamed of being like Zhou Xuanji, adventuring everywhere and slaying gods and demons alike. She only wanted to be quick in her actions. Zhou Xuanji said, "I will merge the demon realm with the 24-ranked deep black lotus. From now on, the 2 worlds will live in harmony. You, the lord of the demon realm, will be the mediator. You can explain things clearly, but don't take them away forcefully." Xian Xianghua nodded and disappeared immediately. Zhou Xuanji looked at the other 4 women and asked, "Will you stay in the demon realm or return to Emperor Sword Court?" The 4 women chose to return to Emperor Sword Court. Staying here would only delay Xian Xianghua. After taking them away, Zhou Xuanji came out of the demon realm. He enveloped the demon realm with his saint energy, and the 24-ranked deep black lotus appeared beside him. Under the compression of the saint energy, the demon realm shrunk visibly. At the same time, the heavenly law universe was in chaos. Many great thousand worlds, independent worlds, and mortal realms were devoured and absorbed by Phoenix Lord Tianqi. Shang Tiandao, barbarian god Huang Luo, and Buddha Yangling were searching for Phoenix Lord Tianqi. However, Phoenix Lord Tianqi was mysterious and bizarre. He would disappear every time he was discovered. The 3rd saint almost exploded in anger. He felt like he was being played. On the other side, Ren Niming traveled swiftly in the universe with Ximing and Qiu Hu. They looked anxious, afraid that they would encounter Phoenix Lord Tianqi. Damn, this is such a bad feeling. Qiu Hu cursed softly as he looked left and right. Ren Niming glanced at him and said, "Shut up. Be careful, he will find us directly." Qiu Hu heard him and immediately shut his mouth in fear. "Are you going to find Zhou Xuanji?" A voice came from ahead, and the 3 stopped immediately. They looked over and saw the demonic emperor floating a few hundred miles away like a cloud of dust. Chapter 628. Demonic Emperor, you worm is not dead yet? Ren Niming said coldly. He hated the demonic emperor from the bottom of his heart. The demonic emperor looked at the 3 of them with a strange smile, but did not say a word. Ximing frowned while Qiu Hu muttered, "Why does this fellow feel a little strange?" The demonic emperor's gaze was extremely invasive, as though he was looking at prey, which made them very unhappy. This bug should be corroded by some kind of power. Be careful, Ren Niming said in a low voice. He had already seen through the demonic emperor. The demonic emperor twisted his neck and laughed coldly. Fate, I didn't expect you to end up like this. Come here, let me eat you and realize your final value. The moment he said that, the 3 of them felt their blood run cold. This guy knew Ren Niming's true identity and still wanted to eat him? The demonic emperor rushed toward Ren Niming. Ximing immediately waved his hand, and boundless blood chi flew out of his sleeve, transforming into countless blood snakes that pounced toward the demonic emperor. Qiu Hu roared furiously, his voice shaking the universe. The demonic emperor was not affected by the tiger's roar. He passed through the army of blood snakes and arrived before Ran Niming. Ran Niming did not panic. His eyes were cold and flashed with blue lightning. Bang! Blue lightning burst forth, forcing Si Mingyan and Xiaohu back. The two of them looked up and were shocked to see that Ran Niming's right hand had become a knife and pierced through the demonic emperor's throat. The demonic emperor's hands were still in the posture of a hunting eagle. He's that strong. Xiaohu's eyes widened in disbelief. In the void, Zhou Xuanji successfully fused the demon realm into the 24-ranked Deep Black Lotus, and he immediately left this void. The Wanshan Great Thousand had been destroyed. Although he had saved many living beings, there were still many disciples of the Emperor Sword Court and the Divine Cliff who had met with misfortune. This hatred must be avenged. He couldn't stand it anymore. After putting away the demon world, he went to the Northern Wilderness region and also refined the Northern Wilderness region, fusing it into the 24-ranked Deep Black Lotus. The three realms did not merge together, but instead stacked on top of each other. They were a distance away from each other and did not disturb each other. After doing all this, he began to focus on searching for Phoenix Lord Tian Ho. This dog must die. Arriving at the 34th level of the universe, he flew quickly, his divine will sweeping in all directions of the universe. Soon he found the fate-defying trio. They were engaged in a fierce battle with the demonic emperor. That guy is still alive, but why is there something wrong with his aura? Zhou Xuanji frowned and immediately gave chase. Bang! Stars exploded one after another, and Ran Niming flew backward. His long hair danced in the wind, and his face was filled with anger as he looked over with clenched teeth. The demonic emperor was like a crazed demon, weaving through the explosions, chasing after Ran Niming with a greedy expression. Si Mingyan and Xiaohu continuously rushed over to block the demonic emperor, but they were both sent flying. They were not his match at all. Fate, where are you going? The demonic emperor laughed maniacally, causing the entire starry sky to fall into a deathly silence. Seeing that he was getting closer to Ran Niming, Zhou Xuanji suddenly appeared. Bang! Zhou Xuanji exploded the demonic emperor's body with a single palm strike, leaving only a strand of his soul floating in the air. This wisp of soul was very strange, as if two souls were entangled together. One of them was the demonic emperor. He was being hugged by an old and sinister soul, as if he was hugging a baby. The demonic emperor's eyes were tightly closed and he fell into a deep sleep. The old soul hugged him and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a venomous and ruthless expression. What is this? Xiaohu exclaimed, feeling goosebumps all over his body. Si Mingyan also tightly frowned. This soul looked really horrifying. You are not a creature from the heavenly law universe. Ran Niming looked at the old soul and cried out in a low voice. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Could this fellow also be from the Kunlun Origin Court? Was the Kunlun Origin Court going to fully invade the heavenly law universe? The Flame Emperor is just outside. He will soon barge in. At that time all of you will die. You have no idea how strong he is. Let me, your ancestor, eat your fate and I will ensure that all of you leave the heavenly law cosmos alive. The old soul looked at Zhou Xuanji and laughed sinisterly. No one could tell if he was being sincere or not. Flame Emperor? Zhou Xuanji thought of the Flame Emperor from Chinese mythology. Without you we can still leave alive, he said with a cold laugh. After saying that, he immediately made a move and used the universal attraction to suck the old soul over. The old soul cried out furiously, Brat, don't offend me or else you will regret it. Zhou Xuanji directly sucked him into the Tianxia map and suppressed him with saint energy. He had long since moved Sovereign Xian and Tao Lord Xuantian's souls into the Tianxia map to help him look after the souls imprisoned in the Tianxia map. He ordered in his heart to have the souls of the two powerful beings help him interrogate for information. Xiaohu and Si Mingyan flew over, looking very excited. They had long since heard that Zhou Xuanji had become an overlord saint, but they did not expect him to be so powerful. He had killed an enemy that they could not defeat with a single palm. Ran Niming came in front of Zhou Xuanji and said seriously, if we don't kill Phoenix Lord Tianqi, the heavenly law will definitely collapse. If the heavenly law collapsed, the heavenly law universe would also be destroyed. When that time came, what was the point of seeking revenge from fate? Zhou Xuanji asked. Isn't there another existence above the heavenly law? When the heavenly law is in danger, won't he act? Ren Niming felt quite startled before shaking his head. How can we speculate about such an existence? However, according to my understanding, that existence does not care about the heavenly law at all. Otherwise, how could he allow so many outerverse creatures to sneak in? He sighed, feeling incredibly complicated. The plan that he had plotted for countless years had been ruined because of Phoenix Lord Tianqi's sudden attack. His heart was stifled, depressed, and aggrieved. Then let's escape immediately, Qiu Hu said anxiously. As long as he followed Zhou Xuanji and left the heavenly law universe, he might still have a chance of survival. It was too dangerous to stay in the heavenly law universe. Si Mingyan nodded and said, Anyway, the old ancestor's revenge has been avenged. Heavenly Lord Xiantai was dead, and his wish was fulfilled. I will bring you into the demon realm. I will go after Phoenix Lord Tianqi first. If not, we will leave the heavenly law universe. Zhou Xuanji muttered. Qiu Hu and Si Mingyan nodded in agreement. Ren Niming was in a dilemma. I will come and find you after some time, he said with gritted teeth. After saying this, he left. Zhou Xuanji did not ask him to stay. He looked at Qiu Hu and Si Mingyan. These two were already more powerful than Saint contenders. It seemed like the serendipity that Ren Niming gave them was incredible. He waved his right hand and sent the two into the demon realm. He continued ahead. At the same time, Phoenix Lord Tianqi was still devouring worlds. Once the three heavenly saints appeared, he disappeared immediately. As he devoured more and more worlds, his range of movement shortened. The time taken for the three heavenly saints to catch up to him was also shortened. This time, Zhou Xuanji caught up and surrounded Phoenix Lord Tianqi with the three heavenly saints. Phoenix Lord Tianqi wrapped his wings around his body and said with an unruly smile, You are powerless. Most of the vast thousand worlds have been devoured by me. Soon, you won't be able to do anything to me even if you join hands. Chapter 629. Seeing how arrogant Phoenix Lord Tianqi was, the three heavenly saints were all furious. Barbarian God Huangluo roared. How dare you? He immediately attacked, punching out. The space collapsed, and darkness instantly swallowed Phoenix Lord Tianho. Phoenix Lord Tianqi's aura also disappeared. Zhang Dao frowned. His gaze moved left and right as he searched for Phoenix Lord Tianqi's aura. Buddha Yongling flew over to Zhou Xuanji and sighed as he said, There's nothing we can do. His divine abilities are too strange, and he most likely obtained some fortuitous encounter that we don't know about. His face was gloomy, and his mood was extremely uncomfortable. For him, he had helped Heavenly Lord Xiantai kill old ancestor Hongshi. In the end, before he could dominate the Heavenly Law universe, the Heavenly Law universe would be destroyed. At this moment he couldn't help but feel powerless, as if he was drawing water with a wicker basket. Then what do you plan to do next? Zhou Xuanji asked. He had a way out anyway. If he really could not do it, he would leave. In any case, his family would always follow him. Buddha Yongling's expression was gloomy, and he fell into hesitation. Barbarian God Huangluo also gave up on chasing Phoenix Lord Tianqi. He came up to Zhou Xuanji and said furiously, Master, Phoenix Lord Tianqi is too arrogant. You must eliminate him. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, I'm more powerful than him indeed, but I can't catch up to him, nor can I kill him. Every mystique had its flaws, but Phoenix Lord Tianqi's mystique was too mysterious. They had never seen it before, so they couldn't think of any flaws. Master, if you leave the Heavenly Law universe, you must bring me along. Didn't Shangtan Dao have the same thought? If the three of us work together, we'll have a greater chance of surviving. Barbarian God Huangluo changed the topic, and his tone revealed a trace of eagerness. His real goal was to say this sentence. Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Then bring me along too, Buddha Yongling said anxiously. If he was left behind, he would definitely die. Zhou Xuanji said profoundly, If you leave the Heavenly Law, you will no longer be heavenly saints. Without the power of the Heavenly Law, the strength of the heavenly saints would plummet. Barbarian God Huangluo sighed and said, We have to give it a try. Buddha Yongling nodded as well. At this point there was no other way. Shangdan Dao flew over and said, Let's give up and leave the heavenly law universe first. Zhou Xuanji looked at the 3 heavenly saints and sighed in his heart. This was a heavenly saint. When he encountered danger, the first thing he thought of was to escape. Zhou Xuanji said, "Each of you try to take away as many worlds as you can. Consider it an explanation to the heavenly law. We will meet here again in a month." With that, he turned around and left. He did not want to take in any more living beings. He was not a heavenly saint and had never enjoyed the power of a heavenly saint. The 3 realms in the 24-ranked deep black lotus were enough. Looking at his back, the 3 saints looked at each other. We are inferior to him. Buddha Yongling sighed. It was unknown what he was referring to, but he turned and left as well. In the dark void, Phoenix Lord Tianhe was sitting cross-legged. His wings burned with purple flames and fluttered slightly. He suddenly opened the 3rd eye between his brows. "Come out," Phoenix Lord Tianqi said. As his voice faded, a black shadow appeared in front of him. If not for the purple flames, it would be impossible to distinguish the existence of the black shadow. The black shadow stared at immortal Lord Tianhe and said, "Let's stop here. You have already devoured so many worlds and are stronger than Shang Tian Dao. Next, you should help me surpass Shang Tian Dao and control this universe." The black shadow was the consciousness of destiny, so all of this was his arrangement. How are you going to control it? The current heavenly law is still not something I can deal with. Phoenix Lord Tianqi asked back, still keeping his 3rd eye open. The consciousness of destiny replied, "I have my ways. Don't think I don't know your plan. If you dare to go against me, don't even think about leaving the heavenly law universe." Having heard that, Phoenix Lord Tianqi opened his eyes and said, "A faction outside of heavenly law is targeting Ren Niming. Aren't you concerned?" The consciousness of destiny was silent. Phoenix Lord Tianqi smiled, and a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. "Rules are rules. Do you really think you can control me?" He thought disdainfully in his heart. At the same time, he was thinking about how to leave the heavenly law universe. He was already powerful enough, but he did not want to offend Zhou Xuanji. He felt that Zhou Xuanji must have a more powerful background. At this moment, Destiny's consciousness suddenly entered his body. "You!" His expression changed drastically and he roared furiously. In the next second, his body began to twist and swell like a meatball. Zhou Xuanji had been trying his best to track down Phoenix Lord Tianqi, but he found that Phoenix Lord Tianqi's aura had suddenly disappeared. The heavenly law universe also quieted down. What's going on? Could he have already left? Zhou Xuanji tightly frowned and thought to himself uneasily. He could faintly sense that a great disaster was about to befall him. He stopped in the starry sky and looked around. In the boundless universe he seemed incredibly small, like a scale in the ocean. He immediately took out the thunderclap sword and prepared to fight. A pair of eyes suddenly appeared in the starry sky above him. They were incredibly big, as if they occupied the entire starry sky. Zhou Xuanji looked up and frowned again. These eyes, Phoenix Lord Tianqi's eyes. No, the gaze was completely different. This pair of eyes looked incredibly empty and emotionless. "Who are you?" Zhou Xuanji asked in a low voice, and an indescribable pressure came at him. Ever since he had broken through to the Overlord Saint stage, it was the first time he had felt such pressure. He felt like he was suffocating. "You have been targeting me this entire time. But you don't know who I am?" The consciousness of Destiny's voice sounded out, as if countless people were shouting at Zhou Xuanji from all directions. "Destiny!" Zhou Xuanji immediately took out the Great Thousand Reincarnation Sword and prepared to fight. "Zhou Xuanji, you do not belong to the heavenly law universe. I banished you but did not kill you completely. I only wanted you to leave. But you only have yourself to blame. You were bewitched by Ren Niming." Destiny's consciousness coldly harumphed. It was not in a hurry to act and instead chose to judge Zhou Xuanji. "If I was heartless, your mother's soul would have been destroyed long ago. If I was heartless, how could I let you live to this day? Ren Niming was only a part of my consciousness when I was born. I wanted to explore the rules of the myriad world, but he overestimated himself and thought that he was the true Destiny. Ridiculous." Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. How was this different from what Ren Niming had said? Their identities should be reversed? Accept your punishment. The consciousness of destiny roared, and the giant eye above suddenly descended. Zhou Xuanji slashed with his sword instinctively. There was a loud bang. A powerful light dazzled Zhou Xuanji's vision, and he instantly lost his sight. When his consciousness fell into complete chaos, the voice of destiny's consciousness sounded again. Every universe has its own rules. The struggle between rules is also a struggle between the common people. Zhou Xuanji, have you ever thought about who you are fighting for? Whoosh! Zhou Xuanji heard the sound of rain falling, which became louder and louder until it became a downpour. His consciousness also woke up. He did his best to open his eyes, and what he saw was a brilliant white light. Following this, he saw a man wearing a mask and a hood. He wore glasses and calmly looked down at him. Chapter 630. The patient has regained consciousness and can be sent back to the ward. The masked man wiped the sweat off his forehead with the back of his hand. Following this, the scene in front of Zhou Xuanji began to spin, and he turned his head in a daze. This is nurse? Am I dreaming? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself blankly and felt a splitting headache. He would occasionally think about the memories of his previous lifetime, but ever since he comprehended Tao insight, his worries towards his previous lifetime had calmed down. After a while, he was pushed into the ward by two nurses. He turned his head and saw that there were two empty beds next to him. The sunlight shone in through the window. It was bright and warm. This realistic feeling didn't feel like a dream at all. Zhou Xuanji frowned. After the two nurses hung up the four and left, he slowly sat up. He leaned against the wall of the bed and examined his body. He realized that he was wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown. The holy power in his body had completely disappeared. However, as he woke up, the Tianxia map began to continuously provide him with holy power, helping him heal his heavily injured body. What happened? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. Purple radiance flashed in his black pupils. Could it be that he was reborn again? But if he was reborn, why would he be in a hospital that looked like a modern city? Most importantly, his Tianxia map and cultivation realm were still there. Even the 24-tier deep black lotus was still there. However, his soul was severely injured and his spiritual force could not enter it. Sword Spirit. He called out in his heart. Sword Master. The Sword Spirit replied. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and asked, "What's going on? Am I in some kind of illusion?" The Sword Spirit replied, "No, it should be in the real world. It's just that it's very strange. Although your body is compatible with your soul, it isn't your previous body. Your current body has already begun to fuse with your previous body. This phenomenon has never happened before." Its tone was as cold and emotionless as ever. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. What did fate do to me? He continued to ask in his mind. It used some kind of power to expel you from the heavenly law universe. Then your body fused with this body without any rejection. The Sword Spirit's reply made Zhou Xuanji open his eyes wide. Could it be that fate knew of his origins and banished him back to where he came from? Impossible. What kind of power is this? Cold sweat appeared on Zhou Xuanji's forehead. He could not imagine how destiny had done this. Just as he was feeling uneasy and conflicted, a middle-aged woman rushed in. The middle-aged woman was wearing ordinary modern clothes. She was a little fat, and her hair was tied up with a rubber band. Her face was also very ordinary. She was carrying a plastic bag with fruit in it. She put the plastic bag aside. Although her eyes were red, she deliberately kept a straight face. Stinking brat. Do you dare to play games all night again? Isn't it just losing your job? Is there a need to give up on yourself? The middle-aged woman stood by the bed and scolded angrily. Her voice was somewhat sharp. Zhou Xuanji was stunned and looked at her blankly. Wasn't this her mother from her previous life, Su Shu? Was he really beaten back by fate? Su Shu kept scolding him and in the end she covered her face and burst into tears. If you die, how am I going to live on? Hearing her sobbing, Zhou Xuanji felt sad for some reason. However, he was an overlord saint after all. He had already experienced life and death, so he quickly calmed down. He asked, "How long have I been hospitalized?" Su Shu wiped away her tears and said, 3 days. The doctor gave me a notice that I was in critical condition. I almost committed suicide to accompany you." She felt incredibly resentful before opening the plastic bag and starting to peel an apple for Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji tightly frowned, still unable to understand his current situation. In front of fate, he could not resist at all. He had thought that he could threaten fate. Fate was so powerful and had countless opportunities to kill him, but it had not done so. Could it be that what fate had said was true and that Ren Niming was lying to him? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Su Shu brought over a chair from nearby and peeled an apple as she told him about what had happened after he had fallen unconscious. She talked about how worried they had been and how much money they had spent. Zhou Xuanji did not listen to her. If it was his first reincarnation, he might have been incredibly excited. However, he had already lived for 500 years, gotten married and had children. He had even saved Lady Zhao Xian from the netherworld. He had experienced too many things. Facing the current situation, he only felt a bit emotional. He pulled back the blanket and got off the bed. "What are you doing? You just woke up. The doctor said that your limbs will become weak and you need to rest," Su Shu said hurriedly as she put down the fruit knife and apple. She stretched out her hand, wanting to pull Zhou Xuanji onto the bed, but she found that she could not move him. Zhou Xuanji gave a slight smile and said, Don't worry, I'm fine." His saint energy was recovering, and even though he was heavily injured, he was still not someone an ordinary person could compare to. Su Shu felt quite startled. She was stunned by Zhou Xuanji's smile. Why did she feel that her son had changed? His facial features were the same as before, but he looked much more handsome. This was especially so for his eyes, which were incredibly bright and full of expression. His entire aura was like a completely different person, giving her an indescribable feeling. Zhou Xuanji walked to the window and looked out. Below were trees and carriages on the side of the street. Looking into the distance, there were tall buildings everywhere. Looking at this city of steel and concrete, he deeply breathed in. "I'm really back?" he muttered to himself. He did not feel panicked. As for the 24-rank deep black lotus, he did not need to worry. Su Shu walked to his side and asked anxiously, "Son, what's wrong? Mum won't scold you anymore, but don't do anything stupid." Zhou Xuanji smirked and looked at her as he said, "It's nothing, I just had a dream. I feel like I've lived an entire life. Now, it's time for me to properly show filial respect to you and Dad." Su Shu was once again stunned, not knowing what to say. "Let's go home," Zhou Xuanji said as he smiled. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He was suddenly curious about this world. Was this really the world before his reincarnation? How far was this place from the heavenly law universe? Could destiny touch this world? He turned and left, and Su Shu hurriedly packed his things. A while later, after completing the discharge procedures, they walked out of the hospital. "Son, are you really okay?" Su Shu asked anxiously. She felt that there was something off about Zhou Xuanji. Could it be that there was something wrong with his mind? Zhou Xuanji suddenly looked up. His gaze was locked onto the sun. Su Shu also looked up and was blinded by the sunlight, and she hurriedly closed her eyes and lowered her head. She blinked and looked at Zhou Xuanji, and she found that he was looking at the sun, not looking away at all. "Son, what are you looking at?" Su Shu hurriedly pulled at him. "Looking at the sun with the naked eye could easily cause one to be burned by the ultraviolet rays." Zhou Xuanji did not look down and said softly, as expected, "There's something off, what a big bird." Su Shu hurriedly stretched out her hand and turned his face over. Her expression was grim as she pulled Zhou Xuanji towards the hospital. There was definitely something wrong with this boy's mind. Chapter 631. Zhou Xuanji lowered his head and looked at Su Shu as he smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Let's go home." After saying that, he broke free from her hand without leaving a trace and strode forward. Su Shu frowned and hesitated for a moment before following him. "Son, you're going the wrong way." "Oh?" The mother and son spoke as they turned a corner. On the way, Zhou Xuanji thought about this world. Just then he had sensed the sun's aura. There was a massive bird with decent cultivation hidden within. Could it be the legendary golden crow? In ancient legends, it was recorded that the sun's true form was a three-legged golden crow, and that bird also happened to have 3 legs. Moreover, it had heavenly law true god cultivation. Of course, to Zhou Xuanji, This three-legged golden crow was not much of a threat. Just like that, he took the bus with Su Shu and returned to his rented apartment. His parents were in another city, and because he had been hospitalized, Su Shu had hurried over. His father was still on the way. "I'll give your dad a call and tell him not to come so he won't delay his work." Su Shu took out her phone as she walked. Zhou Xuanji looked at the streets around him and felt that things had remained the same, but the people had changed. Thinking about his previous life, he had been like most ordinary people. He had lived an ordinary life and there was not much that was worth reminiscing about. He could only vaguely remember the district he had lived in before he reincarnated. His only regret about his previous life was that he had not been able to fulfill his filial duties. Under Su Shu's guidance, he returned to his rented apartment. It had a bedroom, a living room and a bathroom, and the kitchen was connected to the living room. Su Shu asked Zhou Xuanji to wait for a while before leaving to buy groceries. Zhou Xuanji wandered around the apartment and came to the bedroom. Looking at the slightly messy bedroom, he could not help but shake his head and smile. In his previous life he had been quite sloppy. His clothes were all over the place and the things on the table were also quite messy. He sat in front of his computer and started to think about what to do next. Destiny was so powerful, and he had to quickly become stronger. What would he do if fate came for him again? Moreover, he also wanted to investigate why he had come here. He was afraid that this was an illusory divine ability that surpassed his imagination. He opened his laptop and looked on the internet. After opening his laptop, he used his divine sense to look into the internet. As expected, the internet could be searched with divine sense, and it felt like an energy technique legacy scroll. A large amount of information poured into his mind. The current Earth was in an era of information explosion, but this information was not considered much to an overlord saint. Soon Zhou Xuanji absorbed all the information on the network. He eliminated some private and dark information and slowly opened his eyes. "Looks like I knew too little about this world in my previous life," Zhou Xuanji said in amazement. He had seen too much information. It was far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Aliens do exist. The ancient myths were also real. For example, Zeus of Western mythology had once descended on Earth and left behind a palace that had sunk into the deep sea. Sun Wukong of the East was once an ordinary monkey. Later on, he was transformed by the mysterious power underground and became a world-shaking demon monkey. Yang Jian's third eye was also born from a similar force. Most importantly, he saw a plan. The Human Reversion Project. It was almost the middle of the 21st century, and the Earth's environment was deteriorating. Even if they started protecting the environment, it would be too late. Therefore, the various countries secretly planned to use the mysterious power in the depths of the Earth's core to help the Earth return to its ancestral roots. At that time, some ancient existences would be revived, and plants would grow wildly. Once the plan was launched, Earth would undergo earth-shaking changes. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. He was very interested in that power. It was because of that power that so many myths had appeared. According to scientific research, it was that power that caused the dinosaurs to go extinct, and spirit chi appeared on Earth. Many animals relied on spirit chi to become spirits, and they either hid in cities or escaped into the universe. Afterwards, for some reason, all of the spirit chi was absorbed by the Earth's core, leaving behind only low-quality oxygen for Earth's creatures to survive. Right now, Zhou Xuanji could not go deep underground. He had to recover from his injuries first in order to avoid any complications. Half an hour later, Su Shu returned from buying groceries and cooked 3 small dishes for him. At the dining table, Su Shu continuously asked him if he was feeling unwell. After a series of questions and answers, Su Shu believed that her son's mind was fine and that he had just lost some of his memories. In the next 2 days, Su Shu stayed with Zhou Xuanji, and after confirming that he was fine, she went back. Before leaving, Zhou Xuanji gave her a massage, treating all of the hidden injuries and pain in her joints. Su Shu thought that her mood had become better, which was why her body had become better. She did not think too much and happily returned to her hometown. After she left, Zhou Xuanji went out and made a bank card. He found a gold shop and looked at the various gold bars and jades before taking out gold bars to sell. Saint Energy could create something from nothing. Although the shop owner was quite confused, he still bought the gold bars. Just like that, Zhou Xuanji earned 400,000 gold bars and left confidently. The shop owner was worried that there was a problem, and prepared to investigate in case the gold bars came from unknown sources. Zhou Xuanji did not transfer the money immediately and planned to give it to his parents after some time. To him, money had no value. He did not even need to eat. If he wanted something, he could just conjure it. In the next period of time, he peacefully recovered from his injuries. A month later, his saint energy had recovered quite a bit, and could open the 24-rank deep black lotus. The world in the lotus, the northern wilderness region, and the demon realm were all safe and sound. Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, Xian Xianghua, and the others were all cultivating and did not encounter any attacks from destiny. Zhou Xuanji returned to the world in the lotus and gathered Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, Xian Xianghua, and Lady Zhaoxian before telling them where he was. When the four women found out that Zhou Xuanji had memories from his previous life, they were all very shocked. No wonder you were so smart since you were young. Jiang Shui touched Zhou Xuanji's waist and said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji sensed danger and could only maintain his smile. Lady Zhaoxian muttered, "It seems like Master's fate changing is effective. But that's not right. According to what you said, you were just a mortal in your previous life. How could fate changing cross such a long distance and invite another mortal's soul?" Zhou Xuanji shrugged his shoulders. He would not tell them about the supreme legendary sword system. Zhou Shaoxian held on to Zhou Xuanji and said excitedly, "Father, bring me there to play. I want to see what that world looks like." Jiang Shui and Lady Zhaoxian looked curious too. "Sure, but I have to remind you that the ordinary people here are very weak. You can easily kill them with just a little bit of your aura. You must conceal your aura, especially you," Zhou Xuanji said with a nod. Toward the end, he pinched Zhou Xiaoxuan's cheeks, causing her to cry out in pain. After that, Zhou Xuanji brought them back to his rented apartment. Zhou Xuanji turned on his computer and logged into an online shopping website. "Dress according to the female clothing here," he said. Chapter 632. Jiang Shui, Xian Xianghua, Zhou Shaoxian, and Lady Zhaoxian surrounded the table and began to discuss. After teaching them how to use the mouse, Zhou Xuanji backed off. Looking at the four women's novelty in front of the technological products, he burst out laughing. "Why is it so short? TSK, is this mortal world's woman so shameless? These pants and short sleeves are too shameful. There are even some with their breasts exposed. Isn't this the look of a brothel? Forget it, let's just leave it at that." Hearing their words, Zhou Xuanji felt quite helpless. This was a clash of cultures. The women of the Wanshan Great Thousand and the Northern Wilderness region were rather conservative. If these words were to be spread on the internet, they would definitely be criticized. But the four girls were not afraid. After that, they chose different long skirts and coats. Xian Xianghua even put on a round hat. It had to be said that the combination was very beautiful. The most important thing was that she was extremely beautiful and her skin was fair. She looked good in anything. After changing, Zhou Xuanji brought them to the streets. On the way, they attracted a lot of attention. There were 4 women and 1 man, and the women were all as beautiful as fairies. How could they not attract attention? There were even some busybodies who took photos and shared them in various groups, making up all kinds of jokes. Zhou Xuanji and the others did not mind, and as they walked, Zhou Xuanji told them about the plan to return to the ancestral roots. Xian Xianghua was very interested in the mysterious power underground, and wanted to take a look. As for Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, and Lady Zhaoxian, they were attracted by the scenery on the street. Not so long ago, Zhou Xuanji had fantasized about bringing his wife and children back to Earth to show them to his parents in his previous life. He had never thought that they would really come back. Then he decided to split up. He brought Xian Xianghua underground to investigate the mysterious power. As for Jiang Shui and the other 2 girls, they continued to stroll around the streets. With their strength, even if they were bombed with nuclear bombs, they would not die, so Zhou Xuanji was not worried. The 2 of them passed through the layers of soil and rocks. "I do sense a mysterious power, and it feels somewhat familiar." She enveloped Zhou Xuanji with her magic energy and let him down. After all, Zhou Xuanji had not fully recovered from his injuries, And even with the Holy Light Redemption Sword, he needed time. Perhaps because of the power of destiny, his recovery speed was not very fast, so he could only rely on her for now. Familiar? Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and once again sent his divine sense downwards. A moment later, his expression suddenly changed. This mysterious power, wasn't this his holy power? What was going on? He instantly thought of many possibilities and felt his hair stand on end. Xian Xianghua glanced at him and said, "Don't think too much about it. After all, your opponent is destiny. It has separated your mana, and it is not impossible for it to travel through time and space." Zhou Xuanji understood this, but he was confused as to why fate wanted to separate his saint energy. The power of the saint state was immortal and inextinguishable. This was also the reason why this mysterious power could be maintained for countless years. As they dove deeper, they actually saw other humans along the way. It was just that their speed was too fast for the other party to notice. "Can you retract this power?" Xian Xianghua asked out of curiosity. She knew that Zhou Xuanji was injured, and if he could withdraw his saint energy, he would be able to recover quickly. Zhou Xuanji muttered, "We'll know after we go down and take a look." Xian Xianghua nodded. The light from the fire shone on her face. Below them was the planet's core. From here the Earth's core looked like a sun. Lava surged on its surface and raging flames burned. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. This core was different from the images on the internet. He could already see that his saint energy was about to explode. Once his holy power exploded, Earth would be destroyed. Tisk tsk. You want to activate the chance of humans returning to their ancestry? You're really playing with fire. Zhou Xuanji sighed softly. This was the difference in power. The existence of holy power was something that current science could not explain. To the current Earth, it was like the power of God. When the Earth was in danger, they could only rely on this power of God. Unfortunately, humanity had underestimated the power of the one God. Because this is not the power of God. It was even more powerful than the power of the one God. Be careful. Fate might be watching us. Xian Xianghua reminded as she scanned the surroundings. At this point, human machines could no longer approach. Zhou Xuanji's arrival caused the saint energy in the core to boil, as if it was welcoming its owner. He immediately began to absorb the holy power. It was as if a fiery torrent was pouring into his body, causing him to squint his eyes. Felt good to be strong. However, he was still a little hesitant. Should he absorb it all? He still had feelings for Earth. In the end, he decided to keep a portion of the holy power and weaken it at the same time. When humans used it, it would not detonate the Earth. After a while, the two left quickly and flew back to the land. After absorbing the holy power, Zhou Xuanji's injuries were half healed, which made him feel good. It was no wonder that the Holy Light Redemption Sword couldn't heal him quickly. It was all because of fate. The two appeared in the bustling city and merged into the crowd silently. It was the weekend and the streets were crowded. "This mortal realm is not that good," Xian Xianghua said with curled lips. What she pursued was power. Initially, she was interested in Earth. But after knowing that Earth was powered by Zhou Xuanji's holy power, she lost interest. Zhou Xuanji smiled. "If you don't like it, do you want to go back?" Xian Xianghua snorted. "I don't want to. It's rare that I have time to rest. It's just the two of us. Let's walk around and find them later." After that, she held Zhou Xuanji's arm and smiled like a flower. At the edge of the Milky Way, the space was torn open, and a silhouette appeared. It was Shang Tiandao. His right arm was missing, and his shoulder was covered in blood. His aura was extremely weak, and his face was pale. "Damn! Where is Kunlun Origin Court?" Shang Tiandao gnashed his teeth and mumbled to himself in frustration. Ever since he left the heavenly law universe, he had never felt at ease. There were dangers everywhere, and even the most powerful heavenly saint was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He took a deep breath and flew ahead. As he flew, he was lost in his memories. He suddenly thought of Zhou Xuanji and sighed again. If Zhou Xuanji did not challenge fate and left the heavenly law universe with him, Zhou Xuanji might not have died, and he would not be so miserable. Damn fate! He cursed furiously and sped up. Along the way, he did not notice that he was being filmed by a flying device. Earth. Zhou Xuanji and the four girls traveled around, and half a year passed before they knew it. He was going to bring Jiang Shui back to meet his parents. As for Xian Xianghua, Zhou Xiaoxian and Lady Zhao Xian, he would meet them in the future. Or else his parents on Earth would be scared to death. His experiences were too mysterious, and they would disturb his parents' lives on Earth. Chapter 633. Zhou Xuanji's parents lived in the county. There were not many people in the city during the winter and summer holidays. Walking on the street, Jiang Shui looked left and right, curious about everything. Xuanji, although this mortal realm doesn't have spiritual qi and the scenery isn't beautiful, I don't know why, but when I see these I feel close to them. Is it because of you? Jiang Shui hugged Zhou Xuanji and asked with a smile. She had a sweet smile on her face and did not look like a mother at all. She did not look like a woman who had lived for more than 500 years. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at her and said, "You really know how to suck up." Jiang Shui glared at him. He really doesn't know how to flirt. Following this, Zhou Xuanji swept out with his divine sense, covering the entire city and quickly locking onto Su Shu's figure. She was on the bus from work. When she arrived at her destination, she met Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui the moment she got off the bus. "Son, why are you here?" Su Shu was taken aback and asked curiously. She subconsciously glanced at Jiang Shui, and her eyes lit up. What a beautiful lady! She wasn't wearing heavy makeup, and she was even holding her son's arm. Could it be? She immediately became excited. "Mom, this is my girlfriend. Her name is Jiang Shui." Zhou Xuanji smiled as he introduced himself, and Su Shu hurriedly introduced herself. Jiang Shui smiled and said, "Hello, Auntie. Xuanji often mentions you to me." Mystery? Su Shu was briefly stunned, which Jiang Shui immediately realized that something was amiss and explained, "Xianji is the title I gave him. He likes to call himself Xianji on the internet, so he got used to it." Su Shu came to a sudden realization and quickly asked Jiang Shui about it. Some asked about Jiang Shui's background and how she met Zhou Xuanji. Jiang Shui readily accepted his advice and did not reveal any flaws. "All right, Mom, it's time to go back." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled. After that, he suddenly looked up. Jiang Shui raised her head as well, causing Su Shu to look up as well. Many meteors streaked across the sky, and one of them was getting bigger and bigger, smashing towards the county they were in. That is. Su Shu's eyes widened as she stood rooted to the spot. This kind of scene that only appeared in sci-fi movies appeared in front of her. How could she not be scared? Ah! A woman's scream came from the side, and the whole street was in chaos. Su Shu came back to her senses and instinctively grabbed Zhou Xuanji's hand, preparing to escape. She realized that she could not move Zhou Xuanji. He smiled and said, "Mom, don't worry, I'm here." He looked up and saw that the meteorite had instantly turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. Not only that, but all the meteorites that had attacked Earth had disappeared. Su Shu was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe her eyes. She subconsciously rubbed her eyes to make sure that she was not seeing things. What happened? She muttered to herself with a dull expression. The chaotic scene in the surrounding streets told her that she was not hallucinating. Zhou Xuanji looked over. His gaze pierced through the atmosphere and saw the situation in the universe. A ball of raging black flames floated above Earth, revealing only a skull. He looked down at Earth coldly. "What's that?" Jiang Shui asked curiously. She could also see the black flaming skull outside of Earth. Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed as he said, "This familiar feeling. Looks like destiny did not let me off. Everything was too coincidental." He had just woken up not long ago, and the peace on Earth had already been broken? It must be the drive of fate. Su Shu couldn't help but ask, "What are you talking about?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Nothing, let's go home." Su Shu did not give up and continuously asked questions on the way back. "Son, am I really not seeing things? Why did that meteorite suddenly disappear? And what is this destiny you were talking about? Son, did you hit your head?" Zhou Xuanji felt quite helpless and did not know how to explain. Jiang Shui kept giggling and almost laughed out loud. She suddenly felt that Su Shu was quite cute. Su Shu was not even as old as Zhou Xiaoxian. On the other side, above the atmosphere, the black flaming skull was stunned. "What's going on? Why are the meteorites I summoned?" He could not understand what was happening. Could it be that the mysterious power on Earth had awakened? He fell into a moment of hesitation. Should he still attack Earth? At the same time, Earth was in complete chaos. Meteorites appeared all over the world, and nearly 10 billion people saw them clearly. All social media platforms were flooded with traffic. Stars descending from the sky. This is the apocalypse. Why did those meteorites suddenly disappear? Could it be a virtual projection? Looks like I'm not alone. That's too scary. Oh my God. Tell me I'm not dreaming. Why must I take out my transformation artifact? Every nation was discussing this, and the space agencies were in chaos. Zhou Xuanji did not know about any of this. Even if he knew, he would not care. In the entire Earth, he only cared about his parents. Even if the Earth exploded, he would not worry. Xian Xianghua, Zhou Shaoxian, and Lady Zhaoxian flew out of the atmosphere and surrounded the black flaming skull. This scene was also captured by the satellites of every nation. At this moment, many people almost went crazy. 3 Chinese women were flying? Was this the captain from China who was shocked? TSK, this guy is so ugly. Zhou Shaoxian spread out her hands in disdain. Xian Xianghua slammed out with her palm and dispersed the black flames, revealing a skeleton, which almost scared him to death. The black flaming skull was almost scared to death. It immediately turned and ran. Xian Xianghua raised her hand and pulled it in front of her, making it unable to move. Who are you? Xian Xianghua's voice sounded out in his mind, causing his body to tremble. He hurriedly replied in his mind, I didn't know that the Earth was protected by powerful experts like you. I'll leave immediately. I was wrong. Xian Xianghua's strength was simply too terrifying, making him tremble. Hearing this, Xian Xianghua gave a peerlessly beautiful smile, instantly stunning him. So beautiful. Boom! The black flaming skull suddenly exploded and shattered in the universe. The 3 women turned and flew back to Earth, disappearing within the atmosphere, making it impossible for the satellites to capture them. Earth's various space agencies fell silent. It was deathly silent. That day, a hacker stole this video and spread it on the internet, causing the entire world to be in an uproar. The apocalyptic world was in danger, and everyone was in danger. Who are these 3 women? Are they gods? Oh my God! A mysterious power from the East. So powerful. So real. Kudos to the special effects artist. A bunch of idiots, you believe this? I can hire a university student to make a video like this for just $100. It's almost the middle of the 21st century, and you still believe in gods? Within a county town, Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui were chatting in a courtyard. Su Shu suddenly rushed out with her phone and called out, Son, did you see the video in the family group? 3 female deities appeared. 3 female deities? Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui looked at each other and laughed. Su Shu rushed over to them and played the video on her phone for them to see. Chapter 634. Fake. It's definitely fake. Zhou Xuanji said as he shook his head, a look of disbelief on his face. Su Shu pouted and pulled Jiang Shui as she asked, Little Shui, look, does it look real? Does this stinking brat think I've never been to school? This is evidently real. Jiang Shui smiled and said, Yes, it's real, he's blind. Hearing this, Su Shu felt quite happy and rolled her eyes at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji sent a telepathic message to Xian Xianghua, who was hundreds of kilometers away, asking about the skeleton's origins. Xian Xianghua replied, I'm not sure, he didn't say. Seeing how weak he is, he should be fine. Her words were filled with disdain towards the skeleton. Zhou Xuanji was speechless and could only turn his attention to Su Shu and chat with her. Su Shu had been young before, and she had worried about the apocalypse. What she had seen today made her feel very excited, but also very afraid. Not too long later, Zhou Xuanji's father, Yang Dabong, returned. He held a plastic bag with both hands and cursed, The streets are so chaotic, and the owner of the fruit shop wants to close down. He's talking about the apocalypse. What nonsense! They lived in the outskirts of the county town. This was an old 2-story house with a small courtyard in front. There were many houses like this on both sides of the street, and there were small mountains and rivers around them. It looked like a small villa in the outskirts. Yang Dabong walked over to Zhou Xuanji and cursed, You brat, if you dare to play games all night again, Your elder will beat you to death. He turned and smiled at Zhang Shui as he said, Little Shui, right? Just treat this as your own home. I'll cook something good for you later. He smiled at Su Shu before hurriedly entering the house. Zhang Shui sent a telepathic message to Zhou Xuanji. Your parents in your previous life were quite interesting. Zhou Xuanji only smiled and did not reply. He was curious about something else. It had only been half an afternoon since Xian Xianghua and the other two fought with the skeleton, and there was already a video? The speed was ridiculously fast. Could it be that there were countries behind this? That made sense. After all, the Earth was preparing to start the human ancestral plan. Before that happened, letting the humans know about extraterrestrial creatures and supernatural powers was a good thing. Now that they knew, starting the human ancestral plan would only bring them hope. If the opportunity for humanity to revert to their ancestral roots was suddenly activated, humans who did not know the threat of outer space would oppose it. Zhou Xuanji stopped thinking and pulled Zhang Shui into the house. When he came to the kitchen, he handed the bank card to Su Shu and smiled. Mom, take this money first. Su Shu was taken aback for a moment before she hurriedly refused. She and Yang Dabong had jobs and were not seriously ill. How could they ask for money for a child? Please listen to me, I don't need the money, and don't ask where the money came from. I can tell you responsibly that the money came from a legitimate source. Soon the world will change. When the time comes, I will tell you everything. Now you and Dad should take the money and enjoy yourselves. Don't be frugal. I have as much money as I want. Zhou Xuanji said as he smiled. He used Dao voice to make Su Shu instinctively trust him, and she dumbly accepted the bank card. After he left the kitchen, Su Shu came back to her senses. Why would I believe him? Su Shu mumbled to herself before revealing an excited smile. My son has grown up and knows how to earn money. He even knows how to care for his parents. I didn't raise him for nothing. Then as she washed the vegetables, she hummed a tune. Zhou Xuanji came to the living room and sat on the sofa, watching television with Zhang Shui. Just as expected, the television station started to broadcast the news that the satellite had captured in the afternoon. They moved so quickly. Yang Dabong cut some fruits and placed them on the table in front of the sofa before starting to chat with Zhou Xuanji about the news on the television. In the past few months he had discovered many strange things. He had worked in a factory and had seen large snakes that were as thick as bulls and rats that were as big as dogs. Thinking back to what had happened today, he felt quite excited. This is just like the revival of spirit qi I saw when I was young. Could it be that the earth is going to evolve? Yang Dabong said excitedly as he swirled the cup of water. Who hadn't been a Chinibyu when they were young? Which man hadn't dreamed of traveling the world with a sword? Zhang Shui smiled and said, It might be as you guessed. Is that so? Back when I was in school, I liked to watch the internet, especially xianxia novels. Back then, I always dreamed of having my own flying sword. Yang Dabong chuckled as he reminisced. Zhang Shui did not know what he was talking about, but she still asked, What do you like to watch? Yang Dabang's expression brightened and he grinned as he said, For example, Strongest Mythical Emperor, and 10,000 Demon Emperor. There are also two games that are quite good, called Fatal Game and Super Wild Monsters. Now I occasionally use my phone to watch them. Speaking of them, Yang Dabong could not stop talking. Zhou Xuanji shook his head, and his memories from his previous life appeared in his mind. It was precisely because of Yang Dabang's influence that he had once fallen in love with an author called Ren Wuxiao, who asked Yang Dabong to be Ren Wuxiao's die-hard fan. He had even secretly used the money in his personal treasury to tip Ren Wuxiao to the alliance leader. Su Shu had discovered this, and she was so infuriated that she scolded him for 2 whole days. Time passed so quickly. It was as if those scenes had happened just yesterday. The family became more and more lively as they chatted, and Su Shu came to the living room to chat. She was making soup and there was still some time before dinner. The meteors falling from the sky and the appearance of 3 female celestials in the atmosphere caused the entire world to be in an uproar. In the following month, these videos were not suppressed by the various countries. No authoritative organization came out to refute the rumors. People all over the world started to believe the authenticity of these videos. Roughly 2 months later, the leaders of various countries held a press conference and announced the Humanity Reversion Plan. At the same time, the various countries all over the world formed an Earth alliance. They would no longer fight amongst themselves and would share resources and carry out the humanity reversion plan together. This news completely bombarded the entire world. Heavens! I'll be able to see the Earth alliance in my lifetime? Humanity reversion plan? I'm going to become an ape? I don't want to. Idiot, look at the news clearly. It's not a literal reversion. Humans will become stronger, just like Superman in the movies. Superman is too exaggerated. At most, he'll be on the level of Bruce Lee. Why do I feel like it's a sign of the apocalypse? Every country was discussing this matter, and it was incredibly lively. That month, pictures of all kinds of stone steels appeared on various countries' networks. These stone steels came from all over the world, and some even came from the North Pole and South Pole. There were all kinds of ancient words engraved on them, and when translated, there was only one sentence. Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji wants to steal the power of the earth. Descendants, beware. If he succeeds, the earth will collapse. At that moment, the entire world was curious about who the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji was. Could he be a legendary figure? Chinese netizens felt that the Sword Emperor title was too ridiculous, and that someone had definitely photoshopped it. Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji? Young people really know how to have fun. I'm Sword God Yang Dabong. Yang Dabong lay on a rocking chair and played with his phone as he laughed. Within the living room, Zhou Xuanji's mouth twitched, and beside him Jiang Shui could not help but laugh. Chapter 635. After laughing for a while, Jiang Shui reminded Zhou Xuanji, even a stone steel like this has appeared. Looks like destiny is preparing something again. You must be careful. Don't let your guard down just because this mortal realm is weak. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He was also wondering why destiny had set up these stone steels. Trying to incite the humans to deal with him? Impossible. Nearly 10 billion people added up wouldn't even be enough for a slap from him. There must be other intentions. Could it be that they were waiting for the people from the other worlds to arrive and deal with him after learning of this information? That was the only possibility. That wasn't right either. Sword Spirit, are you sure that I have been banished from the heavenly law universe by destiny? Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart. No matter how powerful destiny's power was, it could not control the world outside the heavenly law universe. Yes, 100% sure. The Sword Spirit's reply made Zhou Xuanji squint his eyes. Could it be that there was more than one destiny? The destiny of the heavenly law universe and the destiny of the Milky Way galaxy had already colluded? He was lost in thought. At that moment, Su Shu came down from upstairs. She sat beside Zhou Xuanji and asked, Son, how long are you going to stay at home? Are you really not going to work? During the day, Zhou Xuanji would travel around the world with Jiang Shui, and at night they would come back for dinner. Every day he would bring them all sorts of gifts. In the beginning, Su Shu and Yang Dabong were very happy, but as time went on, they felt that something was wrong. Why did it feel like the two of them were very idle? Mom, I just want to accompany you. I work for money. I don't lack money. Zhou Xuanji leaned back on the sofa and said casually. Su Shu looked at Jiang Shui suspiciously and asked, Shui, is your family very rich? She thought that Zhou Xuanji had found Jiang Shui, and felt that he had no worries in his life. Jiang Shui blinked her eyes and said, I don't have money. I'm the only one left in my family. My parents have passed away. When Su Shu heard this, her heart softened and she changed the topic. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji sensed a familiar aura. He turned around and saw Zhou Xiaoxian appear on the stairs. She poked her head out and looked at them in the living room. Seeing Zhou Xuanji's gaze, she smiled proudly. Zhou Xuanji glared at her and thought about when to let Zhou Xiaoxian meet her parents in her previous life. Perhaps one day he would have to leave. It would be inconvenient for Su Shu and Yang Dabong to leave their modern lives and follow him. Apart from danger, could they endure boredom? In the end, Zhou Xiaoxian still didn't show up. She was probably curious about Su Shu and Yang Dabong and couldn't help but come to take a look. Another half a month passed. On this day, while the whole world was still discussing the human ancestral reversion plan, the three-legged golden crow in the sun suddenly woke up. In the darkness, a pair of cold eyes lit up. There was a loud bang. The sun exploded, triggering countless fireballs that flew to various parts of the universe. The three-legged golden crow flapped its wings and flew out, raising its head and cawing. Its entire body was burning with raging flames, and its body was like a graceful sparrow. When it spread its wings, they were even larger than the diameter of the sun. Compared to the surrounding stars, the scene was extremely spectacular. Its voice did not reach Earth, but it did not take long for alarms to ring at all the aviation authorities on Earth. The three-legged golden crow scanned its surroundings in the boundless sea of fire, and its gaze soon locked onto Earth. It had been speeding towards Earth at a speed faster than those fireballs. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji, who was taking a stroll along the coast of Europe, suddenly looked up. The global temperature began to rise, and huge waves rose up in the ocean, causing the tourists on the beach to hide in panic. He's finally here. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. Jiang Shui was not worried. Even without Zhou Xuanji, Xian Xianghua could defeat the three-legged golden crow. Xian Xianghua changed into the black robe of the Lord of the Demon Realm. She wore a crown on her head and a black veil over her face as she appeared above Earth's atmosphere. Looking at the unstoppable three-legged golden crow, her eyes were filled with contempt. She did not take the three-legged golden crow seriously at all. You've grown so big, yet you're only a heavenly law true god. How embarrassing. Xian Xianghua glared, and two beams of black light shot out, exterminating divine light, a divine ability from the primordial ancestor. Two beams of black light pierced through the three-legged golden crow's wings at an extremely fast speed, causing it to shriek in pain. Unfortunately, its voice could not be transmitted in the universe because there was no spiritual qi in the universe, so sound could not be transmitted in the vacuum. This time Xian Xianghua did not kill the three-legged golden crow. She waved her sleeve and took the three-legged golden crow away. She did not leave immediately. Instead, she stared into the depths of the universe. Countless fireballs were hurtling towards Earth. Her eyes narrowed, and the fireballs all exploded into smoke. She was, after all, a strong practitioner of the reaching heaven state, and her strength was close to that of a saint. After doing all this, she turned and flew toward Earth. Next, Earth began to welcome darkness. The temperature dropped and the entire world was in an uproar. What's going on? The sun seemed to have exploded. It's so cold. Could it really be the end of the world? Let's go home and turn on the air conditioner. Don't panic, netizens. Remember to turn on the floor heating. I'm poor. I don't have such things when I rent a house. The entire human race was terrified. The various aviation authorities received the images from the satellites and were all dumbfounded. There was a firebird hiding inside the sun. The firebird was terrifyingly huge. Before it, Earth was like a grain of sand. However, such a colossus was easily killed by a black-robed woman. The staff of the various aviation authorities were in a mess. They all contacted their respective leaders. The sun was destroyed and Earth would face a catastrophe. After all, Earth's environment, gravity, and meteorological changes were all related to the sun. On the beach, looking at the stars in the night sky, Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile. He raised his right hand, and a bead flew out from his sleeve and disappeared. Next, it reappeared above Earth and gave off a powerful radiance, illuminating half of Earth. But Earth's temperature was still dropping. Zhou Xuanji slammed his right palm toward the ground. Saint energy enveloped Earth and restored the global temperature to normal. At the same time, he ensured that Earth's rotation speed was maintained. Otherwise, many people would have fainted. I need to interrogate that golden crow, Zhou Xuanji said softly. He then said to Jiang Shui, you can go back first. If my parents ask, tell them that I'm at a social gathering. Jiang Shui nodded and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji came to Xian Xianghua's side. At this moment, Xian Xianghua was lying on a sofa in a villa. She flipped her right hand and the golden crow, which was as big as an egg, levitated in her palm. She stared at the golden crow and said with a smile, this is a rare golden crow. I didn't expect it to be hiding in this mortal realm. Interesting. I wonder who left it here. Zhou Xuanji sat beside her and lay down. He knocked his legs on the tea table and took out the truth sword. He gently pierced the golden crow's body with the tip of the sword. To prevent it from being burned by the golden crow's solar true flame, he enveloped the truth sword with saint energy. Tell me, why did you appear in the solar system? And who is your master? Zhou Xuanji asked softly. His tone was calm, but it made the golden crow extremely terrified. Chapter 636. How could this be? Why? The three-legged golden crow roared in its heart. It didn't understand why it was heavily injured as soon as it woke up. As far as it could remember, there were no powerful creatures in this universe. There was no spiritual energy on Earth, so how could it be occupied by other powerhouses? What frightened it the most was that its mouth began to speak uncontrollably. Its language was very strange, but Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua had high cultivations and could understand it with their divine senses. This three-legged golden crow had been in this universe for tens of millions of years. A long time ago, its master, Grey Emperor, brought it to the Milky Way galaxy and discovered that there was a mysterious and powerful force hidden on Earth. Thus, it hid in the sun and waited for Grey Emperor to return. This time it was suddenly awakened. Before its consciousness was completely clear, it sensed that there were many living beings on Earth and wanted to devour it. Sky Emperor? Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. He thought of the Flame Emperor somehow. Both of them had a single surname and a single name. Could there be some kind of relationship between them? He immediately asked, "Do you know Flame Emperor and the Kunlun Origin Court?" The three-legged golden crow trembled and replied, "I know the Flame Emperor. He and my master are part of the 13 Void Boundary Emperors. As for the Kunlun Origin Court, I heard my master mention it, but I don't know what it is exactly." As soon as the words left his mouth, all his hopes turned to dust. It was over. Since the other party knew the Flame Emperor, he was definitely an enemy of the Void Boundary 13 Emperors. "This brat I sold out, master. When master returns, I will definitely die. No, I have to die now." The three-legged golden crow was in despair and almost fainted. Void Boundary 13 Emperors? What is the emptiness realm? Xian Xianghua asked curiously. Her tone was a little excited. The Flame Emperor was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the heavenly Tao. How powerful would the 13 Void Boundary Emperors be if they joined forces? The three-legged golden crow resisted in his heart, but his body was very honest. He replied, "The void around the Kunlun Origin Court is the Void Boundary. The Void Boundary 13 Emperors are the law enforcers of the Void Boundary. They prevent people from sneaking into the Kunlun Origin Court and prevent people from escaping." Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua looked at each other and understood each other's gaze. If he found the Void Realm, wouldn't he be able to find the Kunlun Origin Court? However, Zhou Xuanji had already offended the Flame Emperor. Now that he captured the three-legged golden crow, he had offended the Sky Emperor as well. If he went to the emptiness realm without permission, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. "When is your master coming back?" Xian Xianghua continued to ask. He also sensed Zhou Xuanji's aura. He opened his eyes, and Zhou Xuanji appeared before him. "You are still alive?" Shen Yandao cried out in surprise. He got up immediately and grabbed Zhou Xuanji's arms excitedly. Ever since he came to the Milky Way, he had been extremely depressed. There was no spiritual qi at all. After he left the heavenly law, his power was greatly reduced. He was no longer in the saint stage, so he did not sense Zhou Xuanji's presence. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Why are you here? Tell me about what happened during this period of time." Shang Tiandao took a deep breath and told him what happened after Zhou Xuanji disappeared. It turned out that after Zhou Xuanji was banished, the other three heavenly saints fled the heavenly law universe out of fear. While they were wandering, they encountered the Water Emperor of the Void Boundary 13 Emperors. He was lucky enough to escape, but barbarian god Huangluo and Buddha Yangling were captured. For the rest of the journey, Shang Tiandao encountered countless dangers. There were space-time storms, horrifying beasts hiding in the void, and many unkillable revenants that kept pestering him. After thousands of years, he finally came to the Milky Way. Shang Tiandao sighed continuously at the mention of his past. He almost cried. Thousands of years. Zhou Xuanji frowned and fell into deep thought. Destiny can change the world? Or is it just that different universes have different times? Shang Tiandao took a deep breath and said, "The Void Boundary 13 Emperors are too powerful. Don't let the Flame Emperor find you. Once you are captured, the consequences will be unimaginable." Fear appeared in his eyes at the mention of the void boundary 13 emperors. Is the heavenly law universe destroyed? Zhou Xuanji asked. He wondered how Ren Niming and the old beggar were doing. Shang Tundao shook his head and said, how can it be destroyed? Without the heavenly law universe, destiny will also be destroyed. It's just that no one knows who will be in charge in the future. Shortly after, he asked about Zhou Xuanji's situation. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything. After knowing that the Milky Way was the Sky Emperor's territory, Shang Tiandao panicked immediately. How did he end up in a thief's den? Chapter 637. What are you going to do next? Shang Tiandao asked. He could only survive by relying on Zhou Xuanji. Or else, if he continued to run around like this, he would collapse sooner or later. Zhou Xuanji told him his plan, which made Shang Tundao frown. Such a vast universe. You want to refine it into an enchanted artifact? You must be crazy. Shang Tiandao said seriously. Although he was no longer a heavenly saint, he was once a saint and knew how much energy it would consume. Although Zhou Xuanji could recover, what if Emperor Tsong attacked him during this period of time? Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, I want to comprehend something. Maybe I can gain some inspiration from this process. Comprehend? Shang Tiandao's eyes sparkled but did not ask further. Everyone had their own path of cultivation, so it was not convenient for him to ask. After that, Zhou Xuanji flew up with Shang Tundao. The universe was boundless, and there was no end to it. Zhou Xuanji flew for a while and stopped suddenly. He closed his eyes and spread his divine sense to envelop the entire Milky Way. Shang Tiandao sat nearby and continued to cultivate. It would take some time for Zhou Xuanji to integrate the Milky Way. The Milky Way was vast, and Zhou Xuanji could not envelop it with a single thought. A while later, he opened his eyes, and the 24-rank deep black lotus appeared before his chest. It floated quietly and did not move. He spread out his saint energy and attached it to the lotus with his divine sense. In an instant, the Milky Way's space rippled and covered the entire Milky Way. Instantly, all of Earth's satellites lost their effectiveness. Other than Earth, it was the same for other civilized planets. Earth has been searching for traces of other extraterrestrial civilizations. I didn't expect the Milky Way to have so many of them, and most of them are much more powerful than Earth. Zhou Xuanji found it funny. In the Milky Way, not all civilizations were developing technology. There were some worlds that were similar to cultivation or advanced martial arts. There were all kinds of extraterrestrials. However, these planets were very different from each other. Except for a few civilizations, most of them were developing quietly and did not plunder. He began to focus on integrating the Milky Way. He first compressed the universe of the Milky Way. This process must not affect the inside of the Milky Way. It was an extremely complicated process that had to do with the rules of space. Most cultivators were involved in the way of space. For example, storage rings and storage bags were used by the way of space. Time passed quickly. On the other hand, the Earth Alliance had already sped up the human reversion plan. All the countries shared their resources and created the most sturdy exploratory machine to penetrate deep into the Earth's core. With the extraction of energy from the Earth's core, people all over the world noticed that the air quality was improving. Spiritual energy began to emerge from the ground. It did not come from the core itself but from Zhou Xuanji's saint energy. Under Zhou Xuanji's control, the saint energy could already be used by humans without exploding. If his holy power were to explode, the entire solar system would be destroyed. After Zhou Xuanji left, Jiang Shui was also asked to leave by Su Shu and Yang Dabong. It was not that they disliked Jiang Shui, but they felt that delaying a young man like this was not a good thing. Jiang Shui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She could only leave and silently protect them in another city. What was worth mentioning was that Xian Xianghua and the other two had been discovered by the Alliance's intelligence agents. There was no conflict, and the Alliance agents invited them warmly. In the end, Zhou Xiaoxian was invited to Europe to teach the ways of cultivation. Xian Xianghua, Jiang Shui, and Lady Zhaoxian did not stop him. Zhou Xiaoxian was very powerful. Nothing on earth could harm her. Even if they could deceive her, they could not do anything to her. Moreover, Zhou Xuanji did not want to leave Earth. Since Earth was about to recover its spiritual energy, He might as well teach her the ways of cultivation so that he could provide Emperor Sword Court with endless disciples in the future. A month later, a global live broadcast began. Television stations and tens of thousands of online video platforms all over the world prepared to broadcast the ways of cultivation. The broadcast took place in a forest. Reporters from all over the world were on helicopters, so the cameras were shaky. All the cameras were aimed at Zhou Xiaoxian. She held a sword with one hand, and her white dress fluttered in the wind. She looked like a female sword immortal from the legends. Before she made her move, the reporters from all over the world introduced her in different languages. This is China's reporter Xia Feifei. Let me introduce her first. Her name is Zhou Xiaoxian. She came from another world and stayed on Earth because she loves Earth. London's reporter Mike introduces this female hero from another world. You can even call her God. Hi. Red Sun's reporter, Nobi Daxiong, is broadcasting live for the people. Goria's reporter Song Jiji is at the front line for the people. This female hero from another world, Zhou Xiaoxian, is said to have the bloodline of Goria in her ancestors. She purposely searched for the source of her bloodline and descended to Earth. She will show us her sword techniques that surpass scientific understanding. Citizens of May, watch carefully. Next will be the demonstration of superpower. Zhou Xiaoxuan's appearance will make fantasy come true. She is a true superhero in reality. When the live broadcasts across the world began, the internet and the real world were in an uproar. The comments on those video platforms flooded the screen even more quickly. Zhou Xiaoxian was getting impatient, but she had not received the signal yet and could not make her move. This was the Alliance's decision. Only after she demonstrated her supernatural powers could all humans devote themselves to the ways of cultivation. The ways of cultivation that she taught had already been printed in large quantities, and was prepared to be included in the textbooks for students all over the world. Because of this, no country dared not to publish the ways of cultivation. If they fell behind, they would be beaten up. No matter how powerful an army was to cultivate, they would not be as powerful as a country of cultivators. At the same time, a war of words was getting more and more intense on the internet. Netizens in Huaxia thought that Zhou Xiaoxian was wearing an ancient Han costume and had a surname, so they went around saying that Zhou Xiaoxian was from Huaxia. Netizens in other countries were not convinced and thought that Zhou Xiaoxian was from the world. A while later, Zhou Xiaoxian raised her sword. In an instant, everyone in the world held their breath. In front of Zhou Xiaoxian was a mountain that was close to 1,000 meters tall. It was surrounded by forests and was far away from the city. The sea of clouds covered the top of the mountain. All the cameras were pointed behind Zhou Xiaoxian, so that they could clearly capture her strength. At this moment, everyone in the world could feel an aura coming from Zhou Xiaoxian. It was indescribable, but it was a shocking aura. She casually slashed with her sword. The sword chi condensed into a beam of white light that was hundreds of meters long. It swept through the air and hit the mountain in front of her. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion was heard, causing many viewers to cover their ears. Many people were so shocked that they trembled and dropped their phones on the ground. The 1,000-meter mountain collapsed with a single slash. Dust billowed and countless rocks were sent flying. The scene was even more spectacular than a volcanic eruption. Zhou Xiaoxuan's white clothes fluttered and soon her figure was covered in dust. Chapter 638. After the mountain collapsed, the whole world was in an uproar. Zhou Xiaoxian became a goddess in the hearts of billions of people. A human could be as powerful as a legend. She destroyed a 1,000-meter-tall mountain with a single slash. If they were to cultivate too, could they achieve such power? At this moment, the entire human race was in awe, followed by excited fantasies. The elderly in their 70s and 80s, and the children as young as 4 or 5-year-old, were all excited. Could spiritual qi help people live forever? Countless people thought of this question, and all online platforms almost collapsed from the overwhelming traffic. In the villa, Xian Xianghua, Jiang Shui, and Lady Zhao Xian were watching the live stream on the sofa. So majestic, Xian Xianghua said with passionate eyes. Xian Xianghua said with a burning gaze. Clearly, she also wanted to be this glorious. Jiang Shui sighed in amazement. Although cultivation on Earth is not good, such technology is just as exquisite and more practical than enchanted artifacts. Lady Zhao Xian nodded with a smile. Should we choose some talents from Earth to join Emperor Sword Court? Jiang Shui and Xian Xianghua glanced at each other and felt that this was a good suggestion. At the same time in the live stream, dust exploded and a violent gale blew, causing the camera to shake. Zhou Xiaoshuan's silhouette was revealed, and the scene looked like a sci-fi movie. After that, Zhou Xiaoxian flew back to the helicopters of the various countries and began to explain what cultivation was. She spoke Chinese. After coming to Earth for so long, she had already learned Chinese. With her cultivation, she could remember it after hearing it once. With a sweep of the internet with her divine will, she could grasp the languages of the various countries. Just like that, Zhou Xiaoxian was named Emperor Sword Goddess by the Earth Alliance. She came up with such a pompous name herself. Half a year later, every country in the world began to promote cultivation techniques. Every bookstore in every city was giving out free copies. This cultivation technique was called the Emperor Sword Heart Technique. Because of Zhou Xiaoxian, the name of Emperor Sword Court spread across the world. Everyone knew about a sanctum called Emperor Sword Court. There were countless powerful cultivators there, and Zhou Xiaoshuan's father was the founder of Emperor Sword Court. His sword techniques were unparalleled. Zhou Xuanji levitated in the starry sky. The Milky Way was before him. It was only a few million miles in diameter, and it looked like a silver vortex. He looked a little tired. Shang Tiandao sighed in amazement. I wonder what use this universe has for you. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, Nothing. I just like this place. It's pure without spiritual qi. In the heavenly law universe, there was no technological civilization. All living beings were suppressed layer by layer. Above them were the heavenly Tao and destiny. Their thoughts were imprisoned, and they were far from being able to think as freely as those on earth. Shang Tiandao did not believe him, but there was nothing he could do. He still had to suck up to Zhou Xuanji and could not offend him. After some time, Zhou Xuanji finally stored the Milky Way into the 24-rank deep black lotus. After doing all this, the saint energy from the Tianxia map flowed endlessly into Zhou Xuanji's bones and muscles, helping him recover. The reason why heavenly saints could have endless holy power was because of the existence of the heavenly law. Although overlord sages were strong, they could not be like heavenly sages, who had an endless supply of holy power. Fortunately, the Tianxia map had already stored a large amount of holy power. It was enough for him to use for a long time. What's next? Shang Tiandao asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, Then let's go. Let's leave this area and find a place with spiritual qi to cultivate for a while. Shang Tiandao agreed. The two of them quickly flew in the same direction and disappeared into the depths of the universe. They began to wander aimlessly through space. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji would scan Earth within the 24-rank deep black lotus with his divine sense occasionally. Su Shu and Yang Dabong had already begun cultivating. Now everyone in the world was cultivating. Entertainment in various countries began to revolve around cultivation. There were even all kinds of cultivation rankings around the world. The trend of cultivation was getting more and more popular. Zhou Xiaoxian was the proudest. She enjoyed the treatment of an empress. She was served every day, and when she was free, she would go on a lecture tour around the world to motivate the humans. Jiang Shui and Lady Zhao Xian had fun everywhere, while Xian Xianghua studied the heavenly law violet qi in her villa. Her days were quite leisurely. This day, Zhou Xuanji and Shang Tiandao came to a universe that was filled with abundant spiritual qi. Is this place far from the void boundary? Zhou Xuanji asked Shang Tiandao. They could not go to the void boundary for now, in case they encountered the Flame Emperor. Shang Tiandao said, I'm not sure either. I don't know how vast the void boundary is. Let's rest here for a while. Anyway, I didn't sense any danger. Zhou Xuanji nodded. After that, he summoned Xiu Hu, Si Mingyan, and the 4 demon gods to accompany Shang Tiandao. Seeing Shang Tiandao, Xiu Hu raised his brow and said with a smile, Yo Shang Tiandao, how come your cultivation is similar to mine? He and Shang Tiandao were of the same generation. Back then, he did not obtain the heavenly law violet qi, and was left far behind by Shang Tiandao. Shang Tiandao chuckled and said, No matter how poor I am, I'm still better than you. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Zhou Xuanji frowned. If you fight here and attract enemies more powerful than me, Just wait for your death. By then I will surely abandon you and escape. Zhou Xuanji threatened, and Qiuhu scratched his head with a smile. Shang Dao nodded with a smile and sat down with his legs crossed. After that, Zhou Xuanji dived into the Milky Way within the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. As for the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus, it was held by demon god Nanming. After merging with the Milky Way, the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus had evolved. According to Shang Dao, it was not far from becoming a saint-grade artifact. Zhou Xuanji returned to Earth. Now with the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus, he could go to any corner of the Milky Way with a single thought, as though he was teleporting. He went back to visit his parents first. Although everyone was cultivating, he still had to go to work. His parents were still working, so he wandered around his hometown. There were more people on the streets than before. It seemed that many people had given up on their dreams of earning money and returned to their hometown to cultivate. The more trees there were, the more abundant spiritual qi there was. The suburbs and villages naturally became livelier. On the other hand, many first-tier and second-tier cities saw a significant decrease in human traffic. Along the way, he saw many people meditating on both sides of the street. It was very interesting. Because of Zhou Shaoxian, the way of the sword became the mainstream of cultivation on Earth. Iron swords were sharp and were not widely used, but wooden and plastic swords became popular. Young Xiaobao, you are finally back. A young man walked over quickly and gave Zhou Xuanji a hug excitedly. You are? Zhou Xuanji asked. This young man looked ordinary. His eyes were small, and his skin was a little dark. Zhou Xuanji could not remember who he was. I'm your high school roommate Yisheng Long. The young man chuckled and punched Zhou Xuanji lightly. He continued, You don't recognize me? That's too much. Back then we were guarding the garbage dump in the classroom,